Hello. If you can hear us, please let us know. We would really appreciate it because I don't trust anything anymore. And
hey, it's been a long evening. Nothing is probably working. Good evening and welcome to another Lorebeards Does Wednesdays because, hey, we do that sometimes. I'm really looking forward to this one in particular because, you know, I kind of love a tier list and we've done a few of these and there's been quite a lot of discussion about whether we should do more in the background. But this one's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this one is like kind of that perfect version where it's a lot of stuff that we know well, kind of like off the top of our heads. It kind of stretches across, it stretches further back than a lot of people might suspect. As far as what we're really focusing on today, which is not Nagash himself, of course, but his Mortarchs, or as they were known in much older editions, his Dread Lords or Dark Lords, whatever version you want to use.
Yeah, quite. Dark Lords of Nagash. They've got quite a long history.
Yeah, even more importantly is that today we're celebrating Andy-Law's birthday week. Hooray!
Indeed, my birthday week. It's my birthday week. So obviously I'm doing quite a lot of streams this week of various types. We had an Ask Me Anything last Saturday. Was that Saturday? No, it was Sunday.
Sunday.
And we have a LAWhammer episode this Friday, which is going to be crazy and is directly related to the topic today. Directly. So the special funky little episode, our one-eyed man and his grumpy dog, is pretty much going to be, not riffing on this episode, but it's definitely going to have some of this episode being core components of what we're going to be doing. So that's also super fun. It's nice to mix these things up a little. But because it's my birthday, there's another couple of things that I'm going to say. Number one, I do fully intend to drink Jack Daniels in this stream. This is not a proper stream. This is a Wednesday stream. They don't count as proper streams, right? So this isn't a Lorebeard Sunday. This isn't me doing Inside the Rookery. This isn't LAWhammer. This is just us having fun discussing something awesome. So because it's my birthday, I am going to have a drink. I've got myself some Pepsi to mix it up with. So that is good. Beyond that, I also have, which I'm going to open up a little bit later, the good old Age of Sigmar Advent Calendar because I got that for my birthday. And Lindsay, I haven't opened it yet because I figured I'd open it up and stream because that'd be super fun. If you haven't checked that out already, it's available over at Games Workshop. I presume still available over at Games Workshop.
Probably.
And I'm really quite looking forward to it. It's the 4th today. That means I get to open up 4 of these funky little doors, which is going to be super fun. But most importantly of all, we're going to be covering the Mortarchs of Nagash, a group that I fully intend to rip into this time because I think a good chunk of this is bullshit. And I'm going to call it out as so as we make our way through because that's going to make it a more fun stream for me. Again, it's my birthday, so I can tear into things if I want to. I really love the idea of the old Dreadlords of Nagash. I read about them first time round all the way back in the 4th edition army list, the Undead army list, the concept of his chief lieutenants and exactly what they represented, and then what they got turned into in the end times, and then later on Age of Sigmar I think fits Age of Sigmar but kind of doesn't fit into the end times for a variety of reasons. I think it's bullshit and I'm going to call out why as we make our way through. Nevertheless, I still really love the concept and I love these characters, so it's going to be super fun deciding exactly how we're going to be rating these as we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun history that's going to get brought up. We're going to be talking about a lot of characters that a lot of y'all really love and adore because the end times really made it less into a who comes from the history of Nagash and more of who's the who can we get to show up for Nagash's party that happens to still be alive. In most cases.
There's some grade A bullshit about to be dropped down into your ear holes as we make our way through these Mortarchs and exactly their links to Nagash, the great Lord of Undeath himself. I'm really looking forward to this. I'll also say that, as always, we're clearly going to have some super chats coming in. We're going to be taking each of those as we go, probably in batches, as we make our way between each one of these Dreadlords. There are 9 of them. Or are there? We'll get onto that in a moment. There are 9 of them, so we'll be taking our super chats as we work through them.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite. And discussing our super chats in our super chats, pardon me. often when you're doing the votes. Oh shit, they're on my channel. I'm going to have to do the votes this week. Oh crap, I intend to get drunk. This is going to be crazy. Give me a second. I can do YouTube. Let me just go pull that up.
Wait, what are we talking about? Wait, what? Votes?
The votes. The votes for the tier list. Aren't we tier listing?
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, continue. I got Twitch. You just have to do YouTube. I got Twitch.
Okay, I'll do YouTube. That sounds like a plan to me. So let me just go open that up so that I can do that on this side.
Cool. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and start pulling up like comments and stuff. Thank you for all the happy birthday messages. So like, thanks Jaka and Omnicide and
thank you.
Mr. Vorn and everybody. We really appreciate it. Macladraw 44, thank you for the super chat, says, I've been waiting a long time for this one. All hail the Undying King, the hero the world needs, not the one that it wants. Considering the undead are antithetical to chaos. Also says Nagash is Sauron. Of course, 9 Mortarchs equals 9 ring rates. You're probably not wrong.
Yep. I'm not going to say that's not the case. The original lore, when it was first written, this was discussed at the time, all the way back in the 90s, and it was like, hey, they've just copy-pasted from various fantasy stuff, haven't they? Yep. And they've made it into something new and relatively cool, and it's awesome. But yeah, I do think that is a strong influence. And if that isn't an influence, I'm going to say that it was a subliminal influence, because it definitely changed the nature of how it was. Who was it that did the Undead Army list? Who wrote it? I think it was Jervis Johnson. I think it was Jervis Johnson and Bill King, I think. But that's off the top of my head.
Let's see if I do a little Google foo here. We've got the undead, the 5th edition or the 4th edition?
The 4th edition Undead Army list. So that's undead. 5th edition, they started mixing things up a bit and they went down with the.
Let's see. Written by Jervis Johnson and Bill King.
Oh, on fire! Yeah, I'm not drunk yet, so that's good. Yeah.
Captain Magma, have you ever read the hit children's Christmas book, How the Snitch Stole Christmas? He wouldn't steal it. Well, I know. I guess action stealing is normal. I'd be a little more worried that he'd murder Christmas, but
nice little pop.
Satisfying noise as always.
Yeah, it's a good satisfying noise indeed.
Yeah, that would be a horrifying Christmas book. Though, I mean, if he does a good enough job, no one would know. They would just wake up, Christmas would just be gone. Unfortunately, I don't think Snitch's heart would grow 3 sizes that day, sadly, for everyone involved.
No.
Watchdog, what are some theories you both have regarding Nagash's crown and its effects on Sigmar?
At Watchdog 3079, I trust you haven't watched episode 51 of LAWhammer.
Don't say anything! Don't say anything yet.
Okay, because
I am literally on episode 51. I just started
It's a proper mental episode, but episode 51 of LAWhammer, which just came out, addresses this directly with some of the most bullshit of bullshitty bullshit you've ever seen. So, broadly speaking, I think it's almost ridiculous to think it didn't have an effect.
Yeah, even the Sigmar trilogy by Graham McNeil, which really kind of shows Sigmar in kind of the best possible light, still has a good like 6+ chapters dedicated to how much the Crown of Nagash fucks him up. Like he turns into a really shitty person when he's wearing the crown.
Yeah, gives him an excuse to write him a bit more like the Emperor.
Yeah, like, and honestly, like, some things that he does when the crown's on, you read and you go, honestly, I think real life Sigmar probably did a couple of these things without the crown, but yeah.
Yeah, totally.
But like, my big thing, I would say, like, if I was theory-wise working on it, the Crown of Nagash, I think, is probably the biggest influence that you can really easily point to for why when Sigmar was kind of like laying down kind of his mortal laws and his opinions on things, he really deeply distrusted magic. Like even having like seen some of the good it can do, having been exposed to the crown left him with a ugly view on how bad it can get.
Yeah, so Watchdog 3079. I don't want to go into any particular details here because I'll either be supporting my streams or denying my streams. And because the streams that we have for LAWhammer are filled with nonsense, and I do mean nonsense because it's in-world views, and in-world views are not facts. They are what some people believe or have surmised or come to the conclusion of, and often they do it wrong. But I think the core of this one is if the hat of Nagash, which contained a chunk of his soul, his giant hat, did anything to him, as we've discussed in previous streams, there is one core component of what happened to Sigmar that is also a core component of Nagash, and that is the desire to ascend in one fashion or another to godhood. Now, whether he had wanted to ascend to or not, he did. And it's a core component of Nagash's drives. So I would definitely say, at the least, you could say that perhaps Sigmar was driven in a direction he may not have otherwise gone in when he had Nagash sitting on his head. Because remember, this is no normal crown. It's big, big news. And it's powerful. So yeah, I think it definitely had an effect.
Yep. Hey again, happy birthday to Commodore Law. Long may you reign.
Mm-hmm.
Commodore, oh, that's okay.
Yeah, Commodore Law, indeed. Nobody better than Commodore Law.
Each of the Mortarchs are fishmen. Unironically, unironically though, when we get into like their titles, you'll note there's one that you go, that sounds very fishman-y, and you're not wrong.
Yep.
The best DM I done seen. I agree.
I don't know. You tend to find that the vast majority of our DMing that's been done on LAWhammer has been pretty much just made up on the fly. Because I don't have books sitting in front of me that I'm reading from. I don't have anything that I'm doing anything with. I'm literally each episode
I feel
just
like that
seeing
makes it
where
more
it goes.
impressive, not less impressive.
So take that as you will. And also, I've been really, really, really ill. So through, I would say about half of the episodes, I have been so ill that I, under normal circumstances, probably wouldn't have been there. So yeah, take that as a modifier in the L. But thank you very much for the kind compliment. It's really well accepted.
The Baron demands to know your perfect sandwiches. Do you
Hey,
have perfect
Baron von
sandwiches?
Bastard.
Oh,
my
you're
perfect
asking our
sandwich.
preferred
Okay, so
sandwich.
I'm in the UK. So in the UK, we get a bunch of sandwiches that are sold ubiquitously that you generally don't get anywhere else in the world. But here in the UK, they're just commonplace. Things like tuna and sweet corn. Tuna mayonnaise and sweet corn. Exactly. That's the face I expected from the Loremaster of Sotek. Now, you might get yourself some equivalent, like a tuna melt or something on your part of the corner of the world, but I really quite like a tuna mayonnaise and sweet corn sandwich. But if I was to choose one in particular, it would probably be the classic cheese and ham toasted sandwich. Can't go wrong with that.
For me, I like a hot turkey sub with like cheese, lettuce, tomato, onions, like pretty simple. No sauces. I don't do sauces, but like just a nice hot turkey sub is like, oh boy,
That's nice.
That's good stuff. Cameo, happy birthday! Hope you're both doing well. I got 13 delivered today.
Oh, Cameo, so pleased. My copy right here. Dark Deeds! Obviously, it's my birthday. Well, it's not literally my birthday today. It's the birthday week. My birthday is going to be when we're streaming LAWhammer on the Friday.
Didn't you literally go off on a whole thing about on last LAWhammer of not telling people when your birthday was?
Anyway, I literally don't care. And if you want to give me a birthday present, this is what you should do. Go buy it. If you're watching on YouTube right now, the links to buy it are available right there on YouTube inside the video's description, sitting down at the bottom. But just in case you're over on Twitch, I will also post it here to make sure that you can, assuming that I can get it to post. Did it post? It did post. You can go click one of those links if you want to order from either the UK or for Great Britain, as apparently as it says there, or from the US. The game should also be available in local friendly game stores, but you got to actually order it as a game store, and game stores have billions of games they could buy in. So what you need to do is go into your local friendly game store and say, go buy the game. If they're anywhere in the world, they can pretty much pick it up directly from Modifius's wholesale account.
Cameo, when you play it, make sure to let Andy know how it goes. I'm
really pleased. I'm really excited to know how it turns out.
Let's see here. Krumgoto, a cool and mysterious figure lurks waiting for 10K. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah.
Gonna be a wee while, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, we're only on 7.5 at the moment. So if you haven't already clicked subscribe, do please remember to subscribe here on the LAWhammer channels, as well as, of course, over in Sotek when we're over there.
Mr. Warren, happy birthday, Andy. Hope you're on the mend. May you experience the kind of ecstatic joy and only usually demonstrated by Sotek on trailer reveals. Listen, I just like shiny toys placed in front of my face. Okay, I can't help it. I'm easy to please. I understand that. I consider that one of my strengths.
I also do.
Aleph Flux, lightning round, S to F tier list of new hairstyles for Manfred. Oh man. There's one day when, like, we'll talk about Manfred actually a little bit today, but there is an amusing thing worth discussing at some point about his decreasing hairline as the additions carry on until he went bald.
I really like I mean, look, he's a Karstein. Karsteins can shapeshift anyway. So he's got all of them. Whether it's crazy bangs, a big long flowing black hair, or he's just a big bald guy. Whichever one he ends up being on your tabletop, he could be any of the others as well.
One of my favorite things about Manfred is that they actually went out of their way in the lore to explain why he's bald, instead of just being like, that's just what he looks like. They're like, oh no, he went bald at this particular time because of this thing, which is just super funny to me. Christopher Clayton, are we rating how good the Mortarchs are as Mortarchs, i.e. how well they serve Nagash, or how good the Mortarchs are as characters generally? So we can't tell you how to cast your vote. We can only provide you with information, and you decide how you're going to vote, and then we just hope for the best. So
yeah, absolutely. We are at best information providers when it comes to this. How you rate is always going to be personal. Sometimes it's going to be because you just like that bloody character. Sometimes it's going to be because you think they are very good examples of people who support Nagash. Sometimes it'll be just purely because they are clearly the most powerful and they're fucking awesome. I'm going to have my own opinions. Sotek will have his own opinions as to exactly where we think they sit, because we do loosely and generally discuss that as we go, but we can in no way influence what you think is the most important aspect to take on board when we do the rating part.
Yeah. C. Gordon, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs, the essentially $25 tip. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much for gifting subs on Andy's channel. Appreciate that. There's a Mortarch we'll get into a little later that I will, once y'all have finished voting on them, I will explain why I consider them S tier, and it has nothing to do with their abilities as a Mortarch. It has nothing to do with it, but I still consider that person S tier. Cole Wolf, first time catching y'all live. Happy birthday, Andy.
Hey.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Hey, Cole, delighted to see you live. Let me just salute you out there.
Here we go. Orc Diplomat. Guess what I got my brother for Christmas?
Thank you so much for that. Cheers! Gonna take a drink. I'm gonna do that again, aren't I? Did this last time. I took a drink whenever someone bought Dark Deeds. Or
yeah, I think that may or may not cause trouble, but we'll see.
We'll see how it goes, eh? I'm Scottish, so it does take an awful lot to get me drunk.
Yeah, there's a new Dark Deeds reference in Total War that I'm technically not allowed to talk about yet because it's under embargo, but it made me laugh because I'm like, I feel like they did that for Andy. Hammond. What did the Mystery Inc. gang eat while in Scotland? Shaggies. Ugh. Or Shaggies. Sorry, it should be Shaggies.
Shaggies rather than Shaggies.
Chris, happy B-Day, Andy. It's late, so I'm going to watch the pod, but would love some cheeky discussion as Azhag as possible. Oh, shit. I should add Azhag onto the list. You're right.
Totally should.
Hold on. I'll do that during the stream. I will add Azhag. You're right. He needs to be the dark horse Mortarch. And I'll spell it that way. That is how they would spell it. That's great. Thank you for saying that. That wouldn't have occurred to me. Captain Magma, has Sotek ever played or guest starred on LAWhammer?
Not yet.
But technically, yeah. Technically, there is a Loremaster of Sotek insert character, and if you pay clever attention, you might figure out who they are. Actually, there's more than one, but there's one like very active one, and I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to say who it is.
And that character will be making a return not too long in the future.
I know, I'm so excited. Jonathan Scott. Oh, cool. A second Neferata stream. Vamp Mommy for the win. And we haven't even technically had a Neferata stream. We haven't.
And I love Neferata, so we really should. Yeah.
One day. But this is going to be her second, like, off to the side. Watchdog, which lord is the scariest to fight? Among the Mortarchs? It depends.
We're going to get to that to a degree. Because some of them are quite clearly physically capable.
Yeah, there's like 5 that are like truly apocalyptic tier. Yes. And the other gathering are still like, you need to be a great epic hero of renown to stand
the
a chance.
The Mortarchs are a little bit like this. And this one.
Yeah. I will say, like, the Age of Sigmar Mortarchs are significantly more balanced and like well thought out than the fantasy ones.
Yeah.
Which, to be clear, by the way, we're not going to be talking about the Age of Sigmar ones. We're purely focusing on Warhammer Fantasy. If we ever do the AOS ones, that'll be like a totally different thing, but we don't know who all 9 of them are yet. In AOS, I think we have 7. So we're not quite there yet. Magladraw, didn't you say Azag would ever be a Mortarch? But I'm you can't stop me. I'm going to put him on the list.
Hey, it's my birthday. I want him on the list.
All right. So, with that out of the way, I think it's time to get into it.
Oh, I am looking forward to this one. I'm not just looking forward to this one because I've always had this weird obsession about the undead army. I've been collecting undead as a primary army on and off for so long that it's almost ridiculous. My biggest army for a while was undead. I had at one point like 4 or 5 undead armies of various stripes, and Nagash has always been a character that I've particularly loved. So the early idea for the Dreadlords was a core thing for my version of Nagash when I first played Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And I made my own Dreadlords because there wasn't a big long list of them back in the day. And I made something that I feel was much more Nagash, much more where he came from, and also much more where he was going. In terms of, he was quite clearly heading towards godhood, and the necessary components towards heading towards that and the type of things that he used as Dreadlords was something that I incorporated in my version for my games. And then, obviously, as time went by, Games Workshop started playing around with it in different ways until eventually we got the version in the End Times. And as I called earlier in the stream, the version in the End Times is an interesting set of choices, some of which sort of make sense, some of which just, I mean, I could almost argue none of which make a great deal of sense, but no, some of them do make sense. Some of them are just, why? Is it because they're associated with undead and they're a named character? Yes, it is. That's exactly why. So I am going to have some comments here. I'm going to do my own little individual rating as to my bullshit-ometer, which I'm going to be applying to these, and a rating of basically 0 to 10 as to whether I think that they should even be Dreadlords in the first place. And I don't mean they should be Dreadlords because of their capabilities or anything like that. Just Nagash would have chosen them in the world in which he was in. And I'm going to say that a significant chunk of them, he just wouldn't have. They were chosen purely because they were important characters for Warhammer. That was it. They weren't important characters to Nagash. They certainly weren't important characters for what Nagash was intending to do. But hey, they were used anyway. So go figure. So I am going to have a couple of comments regarding that, some of which, yeah, they're pretty good anyway. Some of which really aren't, and I will never accept them as being a good example of, oh, here we go. Stream time.
So, the one thing I want to note, I guess we'll hang out over here, about, so one thing that would probably be worth letting Andy Laxwiracle on for a minute, to kind of like get everyone up to pace, is, Andy, what is a Mortarch? Easy question, I'm sure.
Yeah, the Dreadlords of Nagash. So the Dreadlords of Nagash, the Mortarchs, they go by multiple different names. The Chosen of Nagash, No, I'm going to start differently. Nagash is just one guy, and he's a busy guy. Nagash has got his great dreams of turning the world into this realm of undeath, but that takes up quite a lot of time. And he has got his big schemes, like his great, enormous rituals where he intends to turn everybody in a particular area into an undead version of themselves, which is obviously not going to be popular amongst the local populace. So he ended up building himself a bunch of lieutenants, captains, important people who were out there to do stuff for Nagash. People he could completely rely upon to be pro-Nagash. These are the Nagash dudes who are going to absolutely represent Nagash in all ways and definitely not stab him in the back as it comes towards the end times. Because these are his core chief lieutenants. These are the ones who are responsible for putting together the big Nagash plan. However, as you will note through the course of this, some of these Mortarchs are not good examples of Mortarchs. They are not good examples of chief lieutenants. In fact, if anything, they're rivals. In many respects, they hate Nagash. So we have got ourselves an interesting mixture of what makes for a good Mortarch and what Games Workshop's various writers decided was going to be the Mortarchs, and what we, as we go through them, are going to say, in fact, might actually have been a really good shout. Because after all, if you go with the established lore, the vast majority of the undead in the world, through one route or another, will be and can be controlled by Nagash. That being the case, even the most craziest choice can be justified under certain circumstances. So what we have is, if we're going to keep it nice and simple, we have lieutenants of Nagash. Now, we can go into deep discussions as to where they came from, why they are the way they are, but loosely speaking, they are there to do Nagash's will in the world, because he's a busy guy. He's got stuff to do, like sucking down on gods, or alternatively, bringing about the entirety of the end times in what will hopefully be a way in which the world doesn't blow up and the Chaos Gods win. Oops! Well done, Nagash. So that being the case, what we're looking at in terms of my first suggestion for rating them is, are these good Mortarchs? And what good Mortarch means is up to you. Does that mean that they support Nagash? I'd say that's a good criteria. Does that mean they're super powerful? I'd say that's also a good criteria. Does that mean that they will ensure that the end times that Nagash is looking forward actually come about? Again, somebody's saying there I'm a little bit quiet. Is that the case out there? Because if that's the case, just bring up that comment there. And he seems a bit quiet, even my headphones at 50%. That being the case, I can change things at this end if anyone else agrees. So if
anybody wants to
drop it in the comment right now, because
or say
if
that they disagree,
Sotek is louder than me, I would very much like to make sure that we're about the same level.
Yeah, it's his birthday. He's supposed to be the loud one.
Oh, yeah, totally. So, basically, they're captains in his giant campaign of conquest of the Warhammer world. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things you could say beyond that, but bluntly, that's what they're there for. It's fair to say, though, that they take on an almost mythic position later as become Mortarchs of things. They become a core component of almost the divinity of Nagash. But that is a bit of a step up from the core of where they started from, which was basically his go-to folk.
Yeah,
a bit louder. Okay, let me just have a little ping on this side and see what I can do about that.
Thank you for that. We'll make a little adjustment there. And I do apologize for anyone that's like, what the hell is Sotek doing? I am doing some very quick speed reading because I saw a question in chat and I'm like, I don't remember the answer to that off the top of my head, so I am speed reading off to the side. But yeah, there's
okay. I've just made an adjustment. Does that make a difference? Is that me louder or is that me too loud? Just as we're
I didn't notice a difference.
So is there no difference on your side at all?
Yeah, I did not notice any change. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, I'll put up a bit further then. Let me just pop up there. That's up a good bit further yet. Let me press OK. So that shouldn't be quieter.
That's much better.
Is that much better? Okay.
Yes.
Is that too loud or are
nope?
we
Nope.
okay,
You just got a lot softer.
Okay. Cool.
No, like you got too soft.
Am I soft now?
Yes, you're soft now.
Huh. Okay. How about now?
That's great. Right there.
Okay.
That's
is that great? Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Cool. Huh. That's amusing. Go XLR going mad. Whatever, as long as it works. So how are we now as a final one? So I'm looking at the time just to make sure the comments coming in from this one going forward. Everyone seems to be saying perfect, good now. Excellent. Thank you very much for pointing that out, because it'd be nice to make sure that we go off in the right direction from the beginning. Okay, so that being the case, is there anything that you would like to add on the Mortarchs as a general discussion point? As in, do you want to say anything about Mortarchs of stuff? Do you think that's important, or do you think we can do that as we go along?
I think we'll do that as we go along, especially because, once again, the fantasy ones, and you'll kind of get this as we go through them, the fantasy ones, a lot of their titles are very tacked on. Like it very much feels like someone sat and looked at them and was like, oh god, I have to come up with like 9 different titles of this. Whereas, like, once again, if you look at like the Age of Sigmar ones, the Age of Sigmar ones make a significant amount of sense, and it's like, oh, I can see why Nagash would want that as part of his empire, or like why Nagash would want that particular skill set. The fantasy ones did not get that luxury.
No, they didn't. So that's going to be my first general negative point. The concept of the Mortarch was pretty clean originally. The idea of effectively someone who is doing Nagash's will, and that's it. It's his most important lieutenants. But it got turned into, in the end times, into this almost mythic breakup of what it is to be undead. Each one of them representing something special about being undead in general. And they don't. Many of them are given titles that have almost nothing to do with what they actually do. And it feels a little bit like someone was building some lore for Age of Sigmar in the background. And they went, hey, let's port bits of this over. And that, but I don't think that was the case. Help you with that. Alexa, shut up. So it just strikes me of relatively bad world building here, where they give them a host of titles and ideas that ultimately don't pan out, aren't representative of what they are, and also aren't representative of necessarily what Nagash needs. So yeah, it's certainly a choice.
Yeah. So, without further ado, now the question is: do we want to go in alphabetical order, or do we?
I don't care what order they're in. I'm happy with any. I'm going to have myself one of my birthday chocolates. Now, I don't eat a lot of chocolate, primarily because I'm diabetic, but these are sugar-free chocolates. And I'm quite looking forward to these ones because apparently they're quite good. They're from my dad, if he happens to be watching this at any point. Thanks very much, Dad. He's also diabetic. Genetic? Absolutely. And he recommends these because he eats a good chunk of these. Found out. If he's right.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna grab these last couple little things that came in, and then we will hop into it. Where the hell did I leave? Oh, you guys snuck in like a bunch of super chats when I wasn't looking. You clever little shits. Okay, there we go. All right. So, we left off here. Husk Gnawbone for Mortarch, Rat Necromancy. No, we've closed applications. Bouncing Eel. I wish we got to see Undead Beastmen. They seem like a good choice for Necromancers since there's so many of them. They aren't fundamentally different from humans, and big beasts would be cool if raised. So, okay, there's a thing where every kind of undead you can think of where you go, oh, that would make sense as an undead thing instead of just regular humans, is a thing. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
The limitations of video games and modeling companies results in you just seeing really simple human undead, but realistically it would be like all sorts of crazy things. Like a great example is if you go read the Gotrek and Felix series, the book Zombie Slayer is mostly a titanic beastman horde that gets killed, resurrected, and being used as an undead army.
Yeah, it's super fun.
So
the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, it happens a lot more than you think.
But it's worth noting, though, that beastmen in general are not the type to be delving into the inner secrets and concerns of undeath and death and life extension and similar. It's just not their bag. They tend to be a bit more bestial, strangely enough. They tend to be a little bit more caught up with the here and the now rather than the what might happen in 20 years' time as their bodies slowly but surely fall apart. Because Beastman society tends to be quite competitive. They are butting horns frequently, and death is commonplace to the point that it isn't feared in the same way that it is in more indolent civilizations where people have too much time to think about all the horrors of what lies beyond. So, broadly speaking, they don't make good necromancers or equivalents. That's just not really where their shamans tend to dwell. Now, that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be any examples of it. Warhammer World is very big, but broadly speaking, this is not Nagash's core territory.
Yeah, but as like zombie and skeleton fodder, yeah, they're great for that.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
Nagash 44. Why didn't Krell and Archon work together more after Krell came back, or at all, considering they are the most loyal and were active at the same time? We will talk about that when we get to Krell. We will talk about that when we get to Krell. That's a story. But we will get to that. Psych, happy birthday, Andy. Also, looking forward to seeing my man Manfred in S for Schemer. Love me a Saturday evening grim villain. We will see where he ends up. Yeah. Grackle, Mortarch of what was Wallach Harkin? His title was never stated as far as I'm aware. So I just went and flipped through a bunch of pages and read all that, and you are correct. They never state what his title is. I just literally read through all the pages that he appears on. So we don't know. Yeah, he's the Mortarch of something.
Oh, being a Mortarch. We will get to that. He's a particularly interesting choice, really.
Yeah. So with that, let's go ahead and hop into our first one. And we're just going to go, I guess we'll just go alphabetical because it makes life easy. So first up, which y'all can't see, but I'll just kind of wave him over here so you can. We have Archon the Black, the Mortarch.
Okay, so we are pretty much starting with the old guard.
Yeah, the OG.
The OG Mortarch, the proper Dreadlord. And in fact, before we dive into this, I'm going to give a small intro on it, which is basically use this as an example of what a Mortarch is, because I think it's a good one. It gives you an idea of what Nagash is potentially looking for and needing, and also the opportunities that Nagash has to basically take them and rely upon them to do stuff. Because you've got to remember that through time, Nagash has made many mistakes relying upon people who betray him. One reason or another. So he has made those mistakes, and one presumes with his brain the size of a warpstone planet, he has learned from them and won't make those same mistakes again come the end times, right? So that being the case, let's start with the most obvious one. There's so much we could say, but where would you start with Archon the Black, Sotek? Is there anything you think particularly stands out from the Mortarch angle?
Yeah, so I'm going to give y'all a very, very brief run through in case you're not super familiar with him. But Archon the Black was the first really big, loyal lieutenant of Nagash. Like, he knew Nagash when they were both alive. What exactly his history is depends on what source you look at. I will very loudly and from the rooftop shout, the Nagash trilogy is stupid. Its version of the story sucks. Don't read it. But because in that version, Archon's just like a really like a really big noble schnob. He's just an asshole that just kind of joins up with Nagash. Whereas in other versions of the story, he's portrayed more as a very desperate man who was extremely poor, had fallen on horribly hard times, and was basically just a dreg dying in the streets. And when Nagash laid eyes on him, Nagash saw something. Nagash saw something like in his eyes, in the way that this man had just kind of like accepted death and was just like in a terrible, terrible place. And Nagash, in that moment, realized in him someone that could be incredibly important, which shows a lot of Nagash's cleverness when he makes good decisions, which he doesn't always. And he raises up Archon, and Archon's gratitude toward Nagash is so deep, so incredibly sincere, that he is fanatically loyal to Nagash for the rest of his life, to his death, to his undeath, where like Nagash gets away after the first war with the Nakarans because of Archon the Black, where Archon blocks them all off at the entrance to Nagash's pyramid and fights them, and he is an unstoppable force. Like, he's incredibly powerful because at that point he had been imbibing the elixir of immortality, which made him kind of similar to a vampire in terms of like strength and power and everything. But he gets killed by a lucky shot from, though I love it because he's killed. We don't know who killed him. It was a random person that got lucky throwing a javelin at him and hit him in the heart. And when Archon goes down, he declares, like, I am, like, no one who touches my body will live. Anyone that touches me will die a terrible death. And he casts a spell that consumes his body in a horrifying big display of magical fire. And all that's left behind is a blackened skeleton, which is why, in most versions, that's why he's called Archon the Black, is because his skeleton is burnt black by the magical fire. And the Nehakarns were so fucking terrified of the curse that they had to go around him. So they had to find another way into the pyramid, which gave Nagash enough time to escape. Nagash then later, when he becomes Big Daddy Nagash after eating a bunch of warpstone over in Cripple Peak, the first big thing he does is he resurrects Archon. That's his first like big project once he kind of stabilizes, is he goes and he resurrects Archon, brings him back to life as a lich. And Archon is one of, if not the most powerful liches in the setting, which is a creature that a lot of people often get confused about because Games Workshop has been very wishy-washy on what exactly a lich is. It's not a very well-defined term other than it's typically someone who is undead and a very powerful wizard that's like a very top-tier caster undead thing. And that's basically Archon.
Yeah, Archon the Black. My summary of Archon the Black is, back in the day when Nagash was mortal, he had his pal Archon the Black. And then as Nagash becomes undead king of the world, he has his pal, Archon the Black. And as he moves through time and he rises and falls, dies at the hands of Sigmar, for example, only to be resurrected the very next day like a cat, he has Archon the Black. Archon the Black, whichever guys you go with, whether he's the crispy fried Archon the Black, whether he's the black-toothed Archon the Black, whether he is Archon the lapdog, or whether he's Archon the creating his own empire down in the realm of the Tomb Kings version of Archon the Black, there's a few things you can say consistently about him. Number one, top-tier necromancer. He's right up there. He's absolutely brilliant at what he does. Two, kick ass. He can kick ass and chew gum at the same time, even when he's out of gum, because he's that kind of guy. Archon the Black is a character that's been kicking around since the 4th edition of Warhammer, all the way through the later editions in 5th, 6th, and into 8th. And in all of those, he has been consistently portrayed as pretty much the vizier of Nagash. He is the one who does everything at Nagash's side. And importantly, the loyal vizier, breaking the standard vizier stereotype, where viziers scheme and plot upon one's shoulder and then go and do their own thing to try and take over. Take that, Sultan Jafar. But no, that's not what he does at all. He very much...
that's true. It's amazing. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Quite. And it's important to note that of all of the various lieutenants of Nagash we're about to discuss, this one is quite literally everything you would be looking for from a lieutenant. He never betrays him, he never goes against him, he always works to his ends, he's super, super powerful, and he's also something that many are not, independent. He has his own mind. He works to his own goals, and those goals marry with Nagash. He believes in the divinity of Nagash. He believes Nagash is a god. He very much is a believer. He will do whatever is required, including laying his own life on the line to ensure that whatever Nagash's great schemes are, they will come to pass. He also has a particularly impressive hat. And we all know that when it comes to Warhammer, very impressive hats are an important measure as to just how good you are. So do take that into account when you're considering what tier that we should be placing him at.
Some other fun bullet points I want to give about him. Of that, Archon is very fondly by many Warhammer Fantasy fans known as Mini Nagash, because he very much looks a lot like Nagash as far as like skeleton with a big hat and like very Egyptian type themed armor. He wields Nagash's staff through most of Warhammer Fantasy because after Nagash dies, he goes through a pretty epic journey to run around and kind of gather up as much of Nagash's stuff as he can, because much of Nagash's goodies get scattered over time. He has one of his books, he has his staff, and he actively uses them to great effect. He has a big old tower out in the middle of the land of the dead. He brought Araby to its knees. He basically ended the golden age of Araby with the wars of the living and the dead, which was terrible. Awful war. He's led a lot of Nagash's armies. Like Andy said, extremely powerful sorcerer, one of the best necromancers in the world, one of the best death wizards in the world. He's really, really good at it. He also is a very good schemer. He has made alliances with a lot of really interesting characters. He's not above working with the living. He's not above working with other forms of undead. Like he led Khalida to a vampire that he wanted killed so he could steal something from him. He broke into the vaults of Altdorf and successfully stole, I think he stole the crown of Nagash from the vault, leading into the end times is what he stole from it. Which breaking into the vault in Altdorf beneath the Grand Cathedral of Sigmar, even though it should have been in the Light College, but for some stupid reason they put it in the church, which was their first fuck up. But Archon stole it, which was very impressive. He's been a pretty consistent terror for the Warhammer Fantasy world. Him and Cetra have hated each other for thousands of years. Archon nearly took over all of Nehekara until Cetra got woken up because Archon was that scary. And then Cetra chased him off, but he also has a flying chariot, very cool. And those are kind of the major things about it. But like Andy said, the biggest thing is that every single time in the lore Nagash has come back, Archon always answers the call. Yep. The rest of his Mortarchs very explicitly don't. But Archon is the ultimate, when Nagash calls, he answers.
Yeah, and I'm going to go further. I'm going to say that Archon the Black is not unique. Now, this might strike you as a bit unexpected, given that we're about to go through 8 other Mortarchs who make Archon the Black look like a shiny example of what a Mortarch should be. They are very different. I mean, very different. But the original Dreadlords are very much described like this. Archon the Black is not unique in this regard. They were all like this, supposedly. Back in the original version, at least, they were all exceedingly loyal, exceedingly good at what they were doing, and terrifyingly powerful. All of them were something to be noted. It's worth making this clear before we move on to the other ones when you look at what was chosen to be his new Mortarchs when we come to the end times. But Archon the Black, if I'm going to sum it up, he is basically everything that you would expect from a captain or a lieutenant. Now, is he the most powerful individual in the world? No, but he is exceedingly powerful, to the point that almost anything that isn't close to God tier is terrified of him. So that being the case, where would you place him as a Mortarch of Nagash?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get...
Well, we do our poll.
I think it's poll time.
I think it's poll time too. Okay, so let's start the poll over on this side. Poll is
also
hopefully up. I've gone with SAB and C because to make sure that, because I think you can only do 4.
Yeah, you can only do 4 on YouTube.
Yeah,
YouTube's
quite
annoying. Also, a very random fun fact about him, mostly due to I will politely call it fan fiction. Unfortunately, in my opinion, though it is kind of interesting, because this stuck in the lore, like this stayed in the lore and did not get removed, is that Archon the Black canonically was lovers with Neferata after he died and came back as a lich.
Well, you know, he's boning her.
Yeah, granted, it did not seem to be a physical love. It was a romantic but non-physical relationship.
Yeah. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I will say that a lot of the writing around both Nagash and the and everything else, Mortarchs, pardon me, I say the Necrarch, I've done this 3 times now. Necrarch instead of Mortarch.
Yeah, you really like bringing up those Necrarchs.
I really do want to bring them up, don't I? So yeah, a lot of the lore is contradictory, particularly the old Time of Legends stuff and the novels kicking around there. Some of that stuff is just proper, not what I would have preferred.
Yeah, I will say one of my favorite things about Archon that shows up in his storytelling rather consistently, which is quite fun, is that Archon genuinely, he's one of the only Mortarchs that you get to see in a lot of Black Library novels have genuine personal inspection about whether he has free will, whether he is truly just is he just an extension of Nagash, or is he really his own person? Which he usually will come to a decision of ultimately doesn't matter to him because he feels that he would do the same thing regardless. But he often thinks about it, which makes him a really interesting character.
Yeah, I agree. He's a really interesting character. It's definitely something that should be.
Yeah, we'll definitely do a stream on him one day.
But... Oh, definitely, because he's awesome. I think that the fact that we haven't had the original Dreadlords of Nagash all the way back in the day, very clearly defined when we went back to Time of Legends, is an absolute crime. There should have been 9 people like Archon, but each unique and different in their own ways, who were there supporting Nagash through the worst of his crimes, the worst of his excesses, and also the best of his times when he was bringing things back to almost Khemri-like levels of awesome.
They should have been kind of the main characters of the trilogy. The Nagash trilogy, but unfortunately, I don't think Mike Lee knew about them.
Yeah, they should have been about the 9 Dreadlords of Nagash and them becoming Dreadlords, becoming the perfect examples of undeath. Creatures that come the modern era are undead horrors of extraordinary power, ranging from those that have got entirely all of their thoughts in place to those that are nothing more than walking monstrosities. Right. And that would have been beautiful. It didn't occur.
And that is
obvious. It's obvious what that one's going to be. We have 80% over on YouTube sitting on S tier.
Yep, and that's
80%.
That's 62% in Twitch, also S tier.
Yeah, so wow, 80%. That's a big vote over there on YouTube.
Yeah, I think like even between this and the Skaven stream, that is over one of the most overwhelming S's we've seen. Which I will say, fair.
I think that's fair. If I was doing this, Archon the Black would be my S tier template. And this is what you're now going to be judging all of the other Mortarchs against. Do they come as their Black Lords of Undeath and measure up against Nagash well or not? Now, again, we're not really discussing the... Or are we discussing the old one as well? Oh, we are discussing the old ones too. Okay, so we're going to be bringing up some of those. Oh, lovely. That's good. So we're going to get to discuss some of those who are like Archon and also some who absolutely, definitely aren't.
Yep. So our next... Oh, let's get caught up on Super Chats. Then we'll
Super Chats, yeah. We probably should have done that when the vote was on, eh?
Yeah, probably. Same box. Apologies for off topic, but forgot to ask. Never need to apologize. We appreciate it. But forgot to ask for the Council of 13 stream. Wouldn't it have made more sense for Molder, the Masters of Flesh/Genetics, to have been the Skaven Life Extender creators, not Skarier?
I think that's definitely an argument that could be taken, I think it's probably also going to be the case for some of them. But ultimately, you tend to find in the Warhammer world that genetics rarely lead to extended life. Magic does, and Molder largely deal with genetics and messing around with the flesh stuff, and that means that often their creations don't live longer, they live shorter, often much shorter than what might be the case on the other side, although some of their creations are noted for living very long times, but that's often by accident rather than by design. They are the kings of making mistakes.
There's a thing with Molder where you often see, like, they have horrific creations that have a hard time dying, like the Hellpit Abominations just keep coming back to life, but it's literally called too horrible to die. And there's a notable thing that the Masters of Molder would probably look at the way they extend life and go, I'm not going to do that to myself. Because that sucks. That looks like it really sucks. That being said, I agree with Andy. Molder is not known for having wizards, and that's a big point against them when trying to create something like that.
Yeah.
Megatron, would you say the Black Pyramid acts as a minor vortex, similar to the vortex on Ulthuan? And if so, how does it affect magic worldwide?
Okay, so if we're talking worldwide, no. In that it doesn't have that big a draw, but it does locally have a very big draw because it's pulling in the winds of magic, and by design. That's what the pyramid is there to do, and that's largely because when you get down to Araby and we're getting closer to the equator, the winds of magic are much weaker than they are when you're up in the north. So drawing in that magic is a core component of ensuring that you have enough magic to do all the crazy undead nonsense that Nagash intended to do. So I wouldn't say that it is anywhere close to the ridiculous vortex, the enormous vortex that is kicking around over in High Elf lands. That's a little bit like comparing a breeze with a hurricane or an enormous tornado. They are very different breeds, and they're doing very different things. One is sucking all of the magic of the world, all of it. All of the magic of the world and putting it back into the aether. The other one is drawing all the local winds of magic towards it for stuff.
Yeah, the best way I would describe it is think about like the power of a dam, like the Hoover Dam, like a giant fuck you dam, versus like a singular house that has a water wheel. And the Black Pyramid is the water wheel, where for Nehekara, it's insanely impressive because it brought significantly more magic to that part of the world than there used to be. But it's much more of a reservoir. It's much more of like bringing in and storing magic. Storing is its primary function, with drawing in its secondary function. Now, it did bring a lot more magic to that part of the world, which is huge. For like, you'll notice that the magical feats of Nehekara in many ways become less focused on divine and more focused on just kind of standard magic after the creation of the Black Pyramid, which makes sense. But hopefully that
completely makes sense. So hopefully that helps a bit in that one. Yeah.
Yep. Krimgato, I'm barely joking. Does Archon have the hots for Nagash? So an honest answer is I would say Archon genuinely loves Nagash, but there are many different kinds of love.
Yeah.
There's the whole, old Greek thing of like the different styles. And I think that he deeply, deeply loved Nagash in the way that someone loves a person that they admire on a level that is kind of beyond admiration.
Yeah, Nagash is a god, man. He pretty much worships him.
Yeah. Do I think Archon was sexually attracted to Nagash? No, I doubt that.
I think it goes beyond that, and I think that would also upset him if anyone were to equate what is, from his perspective, a far purer emotion.
Oh yeah, Archon would obliterate someone for suggesting that.
Yeah, I think that for all I love stories of that ilk and often pursue them as and where it makes sense, in this case, I don't think that it does. I think in this case, very much, we have Archon the Black being someone who is absolutely in love with everything that Nagash is, not with Nagash.
Yeah. That being
personally.
Said, if I were writing it, I think there would be a strength in, as you're showcasing that love, there being people around Archon who do wonder if it's like romantic.
I'm sure there'll be.
I would see someone misunderstanding that, and Archon being like, "How dare you like equate it to such a mortal, simplified concept?" Which would be interesting.
Yeah. Agreed.
Zach, the Skaven are about to win Warhammer Destroy the Mortal Realms. There isn't a more perfect irony than Nagash returning to ruin their plans. That would be very ironic if Nagash ends up finally getting revenge on the Skaven after they've screwed him over in 2 separate settings. Fred Slip, thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate that. Shout out to say, just appreciate everything you do, and I love the whole LAWhammer team. Also,
thanks, Fred. No.
please, can y'all please do an episode brainstorming your own design for a temple city in Lustria? Ooh,
oh, that'd be cool.
That would be fun.
That's a good idea. Are you going to remember that?
Idea. Yeah,
because I quite like that. I quite like that because most of the temple cities that I've seen are pretty uninspiring.
And we have an actual cartographer with us, so that actually could be very fun.
Yeah, they're pretty uninspiring in that they are they are literally what everyone would expect each and every time. They're almost copy pasting it, and they lack character. So yeah, I think that'd be quite a fun one.
Plus, Games Workshop has unfortunately they've done one, and they just repeat it every single time. It's always Ray Gunner, first live stream I've actually caught alive. Thanks for getting me into Warhammer lore, guys, and happy birthday, Andy. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. Appreciated.
Back as well. Also, Andy, the Hand and Dread King helped lead my undead armies in 40k because Archon is missing in Age of Sigmar. I had Nagash put them in the Chaos Knights faction. We'll talk about them when we get to them in just a little bit.
Yep. Nice.
HMS Sussex. Ulrika is said to be Lamian, but got turned by Von Karstein. Can you choose just what bloodline? Okay, so we actually discussed this a lot. If you go back to the Lamian bloodline stream, so I don't want to wax super lyrical on it. What I will say is this: if you read the Ulrika trilogy, it explains this entire situation literally. Like,
and it's pretty crazy too.
Yeah, it's great. It's very well written, and it's an excellent expansion to the universe. Go read the Ulrika trilogy; it explains the whole situation. Because Ulrika herself,
the book of Ulrika, which is nice.
Yeah, Ulrika quite literally kind of asked that question herself.
Yep.
Rocker Boy, Blood Bowl, lore stream win. Maybe for like April Fools. That could be a fun one.
Maybe for what would be for us a jokey aside, because Blood Bowl is very much not in the Warhammer world, depending upon the edition that we go with, and it's in a version of the Warhammer world. It's a little bit, Marvel multiverse rather than Warhammer adjacent.
Very much. Fine distinction. Regarding vermin lords, male rats are called bucks and females are called does. The deer/rat overlap, in my opinion, is actually quite interesting compared to just kind of the classic doe/devil one. Oh, I didn't know that. That's actually kind of interesting.
Guys.
Okay, so rest super chats we'll get after the next one, but let's keep on moving. So next up, we have here he comes, Dieter Hellschnitt.
Wow, Dieter.
Also an unnamed, so we don't know what he's the Mortarch of. He's just a Mortarch. Dieter Hellschnitt. So for those unaware, Dieter Hellschnitt is a classic character, but like a well-explored one. He is the Doom Lord of Middenheim.
Yeah, so this is a fun one, because when we opened the stream and we said it very much feels like that they chose their Mortarchs by flicking through an undead book, grabbing some characters, and saying, this one will do. This is the shining example of it. Now, to be very blunt, I love Dieter Hellschnitt. Great character, comes from the 4th edition Undead Army list originally, and a manticore riding necromancer who very much wants to take down Middenheim and has been doing it for not just generations, but a very, very, very long time. He has managed to extend his life far, far, far beyond normal mortal lifespans, and he is, importantly, a necromancer, not a lich, or a lich if you prefer. He is a proper, still living, not undead, which makes him, again, an interesting choice, character who is using Nagash's magic. So, on your side, Sotek, do you think there is anything from his history at all that speaks to why he was chosen at all as a Mortarch?
I can think of one thing.
Go for it.
So, for those that don't know, Dieter Hellschnitt was a wizard that's very heavily associated with Middenheim. He actually is a very, very good support for like the College of Wizards up there that GW has a very flip-flop relationship with, but has thankfully been very heavily recanonized, thankfully. Because they have their own College of Magic up there. It's not called the College of Magic, it's called the
Guild of Magic.
Yeah, the Guild of Magic, and it's notably different than the Colleges of Magic down in Altdorf. But Dieter Hellschnitt was a great wizard, was very well liked, well renowned in Middenheim, and then he went on a journey. And he wandered around the world for a while, and his journeys eventually led him, of all the fucking places he could have gone, he went to Nagashazar, the most terrifying fortress in the world, without going like into the realm of chaos itself. And he went in, and the man that went in was not the man that came out. When he came out, he was Dieter Hellschnitt, the Doom Lord. He learned terrible dark truths. Supposedly, he was able to make it so far into the fortress that he walked up to Nagash's very throne and looked upon his body. And that just broke him, that whole experience. And when he came back, he was a necromancer, obsessed with necromancy, and he got strong. He got really strong. And eventually, though, fun fact is that he wasn't like, oh, I'm going to destroy Middenheim. He came back, and the knowledge that he brought back with him as he explored it and became more obsessed with it and got addicted to it, which is usually what happens to necromancy, is people don't go into it often with bad intent. It usually has noble intentions, but it's addictive in a really bad way. And this led to him getting discovered, and he got cast out and was declared like a heretic and everything. And that's when his relationship with Middenheim grossly soured. And he became known as the Doom Lord because he has nearly destroyed Middenheim a couple times. He fucked over Salzman really bad one time. He's a general nuisance in the northern part of the Empire, and has had some pretty epic stories around him. But ultimately, that's probably just kind of why. Well, I'll say there's two reasons they picked him. Like Andy said, I genuinely believe GW sat down and said, who can we use that people will recognize and go, oh, it's so-and-so. And Dieter Helschnick got shown up on that list. But the one point I will give in his favor is that he actually has met Nagash and had an experience with him and seems deeply dedicated to the concepts of necromancy. But he does write a Manticore, which is interesting, though from an older edition, the difference between chaos and necromancy was not nearly as polarizing as it was in later editions. So like a necromancer on a Manticore was not as big of a deal as it is like now.
Absolutely. It wasn't a big deal at all. Back in 4th edition Warhammer, you could use pretty much any monster in most armies, and having a necromancer riding a Manticore was not at all outside of what we consider to be normal. This sort of changes later, but at the same point, it kind of doesn't, because for all the army lists restricted each of these monsters significantly, you tended to find that the Warhammer kept on writing back into it again. Actually, wizards do this shit all the time anyway. Particularly if you look at, say, the Storm of Magic book, for example, and how they handle monster arcanum stuff as well. People who are wizards and powerful can grab any old thing if they wish to do so, and he very much has done so with the Manticore, who are particularly dangerous creatures at the best of times anyway. But that all aside, Dieter Helschnick is an interesting choice, because he is a character who is grounded in the Empire. He is a character who is so thoroughly grounded in the Empire that before he was picked up, there was almost nothing at all that would tie him out as anything useful for the end times in the slightest. He is a character who was, and kind of is until eventually the end times does him in its own particular way, a necromancer.
Oh yeah, his story is weird.
It's a bit funny. But then it's the end.
Funny is a very generous word, Andy.
Funny. It's a choice. And Dieter Helschnick is just a great necromancer character who had been plaguing the Empire for ages, that they turned into a Nagash character. Now, come the end times, he's sort of there doing end time stuff and invading down south and leading armies and doing things because he had been made a Mortarch. But the question is he a good example of a Mortarch? Now, this is for you to decide. My general points is, number one, he is old, not very old in terms of Nagash age. He's very young. He's only a few centuries old in terms of his, he's only a few centuries old, but he is still alive, which means that his mastery of death magic and life magic is significant. He has managed to somehow keep himself going all the way through, which is impressive, because you tend to find that most necromancers reach the point where their natural life comes to an end and they go down into lichdom, where they die because they're dead. They move from being living into being dead. Now, it's worth noting that the Lich Kings down south are slightly different to that, because Games Workshop are great for reinterpreting lore and reusing it in different ways. But in terms of the overall undead lore, he is alive. He's a necromancer. He does not follow the undead rule. So that's your first thing to consider. Can he be trusted? Because he's alive. Because Nagash can, as far as we can tell, pretty much control anything that's undead. He is not, strictly speaking at this point, undead. So that's question number one. And the next one is Is he that powerful in the greater scheme of undeath? And given that his primary motivation for becoming a Mortarch is he will be taught more necromancy by Nagash, that's an interesting place to be in.
Yeah, so I do want to add 3 little things about him, just for people to consider. One of the things I love about Dieter Hellschnitt that explains a lot of his very bizarre knowledge and how he's lived so long is Dieter Hellschnitt has a very, very weird habit that is really terrifying, but it works for him, which is that he eats brains. Dieter Hellschnitt believes, and it turns out that he's correct about this, if he eats the brains of wizards, that he will acquire some of the knowledge of their knowledge of magic, is a firm belief he has, and apparently there's some truth to it, but it's very nebulous about like how much information he gets from this process. But he's very well known for tracking down wizards that know things that he doesn't, and he will kill them and eat their brains.
It's very Heroes.
Yeah, which is awesome. I love that little tidbit about him. There's in the end times, there's actually a particularly humorous scene I enjoy where there's a necromancer under him who notices him, like he notices a fellow necromancer he knew like a couple weeks prior who screwed up and has become a zombie because his brain got eaten. And he sees Dieter Hellschnitt looking at him and kind of being like, I'm kind of hungry, because they're down in Nehekar, and he's like, oh, fuck, and like he tries to get out of Dieter Hellschnitt's line of sight, which I just love that little side story. But some other big things about him is that one of the things that's kind of interesting about what he brought to the table is that Dieter Hellschnitt is a fun necromancer in that among necromancers tend to be kind of jealous and isolated individuals. Like Heinrich Himmler does not like people. Heinrich Himmler likes to be left alone, doing his own shit, and he hates everybody else. What's interesting about Hellschnitt is a very well-known teacher. He has a big old group of necromancers that he teaches. You might be familiar with another very powerful character, Zacharias the Ever-Living, who was one of Dieter Hellschnitt's students. He was one of his acolytes, because Dieter Hellschnitt is like a major influence on the necromancy of the Empire because he taught so many people. Now, if he thinks you know something he doesn't, he will eat you. But he has that interesting relationship, which I kind of wish they had given him kind of a Mortarch title that had something to do with that, of like someone that really brings that cultivator of living wizards to Nagash's side, people that can bring different forms of knowledge, because that would have been his strong suit. Unfortunately, the book doesn't play it that way. It's just kind of like, it just picks him up and drops him in with very little explanation. But that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, so what we've basically got is an ancient necromancer. Ancient by necromancer standards, but not ancient by undead standards. Who has, over the course of the last so many centuries, been all the way down and stood at the feet of Nagash, which gives him a really good tie to becoming one of the core... Yeah,
like a Mortarch of
something like that. Yeah, totally. It gives a really good idea for how he became a Mortarch, because Nagash and he could have made a connection at this point. But that's never detailed in his original version. It's not until we hit the end times that they just pick up his character and go, he's also all these other things, in an attempt to try and justify their choice for him. He is a very powerful necromancer, but he's not really given any reason for being there or why he was chosen. So you need to figure out whether you think that's an important component of how good he is. He is a very powerful necromancer. He's like Krell level capable. Not Krell, pardon me, Archon level capable. He's a top tier necromancer. Don't in any way diss him. He is one of the most powerful necromancers in the old world. So he's definitely worth considering. But do you think that makes him a good Mortarch? Beyond
that's a tricky question.
It's a tricky question. There's also another question to answer, and that is, does he actually share Nagash's dream, so to speak? Or does he share his own dream and the things that he wants? And I think a core answer to that is given in one of his core motivations, which is to know more about necromancy, to understand it.
Addict, first and foremost.
Fundamentally. And that's something that he wants to do. He doesn't want to promote Nagash's cult or his rise to goddom.
His necrotopia?
His necrotopia, yeah, quite. Yeah. What he's interested in is himself. Now, does that make him a good Mortarch or a bad Mortarch? Again, that's entirely up to yourself as to exactly
Voting
where you think you should be
time.
positioned. I have not built this post. Let me just quickly do that. I should have done that.
I'm also doing that now.
In the background. And Hell Schnecht. I probably spelled that wrong. Did I?
Do you
No, I spelled it
want
right.
Do you want SABC for him, or do you want ABCD for him?
He's not E. I mean, he's not D, is he? I mean, he's
I
too
don't think
powerful as a
so.
necromancer. So
Okay, we'll do
it seems
SABC.
wrong to make him a D. So I mean, is he S? I mean, I'm sure some people think he is because he grants access to mortality in a way none of the others really do. So that's definitely something you should consider. The fact that he is immortal.
He is the only living Mortarch.
Indeed, and that's special, man. I mean, he's really, really unique in that regard. But do you think that makes him S tier unique? Entirely up to yourself. I'm starting the poll. I'm just writing Dear Health, not even writing rating.
Yeah,
where you go. That'll do.
So while that's going, I do want to include a funny note that if you want to add this to your vote, fine, but I don't think you should because it's so off the handle. Is what happens to him. So to put it very simply, because
oh god,
so the simple version is Nagash at the big build up, the invasion to Hekara. Dieter Hellschnitt participates in this. He leads a couple of fights against Tomb Kings, does pretty well. But the big showdown is that Nagash pulls this interesting scheme where he like hides himself inside of Archon the Black's body, gets Archon killed by Cetra, gets pulled into the city so that Archon's body will be ritually destroyed. Turns out the Lich Priests have been corrupted by Nagash, kills the other Lich Priest, resurrects Archon, resurrects Nagash out of Archon. Archon then
I'm getting chocolate.
Yeah, Archon then physically goes into the Nehekaran underworld and gets in a kaiju battle with Usirian, the god of the dead from Nehekara. They are literally physically in this etheric realm fighting each other, and Dieter Hellschnitt gets summoned into the middle of this mess. Nagash pulls him into the Nehekaran underworld, where Nagash is fighting Usirian and losing, because Usirian is beating Nagash up, because Usirian's a fucking god, and Nagash isn't quite to his full power yet. So why does he pull him in? Well, Dieter Hellschnitt shows up, and he starts reading from the 9 books of Nagash, and is basically juicing up Nagash. And this ends up giving Nagash enough of an edge that he kills and devours Usirian. But here's the kicker.
Sure.
As his reward, or like during, I can't remember if it's like during the process or as his reward, Dieter Hellschnitt transforms. And you go, oh, what does he turn into?
Dieter's in disguise.
I shit you not. He turns into a beholder from D&D. He turns into a giant floating creature with tentacles and eyes.
Fucking end times.
That is supposed to just watch over the Syrian's underworld for Nagash. And he stays there for the rest of the story. So he gets popped into the underworld, helps kill Usirian, turns into a beholder for some fucking reason, and never shows up again.
Yeah, so for me, just before we just conclude this one, Dear Hellschnitt's a fucking great character.
Yeah, I love Hellschnitt.
But, and as I think has been nicely pointed out by someone here, it's not, I was positive I saw it come out. Yeah, here we go. Benjamin Fraser. Love the character, but what is he doing here? And that is exactly my position. He's a freaking great necromancer character that they tried to turn into a great Nagash character. And I don't think they succeeded. I think what they did was they just took a great character and they kind of screwed about with it and then turned him into a beholder.
Well, obviously he can drain levels. He drained Usirian's levels, right?
Yeah, totally.
So clearly he can.
God damn it. So it was not the best use of a character, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't make a good Mortarch. Let's go have a look at how the vote's saying. Okay, votes here pretty clear. Pretty clear. With a big 50%, 49%. It's vacillating between the two. Between B and A, with B winning on 49 and A on 41. How's it over on the Twitch side?
So Twitch chat is very slightly B. Very slight.
So B then. I think this is fair.
I think he's a good
Dieter Hellschnecht is fine. He's unique, he's interesting, but all of the unique aspects that he brought to the party were not used by Games Workshop in the end times. The fact that he was immortal and he could gain access to things and people in a way that no one else could was never used. He was basically just another undead character that Nagash pulls out, troops up, throws at gods, throws down into the land of the dead, throws around like he's some sort of tool, and Dieter Hellschnecht just kind of does everything that he's told. He doesn't really show any great individual desire or motivation throughout the End Times material, which in many respects utterly undermines the character as a whole and takes away much of his agency.
What I'll say is that here's how badly Games Workshop kind of fucked this up, which kind of shows like their lack of critical thinking when they were doing this, and it shows how rushed it was. Because let me pitch it like this: if instead in 8th edition they had brought him back, given him like a new mini, kind of established him being up in Middenheim, that he's found a book of Nagash, and that he's like rising up in power, and he's up to something, and like there's rumors that he's been talking with Manfred von Karstein and stuff. And then at the end times, you go, okay, Archon the Black or Manfred, reach out to him. He's like, yes, I want to bring Nagash back. He's part of that little crew to resurrect Nagash. And here's the big thing they should have done is that in the end times, there's a whole storyline about how Nagash wants a squad of Mortarchs whose job whose job is to defend the Empire from invasion, from the Northern invasion. And Dieter Hellschnecht should have been in that trio because he knows the Northern Empire.
And he's met Nagash.
He's met Nagash. He knows what's going on. He's lived through the Great Chaos Invasion. He knows the terrain. He knows the people. He's like, oh, I know how we can influence the politics. Like, he could have been a really important, cool character, and instead they just wasted him down in Nehekara. He had no business being there.
If anyone should have had Nagash whispering in his ear, trying to push him towards a particular direction for the end time, it should have been him. This is a character that's just underused, underutilized, and also changed fundamentally. They made him a new character just because they didn't have any significant characters to use as Mortarchs. So they just went, we'll take this one and change him into what we want. And then once they changed him, didn't really do anything with him that suggested this is what Dieter should be. But I nevertheless think that he could have been a great Mortarch. It's just he wasn't.
Yeah, Morton Crescent here puts up a really great point. So one of the core plot stories of the end times is that Gel seals off Sylvania so the dead can't leave and the dead can't enter. And to his credit, it actually works really, really well. But Hellschnecht would have been able to completely get around it, which would have made him very, very useful in that part of the story.
Yep. Absolutely would have made him very useful. In fact, it would have shown foresight on Nagash's part, choosing a Mortarch who was alive, who was capable of manipulating the real-world material changes that had occurred within the Empire and passing through it and extending Nagash's will. So we've got a character who would have made, I think, a key Mortarch, but he was not used that way.
In Andy and I's rewrite of the end times, he would have been a great Mortarch.
He would have been. And in our rewrite, he would have been up there S tier. And his story with Nagash would have been going back centuries, but that's not what we've got at all in any way, shape or form. Instead, we've just got a character who got reused and repurposed and largely ignored, pushed aside and turned into something crazy come the end. Proper crazy.
And like I told y'all, stupid bullshit reason for an S tier. In my heart, Dieter will always be S tier because he made Zacharias the Ever-Living possible. So he's S tier in my heart. Which also, fun fact, you may look and go, wait, why isn't Zacharias the Ever-Living an incredibly powerful vampire who rides a dragon and is like super crazy and powerful? Why wasn't he a Mortarch? And the answer, which you may note as we get in later, will become very bizarre, is that he got in an argument with Nagash mentally, and Nagash made his head explode.
Sure.
And you may go, oh, okay, so does he explode the head of every vampire that doesn't agree with him? No, he doesn't. And you go, what? And I go, I don't know.
Surely if he was capable of doing this, he would have just done it to every fucking rebelling vampire. But no, he only does it to him. The incredibly powerful dragon-riding vampire who, gets on his wrong side.
Yeah. Oh, the most powerful, the Necrocs? Nah, we could spare that. Morathi, do you think Archon the Black was an evil person or a loyal person who gave his loyalty to an evil person? Definitely the second one. I don't think Archon the Black is inherently evil. I think he is incredibly loyal to someone who is.
Archon, yeah.
Ryan, are Banshee ghosts or Fae in Warhammer Fantasy? So, okay. According to the tabletop, the answer is they're ghosts. According to the in-universe lore, you could very heavily argue the answer is both.
Yep. I agreed on both counts. According to tabletop, though, which is where we're supposed to take our primary sources from, they are pretty much ghosts of powerful magic users who have come back and they're all screamy. But if you dive deeper into the lore, it's clear that it's a little bit muddier than that.
Yeah, because you will often find banshees in places where you're like, there's no great necromancer to have made these, and there's not like a necromantic focus.
Okay. The Warhammer world has all manner of undead that naturally spawn into place for one reason or another, particularly where magic is strong. And given that banshees are often the ghosts of rather upset witches, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's totally fine for them to come around in those circumstances. There's all manner of undead that have popped up without any necromancy being involved in the slightest. So it's totally fine, but nevertheless, the lore, because Warhammer has had many a writer, often gently contradicts this.
I guess what I would rephrase it as is that the technical difference, to my understanding, between a Fae and a ghost is that a ghost is going to be an undead person, whereas a Fae is more like an etheric entity.
Absolutely.
Are there etheric entities that are practically identical in many ways to banshees? Yeah.
Yes. Definitely. Yeah, so I think that the term banshee, probably much like the term werewolf, has been used for more than one entity within Warhammer world.
Yep. Foolish Mystic Wonder, would Ulrich Ulrichsen be on par with a Mortarch like Heinrich Himmler from DMI? Happy birthday, Andy. I don't understand what this question is.
Ulrich Ulrichsen, on par with a Mortarch.
Well, okay, Himmler was not a Mortarch. Himmler was just an asshole.
Yeah, Kemmler, fripes. So first, Kemmler, not a Mortarch. We will not be covering Kemmler in this stream. I'm Kemmler's special because he has a special place in the Warhammer background. So the answer is probably no.
There you go. Shidassian, cursed company aside, are there only human undead? No, there are lots of undead.
Yeah, so this is something that is both an issue because of the nature of how undead have expressed with the artwork, the models, and the games, where they have generally always defaulted to humans because that's what we know, with occasionally other species popping up. But things that can be brought back as undead can be pretty much anything that has a skeleton or a body. If it's got a corpus, undead magic, well, necromancy, can be used to bring it back. However, when you start getting beyond that to the various forms of undead that are intelligent, you often find that the answer to that is outside of unique individuals who are very powerful sorcerers who've managed to bring themselves back through one fashion or another are technically undead, or perhaps unique brands of magic in parts of the Warhammer world that we've yet to properly look at. Broadly speaking, they're mostly human. Now, we know that some elves have dealt with necromancy and did it way before Nagash was even doing it. But broadly speaking, vampirism is a human condition. Liches are broadly mostly a human condition. It's an interesting line to tread. And often that's because writers have tried to justify the miniatures.
Yeah, and what I'll say is you will often encounter exceptions all over the place, but they tend to be like, oh, this is a rare exception. Like, like you take Scretch Half Dead from the Skaven, like him, the entire ship got eaten, they all died, but there was so much warp stone in the Galleon's graveyard, it just kind of brought them back, and they were intelligent undead due to shenanigans. Or like dwarfs, like if a dwarf tomb gets disturbed, it's surprisingly not that unusual for the dwarf spirit to kind of hang around and be capable of like talking to people or influencing things. You'll encounter wights from time to time that are just like, they're not necessarily like woken up by a necromancer. They're just someone in a place where a lot of magic is pulled, and so they kind of get up.
Shyish, the Wind of Death, is a core component of magic. So it is a core component of the magic of all species in the Warhammer world, even the ones you don't think would use it. So even things like the Slan, an eighth of their magic is drawing upon the Wind of Death. And that means that they have got applications that they could use if they wish to do so that wouldn't be necromancy, but absolutely would be using the Wind of Death. So do not drop it down on humanity alone. But when it comes to necromancy and Nagash's unique breed of it, it is broadly a human version of magic.
Yeah, very human-centric.
Yeah, because Nagash has built his own almost divine version of what it is, drawing upon the old divine gods of, obviously, Neakara. And it is quite a different breed to using, for example, the Wind of Death. Necromancy is completely different to that. And it is kind of human in terms of those who use it and those who are most powerful with it.
Hendrik Verbeek, out of context, but how excited are you for Cubicle 7 working on Marienburg? I'm very much looking forward to an updated Marienburg book. I'm sure there's going to be things I am like about it, and I'm sure there are going to be things about it, because that's just how they are.
This is a book that I wanted to make. In that, when I first did the plan for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, Marienburg was the book that was going to come out after the end of The Enemy Within. And I very much wanted Anthony Reagan, who did the very first version of it, to be the writer. Fortunately, that looks like it's happening. So I could not be happier, because it's exactly the book that I put on the slate. I wanted this book to happen. Now, am I concerned that they might not take all of the updates to Marienburg that have occurred over the course of time since the last edition of Marienburg? I have those concerns, because I'm fully aware that the writers don't know all of those. And there have been a lot of updates to Marienburg, particularly when you look at some of the newer versions of what the Wasteland looks like when we look at, say, the Old World, which is, again, added extra detail to everything that the Wasteland is over in Westerland. And all of that is probably not going to be translated over. So much like Sotek, I have a certain amount of scales going on. Super excited to have some parts, largely because the old Marienburg book is one of the best Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 books. Deeply, deeply impressive book that set a standard for city books that many other games would later follow. So that excites me completely, while simultaneously I carry concerns that it might not include all of the lore that Marienburg has to offer.
Yeah, like the easiest example I'll give is I'm still a little butthurt about how the Sea of Claws book includes a timeline for a lot of like naval focused things and a lot of Marienburg stuff. And they completely skip over the really cool event that I like of when Sea Lord Iceland attacks Marienburg to make an example out of pirates. Which is a really great story. And then there's like 100 years later, a different High Elf Admiral who's much friendlier and not as racist against humans comes in to smooth over relations by dealing with like a pirate fleet that's blockading Marienburg. So like there's a great story there that got left out, which is sad when that happens.
And that upsets me, because there is so much cool lore out there, and I am afraid that they will miss a lot of it. But that doesn't in any way say that I'm not happy for the book's coming out. No. Super delighted. And they might not. They might catch it all. And if that happens, I will be over the moon.
Morton, sounds like Hellschnitt. Oh, wait. Oh, I already caught that one. Thank you very much. Arkhammer, speaking of gods, is there a real difference between the Chaos gods and gods like Usirian? That is...
Yes.
Yeah, there is. But that is a great question that is often explored within the universe, because for the people in universe, it's a very difficult question.
Yeah, and the answer is simply yes, and it's complicated.
Yeah, yeah. So Predator, thank you. I don't know if you forgot to include a message, but we really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, on to the next Mortarch. Next up is the Dread King of Nagash. Okay, so this guy's a little interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. So this one requires a little bit of preamble. So there is a game that is very well beloved. I haven't played it yet. It's actually on my
I love this game.
It's known as Dark Omens. Dark Omen. And it was a Warhammer game back in 1998 that if you go, wow, that's old and I don't know what you're talking about, you're not alone. A lot of people in that my generation.
Old. Holy crap.
Andy, I was 6.
I was a lot older than 6 and I loved that game.
Yeah, but it is a very well beloved game. It's very much heavily well situated itself into the zeitgeist of Warhammer Fantasy. You'll be familiar with a lot of things like Franz Lohner from pretty much a lot of the stuff that sets up Vermintide directly ties back to Dark Omen because it features the Grudgebringers, the mercenary group that inspired a lot of Vermintide and a lot of other really cool lore. It also very heavily inspired a number of other things, and also gave us the Knights of the Black Grail, which a lot of people mistakenly think are a Bretonnian thing, which they kind of are, but they're a Dark Omen creation. Because the Knights of the False Grail and the Knights of the Black Grail are technically two different things that a lot of people accidentally conflate together because they sound admittedly very similar. So anyway, all that to say that in the game, the TLDR is that the game features two really big bads of Nagash that the story says are basically two of his original kick-ass super generals, and they... The term Mortarch did not, to my knowledge, did not exist yet.
Didn't exist then.
So they were Dark Lords. And the Dread King is the main villain of the game, to my understanding, and he is a big guy. Big, super kick-ass wizard melee hybrid badass who rides a dragon. And the story implies that he was around when Nagash was like the big priest king Nehakara. He was one of the original Mortarchs. He dies at some point after Nagash's fall, and he's entombed somewhere in Nehakara until he wakes up and goes on to cause the events of Dark Omen.
Yeah, the big ritual. Loosely speaking, what we have here is a true Dreadlord, a true Dark Lord of Nagash. We have someone who was one of the lieutenants of Nagash, and an insanely powerful entity from the past, who in the fall of Nagash also fell. So this is one of the OG Guard, someone who very much alongside someone like our previous S-tier Arkan the Black was doing the deed in the past, and then gets, through the nature of the game, brought back. Well, it's actually a little bit before that. And is properly terrifying. So terrifying, in fact, that Maverick von Karstein himself goes, yep, this is the real thing, and pretty much pledges allegiance to him. We have, which is obviously, with our more modern version of who Manfred is, relatively wild, but I think speaks a lot to what this character is.
I still consider this guy canon, just for anyone listening. Like, I do consider this a canon event.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not something that has necessarily been removed. He popped around at whatever, I can't remember what year it's set in the setting. It's like 25 early, somewhere around there.
I
so
wish
it's after
I could
Manfred. It's after Manfred is brought back by Gotrek and Felix. But before the 4th edition and the 1st edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay.
2510, 2512?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And he comes back, and he's basically super terrifying. And he is a proper Mortarch in terms of what he does. He is undead, enormously powerful, and doing what Nagash wants. And gets defeated through the course of the play of that game. He's so powerful and old that he doesn't even have a name anymore. He represents nothing more than Nagash's will in the Warhammer world. And he is pretty scary, really.
Sorry. I misspoke earlier. It's not the Knights of the False Grail. The Knights of the Black Grail are from a Bretonnian story. The Black Grail Knights, are a different group that join the Dark Hand of Nagash, or the Dread King. Mm-hmm. So yeah, unfortunately, there's not too much on him beyond that. He never appears.
He's a character in the game. So what happened was that the designers took the details of the setup for what would later become the Mortarchs that was inside the 4th edition army list, and they went, what would one of Nagash's lieutenants be? And they made the Dread King. The Dread King is freaking terrifying. He is everything that, for example, Arkan the Black is, but in a very different shell, with a different character doing different things. He eventually, because of the nature of video games, gets taken out by the hero of the video game, because that's pretty much the whole point of playing your video game, isn't it? You take out the big bad guy, and he's put down to unlife death, whatever, one more time using an old dwarven rune
Unlife
sword.
redacted, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And as is often going to be the case, would almost certainly have come back. And one of the things that upset me with the End Times, for example, was that they bothered just creating new Mortarchs. Because why? They had existing lore out there that would have been super fun to reference. Because the End Times is a celebration of all things Warhammer. And that includes the licensed games and similar. And it would have been super fun to have something like this come back and maybe add detail, a name, who they were in the past. That'd have been super tasty.
Yeah, I'm going to jump right in here and say flatly, this is who it should have been instead of Vlad von Karstein. We'll get to Vlad later, but bringing Vlad back, in my opinion, was dumb. This guy, the Dread King, would have, I think, been a way better pick than Vlad.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, he's a super powerful necromancer. He'd written his own books about necromancy. He's basically your ultimate archetypical undead bad guy who isn't Nagash. And he's someone who had local concerns. He gets, well, I can't remember what the last battle is. I remember going up against him. Do you have Bretonnians with you? Can't remember.
Yes, yeah, it's a combined army of Bretonnian Grail Knights, dwarfs, and the Grudgebringer mercenary company that take him down.
Of course, it's the Grudgebringers because they were there. And he eventually gets laid low. A big ritual kicks it all off, and it's super fun, and it's a good use of the lore. But it was done by a licensee. That means this is done by someone that's not Games Workshop, which means that when it comes to the studio, they will ignore it.
Interesting.
Yep.
See that to me, that kind of explains why they probably ignored it.
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't use it, because it was done
by. Bubs, you're not wrong. He does very much smack of the Witch King from Tolkien.
Absolutely. And you'll find that the 9 the 9 Dread Lords, the 9 Black Lords of Nagash, basically are that anyway. And this is a fine example of everything that you would expect from a Mortarch. But we have so little detailed about it, and it's also a licensed character. This is a character that was created by another game studio, not by Games Workshop directly. Although Games Workshop and other game studios who use Games Workshop's license, no, they don't just draw on Dark Omen. It is one of the most influential PC games in terms of what it did to the overall lore that exists. Vermintide exists in the form that it's in because of much of what Shadow the Horned Rat and Dark Omen did. So,
yeah, and I would go so far as to say is like Warhammer Fantasy being a video game concept draws its roots back. Like this is the daddy. This is Pap.
Pretty much. And he's a fun character. I mean, anyone that's going to get someone like Manfred von Karstein going, it would be better for me to just bow down before you than take the alternative, which is evisceration at your hands because you're more powerful than me. That's giving you the tier of where he sits. Basically, in this particular instance, Manfred von Karstein is being used like Worf in Star Trek. Where Worf, whenever they wanted to show someone was powerful, they'd have someone come along and Worf would try to beat them up and then he'd get thrown down to the ground and everyone would go, well, if Worf can't take him, then he must be powerful. And that's how Manfred was used here. He is big enough that it was an issue. So, yeah. He's a difficult one to play. So how exactly should we tier this one? I think it should probably be S. I don't think we should have a D in this one.
No, I don't think he needs to be D because like while there's not a lot, and like granted, there's not a ton of info on him. He doesn't have like a great epic story. He doesn't even have a name. But I do think there's enough like interesting oomph behind him. That I think he could be a consideration for S.
Yeah, sure. In terms of where he goes, this is really up to you and where you think he should sit. Do you think that he sits up beside Arcan? The only difference between him and Arcan is Arcan's named and detailed. In terms of his overall power, he's bigger than Arcan. He's as powerful with necromancy as Arcan, and he also does what Nagash wants like Arcan. He's certainly an interesting character for trying to position him around.
What I'll say that I like about the implication of his name, that is something that I wish could have been explored more, is that he's a king. Like, he is a king of Nehekara that joined Nagash, which has a very, very interesting potential story behind it that is obviously never explored. Because, like, you know, most of the stories we have about Nagash are like, Nagash was in charge of Khemri, and the rest of the cities were under his authority for a decent while before they rebelled. But maybe not all of them did.
Before I put up the poll on this side, for me, he is, if he was to be explored, he is quite clearly one of the ancient pharaoh priest kings of I mean, where for exactly, but somewhere in the Ekara, one of them, and he swore to Nagash. And that's big.
And that would have been fun for like having like a tomb city that they could have added on the map that like for some reason is still ruins. Like when Cetra came back, like, no, they don't get to wake up. We're grinding that city to dust.
Yeah, and he was so powerful that they couldn't get rid of him, so they entombed him. So, having said all of that, though, Games Workshop didn't use him. That dropped him. That might drop him 1, maybe even 2 tiers in your view. However, you on the opposite side might say, you might just say, actually, no, I think this is the one that we should have used, and he should be sitting up at S. Entirely up to you as to what you think it should be rated as. Have you started on your side?
Yes, I've started. So
okay, I'll start on my side too.
Yes, yeah, so
okay.
kind of like
that's it now live on YouTube. Please do vote.
Yeah, kind of like Hellschnitt. His official use is very, very limited.
Yeah,
but
totally.
All right. While y'all are voting, and please do vote. We really appreciate the votes, and so please get your votes in.
Yeah, do drop the votes in. It seems to be already though definitely going in one direction there. Let's have a look through our super chats.
Yeah, Hammond, where do priests of Manon write their scriptures? The Marian book. I like that one. That's a good one. The Marian book. I feel like okay, this is stupid, but I can see that being a hilarious artifact that's fought over by the priests of Manon, the priests of Handrick, of who gets to call it that.
I'm taking out some crisps at this end, or chips if you happen to be very American, because I have birthday crisps that were given to me just today.
There you go. Captain Magma, Chaos Cults of the Empire tier list stream. I don't even know how long that list. Well, I guess if we did the major cults, we could do that.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily pick out. I mean, if we personally added to the game some of the region of about 15 cults, so there's loads of them.
I think if we limited it to like 12 or less, we could probably pull that off. Do like maybe like 2 per god, then like maybe 1 for the Skaven because the Yellowfang cult and stuff like that. Like, yeah, we'll that will go on our list of considerations. I think that works. Yeah, cool. I like that. Predators. Oh, there it is. Happy birthday, Andy. Hello, Sotek. So happy to finally catch Lordbeards live. I dream of the day of a Lordbeards on Archaon or Malice Darkblade. Both of those would be very fun. Malice, I kind of dread because I'd have to do a lot of rereading because I don't remember a lot about his story.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, Archaon would be super interesting because I think that would be one of the interesting ones where me and Andy would have very interesting, very different views of him. That would make for a very fun stream because I think Andy's version of Archaon in his head is very different from my version of Archaon in my head.
Love it.
Though simultaneously they might not be that different, but who knows?
We've done this before where we both went, we're going to have a very different views here.
Yeah, I can't wait for my hot take. And then he says the same fuck. Yeah. Hammond, I'm the original Dark Lord. Why even bother? So many dudes have been with your mom. Who even knows if I'm your father? Good old ERB. Classic ERB. Yep. David Whitfield, going to disagree. Vlad was the most logical vampire to be raised, given his background, evident ability, and compared to Manfred, more reliable. So I will talk about that when we get to Vlad.
Me too.
But I think for an I agree that if you're just boiling it down to who's the best guy that I can just pick out of the lineup of everyone that's ever existed and make him a Mortarch, he seems on paper to be the best. But if you look at his history, in many ways, he is by far the worst. Like, Nagash would never, ever have gone back.
And if you're wanting to have a more in-depth view on that before we get there, do make sure you check out our stream.
Oh yeah, go watch the Vlad
not Manfred, I mean Vlad.
Yeah, because we talk a lot about that. All right, Twitch is done voting, so you can end your poll if you want to, or we can give them just another minute here.
No, I'm dropping it here. Let's have a quick look. We have got a very, very clear winner on A.
Yep. Twitch chat is the exact same. So the Dread King of Nagash jumping up to A tier. Also, if y'all see the link in chat, I actually posted his concept art. His concept art is fucking gorgeous.
It's pretty decent, actually.
The Dread King. His concept art is gorgeous.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right. With that, next up, because let's keep things.
So I'm going to do my little commentary on do I think A is correct? I don't.
Oh, interesting.
I don't. He's S tier. 100% S tier. But he's never been used as S tier. If you're placing him where he sits inside the greater scheme of what is Nagash looking for, needing power levels, all the rest, he sits right beside Arkan the Black, and indeed, in many respects, is probably more powerful and would have been more respected back in the day because he was a king. Arkan the Black is a snivelly, snot-nosed vizier who is, oh, nice one, well done, getting up there, who is not at all well liked by many out there in comparison. He is, however, a vastly underused character that if I was doing one that was ranking them by how well they've been written, how well they've been used, what their importance is, easily an A, possibly even a B. But in terms of what they actually are, I would definitely drop him as an S.
Yeah, I think if I was sitting down, like, what are the actual, looking at what's there, what are the genuine ramifications of this character? Like, build, doing what we do on Lore Bears, which is filling in the gaps logically, I would agree. But based on what's actually there, I would probably put him like B.
In some respects, he's a problem, he's missing because the problem with Arkan the Black is he's a yes man.
Yeah, this feels like someone that actually, like, Nagash would have considered, not by no means an equal, but would have been like, this to me feels like it would have been Nagash's first great general. Like his first, like, Arkan is,
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, he doesn't always agree with me, but he gets shit done. Like, he does his job. All right. Back to, okay, we got another weird one next, due to alphabetical. Next up is the Hand of Nagash.
Oh, fuck.
This one is, he's from the exact same game. So the Hand of Nagash is a secondary Mortarch that appears in the game who, for the storyline, the Dread King, one of the big things that he does is he goes north, and he goes up to where, like, Norska touches the Empire and such, and he finds the Hand of Nagash, and he frees him. Because the Hand of Nagash was a really, really, really powerful sorcerer. He was a lich. So he was a lich sorcerer, one of the original Mortarchs that after Nagash died, he apparently made his way north and got caught by somebody in Troll Country, and he got sealed inside of a glacier because they couldn't kill him. So they locked him. And I will say, one of the things I do really like about these two and Archon that helps the Mortarch theme, but isn't as strong for the remaining ones we'll kind of talk about, is that they're borderline unkillable. Which they should be based on Nagash's Elixir of Immortality. Which if you go back and check our Nagash stream, we talked about how there are some issues with some writers making the Elixir of Immortality just kind of like a borderline shittier version of Neferata's, even though it's supposed to be a superior version. These guys clearly had the superior version because they are insanely difficult to deal with. However, this guy, he's known as the Nameless One, so he gets turned to the Hand of Nagash. Amusingly, he's not the Nameless, who we'll talk about later. Though I almost wonder if the person who named the Nameless was thinking of this guy. The only big things that are known about him, wherever he goes, like a literal pall of darkness follows him.
Okay, just a small aside. I've just dropped a quick link to a video if you want to see him getting resurrected by a really badly done necromancer from the late 1990s, where he literally drives out of a big, huge glacier and his giant chariot of death. If you want to see him, you can go look at him now. That video, I think it'll be around about the 1 minute mark when he comes out with his giant chariot from hell. It's proper silly, but worth having a look at.
That is a there it is
coming out. I'm looking at it on my screen over here.
Such a crazy chariot. That's so funny.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I remember that scene. I knew it'd be online.
He's a decent lich. You know, he's got the nice petrified flesh look. Yeah, fun. It just comes charging out. That's so funny.
Totally. Fully realized. Good to go.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that's literally all we know about him. He's powerful. He was a powerful lich. He was apparently like a big summoner, magic focused character, and he rode a chariot.
So cut a long story short, he was sent north to conquer the north and didn't conquer the north.
Yeah, he fucked up.
I think that's kind of fun because we actually have a difference between this particular Mortarch and what the Dread King represented. And we have someone who was thought to be able to take out all of the Empire and Kislev, Pretoria, the lot, by himself, to give you an idea of the level of power these individuals are supposed to have. That was the expectation that was placed upon him. It did not come to pass. Indeed, there's even the suggested hint that he was expected to take out all of Norska and the Chaos Wastes, because he eventually, as I recall, gets taken out somewhere in the north. In
he was
country,
like really far
Chaos Waste, somewhere around there. That just doesn't go down. So yeah, he's kind of interesting. We have absolutely feck all about him, though. I barely remember even using him in the game, other than I did remember the video of him coming out. Can I think of anything?
The one thing I'll say is that, so this is a character that seems heavily implied to have been around when Nagash was like in power. So Nagash was either the priest king of Nehekara or was in Nagash's Army, but it was when Nagash was very active, and he sent somebody north. And I will say, to his credit, if his job was to go north and just kick the shit out of everyone he came across, he made it to the border of the Chaos Waste before he finally got brought down. Which, from either Nagash's Army or Kimri, that's a pretty impressive path to just carve through the world.
I'll add one other point as well, because we get some very real insight into his character from his name. He's the Hand of Nagash. He's not the mind. He's not the free-thinking general. He is the one who does exactly what Nagash wants. He is the one who goes in Nagash's name and does what Nagash wants. A terrifying individual who is sent to kill things pretty much in Nagash's name. I remember so little.
He kind of feels like Nagash's butcher.
He basically is Nagash's butcher. This is probably the one that is, out of all of the Mortarchs, the one who is probably most capable in combat, the one that was most feared, the one that you did not want to come knocking on your door. Indeed, so powerful was he was sent to conquer the entirety of the North by himself, and strangely enough failed. What
a shocker.
What a shocker. So we don't have a great deal of details, but what we do have is enough to give you an idea of what he was used for by Nagash. He was basically not his right-hand man. He's not a vizier. He's not sitting at his shoulder. He's not doing any of that business at all. He is a killer. He is sent out to do the killing that Nagash wants to see done. And again, in terms of a Mortarch, as in somebody who's doing what Nagash wants, he absolutely is doing that. He is pretty much a representation of Nagash's will and the nastier side of it. If he arrives, you know you have done wrong. But he does get taken down up in the north somewhere. I can't remember the details completely.
The wiki page says that apparently he's found on the border between the Troll Country and the Chaos Waste.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Which is that little snippet of land, like way up there.
Which doesn't really exist as a place.
It's kind of gone now.
The Goramandi Mountains, up there, pretty much. Are the border.
If I had to translate it to nowadays, it's probably, I would guess he was probably more like on the border of like Zord Uzkul in the Chaos Waste.
Yeah, something like that.
But what I will say that's interesting is, what I find fascinating is this is before the Gospodari tribe would have migrated, and he gets frozen, which is an interesting potential storyline that, of course, never gets explored. Yeah, like he could have ran into like the ancient like precursor to the Ice Witches.
I definitely think that something like that should be involved. We don't have a lot on this one though.
Anyway,
we do know that much like all the other old ones wiped out back in the past, but this one was wiped out up north. He's basically Nagash's enforcer. He is not the great mind. He is not necessarily even the great necromancer, although he has necromancy. Does he do the Mortarch thing, as in Nagash's will? Absolutely. Where do you think? Yeah, definitely. Where do you think he should be placed? Let me just pop him up.
I did not grant him the possibility to be S tier because I feel like he's just a little too bland.
Cool. Okay, then I shall do A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, of everyone we have, he is like the Dread King actually had some interesting information, some implications. The Hand's got nothing. He's got a paragraph, and that's it. Poor guy.
Okay, have you started yours?
Yes, I've started.
I shall start mine then. Okay.
All right.
So
we do have
where do you think he sits? The hand of Nagash, Nagash's enforcer, who was taken down by a coalition of everything up north because they couldn't do it individually.
All right. So we've got Greg C here. Been watching for 10 months, and I finally caught a live one. Happy birthday, Andy. May your days be merry and may Lordbeards continue strong. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Great to see you, Greg C.
Yeah, I will say, that is probably the best thing about the Wednesday streams is how many of y'all we get to catch that are like, I've been here for like a fucking year, and I finally got you guys.
I finally get to see you, exactly.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
That's great. Aleph Flux, Vlad, Manfred, etc. Nagash's version of this list is based entirely on physical resemblance to Nagash, what Nagash thinks he looks like. That would be a rather amusing. I mean, for how arrogant he is, I wouldn't put it past him, but that would be very funny. I mean, if you go back and watch our Vlad stream, I personally very much kind of ascribe to the idea of like the whole thing of Neferata getting picked, or Vlad getting picked over Neferata had a lot to do with nepotism. But of Nagash literally seeing himself in Vlad physically, because they are related. Phil, according to the lore, elves don't seem, according to the lore that I've read, elves don't see any point in necromancy or in death in general, claiming that they feel no point in extending their lives further. I would argue that the grim fates that await the most of them after death would be quite incentive enough to give them to very much try and explore those options. What do you think on this?
So I think several things, because your core thesis there, which is elves would be afraid of dying, I think is sound. Given what they did to the elves, which wasn't a core component of what their writing suggested back in the 4th, the 5th, or even really the 6th or 7th, it was very much a late edition ported over from 40k in the latter end of Warhammer, means that suddenly elves are given a very strong motivation not to die. Now, they're given various routes out of it, whether they capture their souls inside a crystally shard or it drops into one of the local waystones or whatever else they might do, as they're again gently cribbing off ideas from Warhammer 40,000. But all of that does suggest that extending one's life is not a bad idea. But balanced out against that is the fact that not only is there multiple ways to extend your life as an elf, there are certain elves who literally just seem to not age at all, to the point that you're left with, do they die of old age at any point anyway? Which then returns it back to, they don't necessarily need it, particularly when you view how magical they are and the fact that the wind of life and death moves through elves in a way that it doesn't through any of the other species, meaning that very possibly their wizards will be able to extend their life purely by using magic alone, particularly if they're using the wind of life or death. So necromancy doesn't have the same driving need. So I think the lore stands, but I would change it to, it doesn't have the same attraction, because necromancy is disgusting. Dark magic is the worst. It is literally culturally unacceptable for high elves. But for dark elves, it's not only not culturally unacceptable, it's culturally acceptable. And you will notice that in many of the descriptions of dark elf cities, they've got screaming wraiths all over the place. There's all manner of undead adjacent things with the dark elves because they're using the wind of death in a variety of different ways. But they're not using necromancy, the human version of it, because it's crude, it's blunt, it's broken, and it's shit. It's tainted and wrong. The Dark Elves use the winds of magic, and they use it to their own end. So I would suggest necromancy, as far as they're concerned, is just a bit shit. It's like using only toxic waste to try and make your own power plant. You wouldn't do that, because that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Why would you only use toxic waste? They want to use proper nuclear fuel.
I would also, so to add on to anything, necromancy is fucking messy. Like a lot of the time when you read about necromancy and like how people come back, you often don't necessarily come back. Not all of you necessarily comes back. Like little pieces get lost. Like Andy said, the thing about elves is like a human is like a little mote of light out in the ocean. An elf is like the fucking sun is in the ocean as far as etheric entities are concerned. And if you turn yourself into like, let's say, a ghost, or like you're much more etherically bound to the world without the physical roots, you're way more exposed to the things that are going to want to gobble you up. And for an elves, that's just such a more dangerous prospect versus humans.
Loosely, necromancy is really badly made drugs. And elves use pharmaceuticals.
They got the good stuff.
Yeah. And Dark Elves used pharmaceuticals, where the necromancy side of things is basically street drugs and criminals and similar, where the elves looking down going, yeah, you could do this so much better, but you don't, because you don't have time. And obviously, our undead people will be saying almost the exact opposite, because they believe that they have, through Nagash, received almost a divine level of extension to their lives and material acceptance. But yeah, it's not the elf way of doing things, largely because necromancy is all about continuing your life in the material realm, where elves are massively immaterial as creatures. Their souls are so much bigger and different to human souls. Necromancy and them just don't mix.
Yeah. Twitch chat, I don't suppose any of y'all caught the poll results, because I was totally not looking when they passed by my screen.
I've got my result on this side. Got it very, very firmly in C.
Okay. I think that's what split between B and C. Okay, so
interesting. C. Although someone just said tie between A and B.
Yeah, I believe Lich Lord Chris overfell.
It was B and C.
No offense, Phil.
It's firmly C over on YouTube. I this time agree. Now, if we were looking at the overall characters, it would be very easy, much like the Dread King, to say, oh, it really should be higher, particularly given he clearly had some puissance, some might, some capability back in the day, which means he was clearly not necessarily the great thinker of the Dread Lords, so to speak, the Black Lords of Nagash. So he's probably A back in the day. But because we have so little detail, we don't even know if he was A. We don't even know if he was B in terms of the overall scale. He seems to be nothing more than a living extension of Nagash, an unliving extension of Nagash's will on the material plane, as in he's the enforcer, the go-to guy that does that. So if you had the council of all of these sitting around him, he's the one that would probably be raving about how everything needs to die and not necessarily providing anything useful to the overall party.
Yeah, I think for me, the big thing that puts him in that CD category is that he was sent away. Like, Nagash, you would think Nagash needs all of his 9 Mortarchs around him, but he sent this guy really fucking far away, which seems to imply that, like, he was, like, kind of a useful, like, scythe to throw into the field, but you don't want him around when shit's getting important. Which I think kind of speaks to that he was a tool, an effective tool, but had a very, very specific use, and that was really all he was good at.
Yeah, there's definitely something that, I mean, I would probably place him, I think C's accurate. I think C's right.
Yeah, I agree.
Given that he was obviously considered to be exceptionally powerful, and as a Mortarch, as someone who represents Nagash's will, he's probably better in some respects than, say, definitely better than Dieter Helsenik. Dieter Helsenik doesn't reflect Nagash's will at all. So that takes him out of the D territory because he's actually very much Nagash's will. So I think definitely C is probably the best area.
Yep. All right. We got a couple more little things to cover here. Let's start with Chris. So is this guy the ancestor of the Norscan chariot lord? Makes sense why Cetra hates him so much. Yeah, he does have a chariot. Everyone knows that chariots coming out of Norsca are traumatizing. Karel, he was supposed to conquer the Chaos Ways? Is there anyone that can even do that? Realistically? No.
No!
No, not really. He was quite literally sent on a suicide mission. But Nagash is arrogant enough. I don't think Nagash necessarily... I mean, Nagash has never been up there. Nagash might not realize what exactly he's throwing the hand of Nagash against.
I think it's far more likely, if you're looking at it a bit more, let's take a step out and actually make Nagash very, very, very clever. Because that's what he should be. That he was sent north because Nagash was going to die. He was losing. And he removed a very useful tool and sent it north into a place where it was supposed to die to be there come the end times. So it could be summoned out of the ice up there and then sent north because he was so extraordinarily powerful when it came to close combat, killing, and doing what Nagash wanted. So I would suggest that Nagash, who was a master of all 8 winds of magic, very clearly also a master of Vizier, was capable of seeing his own downfall and what could occur. So he had already sent things into motion. And I quite like that idea. I quite like the idea that he was a tool that was being set up for the future. Obviously, that's not what he was used for, but that would give us a very clear idea of who he was, what he represented, and what he could potentially do come the end times, because he is a proper killer. He is the scary figure in Nagash's army. He is, I think, probably, if we were building them correctly, I'm thinking what they should be, up at S. But that's only because they should all be at S if they're done well.
Yeah. He it's what's interesting is the Hand of Nagash is a totally fine name and is very like fanciful, but I almost would have preferred for him to have been called like either the Claw or the Fist of Nagash to give a better implication of like what his role was. But all right, we got last one before we move on to our next character, Eckhart Nathalion. Thank you, good sir. So good to finally catch Lorebeards live. Happy birthday from the colonies, Canada.
Thank you.
And may your days be merry. Happy holidays to you both. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Deeply appreciated. I do indeed like being 1 year older, although strictly it's not for a couple of days yet.
All right, next up.
I haven't opened my calendar. I'm going to go grab my calendar while you're introducing our next
one. Okay. Next one's interesting. Next one is Krell, the Mortarch,
Krell.
The Mortarch of Despair.
Krell. So Krell. This is another really old guard character, because Krell predates indeed the 4th edition army list, because he came from an earlier version of Warhammer, 3rd edition Fantasy Battle and 1st edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay with the Teller of the LAWhammer et al. And the Great Shrine of Krell, which admittedly in his first version is a lovely combination of different types of lore, with our Chaos lore hitting our Warhammer Undead lore. But in terms of being a Mortarch, what do you think, Sotek?
So Krell is interesting. The big thing about Krell that's worth noting right away when it comes to Mortarchs is that Krell was the very first New Age Mortarch. So when Nagash came back during the Age of Sigmar, after he had been dead for a long fucking time, he starts moving his way north, and as he's heading towards where he senses the crown of Nagash, he gets distracted by something, which is that he senses Krell's burial mound, and he takes a detour up into the vaults where he finds Krell's tomb, and he resurrects him. Actually, I think he was in the Black Mountains first, not the vaults. I think the vaults is where he ends up.
He's in the Grey Mountains, but underneath the Mound of Krell, which is where he was dropped down. It's just not that far away from Riversreich.
Is that where he gets sealed after Sigmar, or is that where he was originally buried?
Oh, that's a good point,
because those are two different locations.
Yeah, they are two different locations. Retract that.
Yeah, so I think he's initially found in either in the Black Mountains, because that's where he got buried after the dwarves killed him.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and then he gets buried in the Grey Mountains. So Nagash finds him, and depending on the version of the story, in the modern, like the later editions version of the story, supposedly there's an epic ritual where Nagash resurrects him, and it's described as a battle for Krell's soul between Nagash and the Dark Gods. And apparently, like, the wind is howling and there's screaming heard for miles around as Nagash gets into a legal debate over custody of Krell. And somehow, some way, depending on how you look at it, which me and Andy have kind of talked a little bit about Krell in the past, and that there's a very interesting story about which gods felt which way about it, because Khorne benefits very heavily from Krell's return. But Khorne also hates magic, so depending on how you look at it. But eventually, Nagash succeeds and Krell is brought back. And Krell is not just brought back. As far as whites go, because Krell is a white, Krell is the biggest, scariest motherfucking white in the entirety of the setting. He is bonkers. In life, he was a terrifying Chaos Lord. He's often responsible for the fall of... which one? I can't remember which one he destroyed and which one Galrach destroyed. He destroyed the Dwarfhold. I can't remember which one. Is it Karak Doom?
Can't recall off the top of my head. I'm too busy trying to open my advent calendar.
I'll just look instead of being lazy.
It's my birthday. I don't need to remember this. What do I get? A bad moon in my first. So I just opened number one. This is my first one. A bad moon there.
Oh, he took down Karak Varn.
Karak Varn. There we go.
Yeah.
Of course he
And
did.
Tarek Ungor. So he took down 2 dwarf holds.
He took on Gungor as well. There you go. So
Yeah.
I got a little bit of headcanon that I think is worth dropping here.
Sure.
Probably a never chosen.
Oh yeah, I would be.
Okay,
like,
so this is absolutely not the case, because it's not the case.
Yeah.
But all of the Everchosens came from one of the gods first, and then were accepted by all of them to then represent their scheme to blow up the world. And it seems clear that Krell is special. And the best way to drop in special when it comes to a Chaos Champion is that. It seems likely to me that Krell was probably one of the earlier pre-Sigmar Everchosen. And that he eventually gets crushed and defeated, and Nagash brings him back to be one of his core lieutenants in his attempt to bring the world underneath his aegis. It absolutely makes sense given the existing lore we have, but that is 100% headcanon. That is in no respect actually the lore.
Yeah.
And, one more time, Bad Moon for pin number 1.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm going over to pin number 2 while Sotek takes over.
Yeah. So the big things are that we know that he was loyal to Khorne, at least initially. He's very Khornate armor. Is very heavily associated with Khorne. He after he helped take down 2 dwarf holds, he gets killed at the siege of Kadak Kadrin by Grimble Ironhelm, something like that.
And you've got better memory than me if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that's right. Grimble Ironhelm. Yep. So but after Nagash resurrects him, Krell is one of the, depending on which version of the story you look at, he's like one of the 2 to 3 lieutenants that Nagash brings with him against Sigmar. So Krell helps lead the armies, and is kind of he's kind of the main general brute that leads the charge down into the Empire. They kick the shit out of the initial forces of Sigmar. Oh, I think that's Daughters of Cain, if I recall correctly. Yeah. And then as he runs into Sigmar at the Battle of the River Reich, shit hits the fan. Krell is said to lead, I believe, the eastern flank, and he fights against good old, everybody's favorite Mad Dwarf, oh my god, I can't remember his name. The Runesmith Forger.
Alaric.
Yeah, Alaric the Mad, and King... the Dwarf King at the time. The High King.
Kurgan.
There we go. Kurgan Ironbeard. Man, my brain.
Kurgan
So we got
Ironbeard.
Yeah, Kurgan Ironbeard and Alaric the Mad with the Dwarf contingent, the Dwarf allies, fight against Krell. And they are particularly pissed because they had struck his name out in the Great Book of Grudges, and yet here he was, which caused a bit of a kerfluffle. So he is brutal at the Battle of the River Reich. Krell is a borderline unstoppable monstrosity. If you go with a novel version, he gets like shot point blank with an organ gun. He gets hit with an Anvil of Doom. Mm-hmm. A bunch of shit hits him, and he just will not go down. But the important part of the canonical story is that he survives the battle. Nagash gets killed, and even though Archon flees, and depending on which version of the story you're looking at, if there were vampires there, they also flee. But Krell fights his way free and leads his little bodyguard of super god tier elite whites out and fights his way free, and Sigmar and the dwarves are too tired to pursue him, so he gets away. And despite the fact he is not a necromancer, he is not capable of wielding magic, he is such a locus of death, and he deals so much death where he goes, he sustains himself and his army and flees into the mountains, and Sigmar has to chase him down. And there's this whole epic saga of Sigmar chasing Krell down. They track him into the Grey Mountains at the Battle of Glacier Lake, where the big old showdown happens, where Sigmar fights Krell. And Krell puts up a fucking hell of a fight. Which, to be fair, Sigmar was wounded and exhausted from having fought Nagash. But Sigmar eventually beats him. The novel version, there's a short story about it by Graham McNeil that's super fun, because there's actually a Tomb King involved, which makes the story extra spicy. But Krell is defeated, and the dwarfs seal him up in a runic chamber, essentially. and that becomes the burial mound of Krell up at Glacier Lake, where he remains undisturbed until much later.
Yeah, go. So we have a problem here.
Yeah, go for it.
None of the time makes sense. He can't be one of the 9 original lords.
Oh, he's not.
Dark. So
he's not one of the originals.
But he's marked as one of the original 9 Dark Lords of Nagash in multiple places.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he physically cannot be.
He cannot be, because he predates Sigmar by about 1,500 years. He's one of the Belthani tribe that fell to chaos. So this is a group that worship the old faith. He falls to chaos, becomes a chaos lord, goes mental, gets buried, becomes a wight from his old barrow, and does his various things. Nagash brings him back up. He takes him down to kick in Sigmar, and he does a pretty damn good job of that and survives longer than Nagash does. He is, however, nothing more than a captain. Let's be pretty clear as to what Krell is. He is a person that Nagash puts on the battlefield to kick ass and chew gum on a flank, on a side, or to do whatever needs to be done there. He's no great thinker. He's no great doer. He is a kick-ass wight. That's what he is. So in terms of his overall utility, in many respects, he's the new Hand of Nagash.
Yeah, he basically replaces him.
Basically, he replaces the Hand of Nagash. He gets somebody who can go and do the thing, and he summons back a Chaos Warrior, whom I still think in my headcanon is probably a perfect candidate to be a previous Everchosen to justify his proper kick-assiness.
Even that, at minimum, a Chaos Lord of Khorne, which is still...
Yeah, indeed. Which is still not something to be, sniffed at. But he is someone who almost certainly impressed Nagash enough that he was like, yeah, you'll do, my son, as he was working his way through to the Empire to reclaim his crown. But he's not, contrary to what many say, and many sources, including some of the old undead sources, one of the original 9 Dread Lords or Black Lords of Nagash. Yeah, he is nothing more than a later edition who replaced one of them. In many respects, he's a mid-tier.
So
Mortarch
I want to
who
add
was brought back in the end times.
Yeah, I want to add a couple little notes about him. Of that, so there's a really important thing about Krell that I don't know which edition this storyline started. I think it might have been 7th edition, which is his relationship with Kimmler. So Kimmler,
no, that's not. That's 2nd edition.
No. Wait, in the 2nd edition, does it have the whole thing about like it's not known who actually is controlling Krell?
Yeah, I mean, it's very much the terror of the Lifemaster books, all the way from 1st edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and the Fantasy Battle version for 3rd edition, not 2nd edition, 3rd edition Fantasy Battle. It's very much not Nagash at all. Nagash has nothing to do with it because Nagash didn't exist. It's very much Heinrich Kimmler, which then got later written in as they retconned it to, well, which one's doing it? And that is where that storyline comes from. Because he is a proper old character that they took from older expansions and said, let's tie this into Nagash. And they did it relatively badly.
So
and then better later.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is that in the 8th edition book Into the End Times, Krell has one of the better build-ups. And because in the 8th edition story, you get this thing of Kimmler, after Kimmler's mind is broken after this big fight that we don't have time to talk about. Kimmler is like a weak shadow of his former self. He stumbles upon the burial mound of Krell. He makes a deal with the Dark Gods, and the Dark Gods restore him to his former glory, and he becomes really, really strong again, and he resurrects Krell. And when he resurrects Krell, Kimmler, the story is very explicit that Kimmler is deeply under the belief that Krell is his puppet, that Krell is completely and utterly under his control. But there's hints woven very heavily, not subtly, through the 8th edition story that Krell is an independent agent. He is a free-thinking wight that does not have to do what Kimmler tells him to, but he chooses to. And it's never really said why. In the end times, it's revealed that Krell can hear the voice of Nagash in his head. And that Krell is a very, very, very loyal servant to Nagash, because in Krell's mind, there is not a big difference between Nagash and Khorne. Both of them and there's a quote I love from Krell, where Krell never talks, but there's a scene that gives you some insight into his mind. And what it basically says is that Khorne promised Krell an eternity of battle and then forsook him, because when he died, he didn't go to the kind of like Valhalla-esque thing he was promised of an eternal battle. But Nagash fulfilled that promise. Nagash brought him back and gave him a true, never-ending eternal battle. So he is incredibly loyal to Nagash. And there's eventually a moment where we get to the big battle of La Macetel Abbey, where Krell ultimately essentially betrays Kemmler. And it's revealed that Krell has been influencing Kemmler to try and convince that it's kind of been this game of cat and mouse, where the Dark Gods have been trying to push Kemmler to do the things they want him to do, and Nagash, through Krell, has been trying to influence Kemmler to do the things that he wants him to do. And eventually it builds up to Kemmler siding with Chaos, and then Archon kills him and he blows up.
Yeah, good old La Mise en Tal. So, loosely, my summary of this one is that we have a character, Krell, who was originally created for an earlier version of Warhammer. And they repurposed Krell in 4th edition Fantasy Battle to be an undead character to use as you wish. And they then repurpose him again and make him, if anything, even bigger than he was before. Loosely speaking, he is a replacement to a degree for what we know of the Hand of Nagash. He is used by Nagash to be a captain on the battlefield, not a general, but someone to literally tear living shreds out of one of the wings. He isn't, however, a great thinker, nor is he someone who particularly believes in what Nagash is doing. Nagash has brought him on side. He is, however, a character that has directly met Nagash, was summoned back by Nagash to kicking Sigmar, but definitely wasn't one of the original Dreadlords. He was much, much later than them. He was a Chaos champion during those days, and then died, and then over the course of many centuries became a White that eventually picked up by good old Nagash. We have a very different version of a character that got repurposed and then turned into, for the end times, a Mortarch, where they went, actually, yes, all those things he did in the past, super important. He's actually a Mortarch. He's the Mortarch of, I can't remember what it is. Is it Despair? Is it
Despair, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so he's the Mortarch of Despair. But broadly, what is he doing here that's Mortarchy? Other than just being an undead character who is kind of hard. What is the great trust that he places in Krell? And that's a question that you kind of need to pretty much decide for yourself in terms of where do you place him. He is a cool character with an extraordinary background who could be, if anything, even cooler if you take a look at the whole story around him and what he probably represents, and then maybe recast him as a Neverchosen. If we ever do a Neverchosen stream, I will definitely make a pitch for Krell to be one of the early ones for approximately 1,500 years before Sigmar's time. But is he a good Mortarch? Or is he just a White general who's hard? He's really hard, but does he make a good example of extension of Sigmar's will? Nagash's will come the end times. That's entirely up to you to decide. And I think I could argue both sides with some effectiveness.
Yeah, I'm going to add two or three more things. The first thing I want to add is that, so just for anyone that wants to know what he does in the end times, after Kemmler dies, he is basically put in charge as the general to lead the invasion of Nehekara. He has a big battle in a river against King Far, which he ultimately wins. And then he basically goes on to kind of run around and kick ass and chew bubblegum. He's sent out to bring Neferata back to Nagash, because Neferata is in trouble against the dwarves, and Krell shows up and kind of saves the day. And then he, in the very, very end, he gets in a big duel against Sigvald, which is one of the better duels in the end times. It's a very, very fun fight. And Sigvald beats him, surprisingly, but then immediately dies because Throg then kills Sigvald. But
Go figure.
The thing I'll say about Krell that's interesting is Krell is not a complex character. It's not a complicated character. But the one thing he does have going for him is that he is extremely loyal. He is beyond loyal. Because he just doesn't care.
I don't think he is. I think what he is a great lover of a fight. It doesn't necessarily make him loyal per se, does it?
I would say he's like a very, compared to the later ones we'll get on this list, I would say that he is.
I mean, he's a lot more loyal than them.
Yeah, I would say that he's so, because he's so not complex, he is an incredibly faithful pawn.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I'll take that. He's been given an opportunity to do the slaying, and he's pretty happy with that.
He should only be ABCD. I don't think he should be
Okay, ABCD it is. Are you ready to start the poll?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Right, the poll is now on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube and you're capable of reaching out to click on that button, please do so. What do you think he is? We've gone with A, B, C, and D. Clearly not an S tier, but he's clearly somewhere between A and D. What do you think? I know what I think, but I think I could be easy. I could talk myself into almost any extreme here.
Listener Chris, Krell, the greatest custody battle in the world that was.
I don't necessarily think that this is a very good way of running with Warhammer lore in general, because ultimately the material component parts of his body.
I'll be right back.
The material component parts of his body could be summoned regardless of what God claimed it or didn't. So that means that the soul itself was important, which is one of the reasons why I say that just simply having him as a Chaos Warrior isn't enough to justify the story that they build. Nagash wants the soul because that is where its unique capabilities, its massive strengths come from, which is why I suggest that very possibly it was a never chosen. It's also one of the reasons why possibly he could wrest it 3 from the Chaos Gods, because it's not owned by one. And that in itself makes it more likely to get in there, so to speak. If it was only owned by one, then I don't think there would be any chance that soul would ever come back. It would have been absorbed by the Chaos Gods as a whole. So yeah, I think it's good. He's muscle, though. I mean, ultimately, he's muscle. Where do you place muscle in terms of the overall Mortarchs?
He does show like a decent, good capability of tactics. But only really during the end times, because most of the time he's Krell's bodyguard and brute, Kemmler's. Like Kemmler. Yeah. Now, granted, Gotrek and Felix, Krell is I think Mortarch of Despair is a very fitting title for him, because in Gotrek and Felix he is fucking terrifying. I mean,
but that doesn't mean despair. Despair is the realm of Nurgle. I find the Mortarch of Despair a complete misnomer. I think, much like much of the end times material, they completely misunderstood what each of the characters were and just repitched them without any thought about what it meant for the Warhammer world as a whole. Despair is wrong. It's just wrong.
I see where you're coming from. I'm not fully convinced, but I see where you're coming from on that.
It's just not right. Despair in what way? He doesn't represent despair. Perhaps you should despair because he's coming, but he doesn't represent despair at all.
I think a more appropriate name would have probably been dread.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. Yeah. It's a very different emotion.
I genuinely think they just picked the word because they thought it sounded cool.
But I think you're right. But I think it speaks to what the end times did as a whole. Slambo. I've got Slambo's model kicking around somewhere.
I love and hate Slambo, and it's annoying to me because the only reason I hate him is because of real world stuff of one of my local gaming clubs. So Texas is a very, very vibrant competitive tabletop community for Age of Sigmar. Like, it's gigantic. Where we have like giant clubs in each major city, and I think it's San Antonio is the Slambo group, and they're nice guys, but they're so fucking annoying when they show up to tournaments, because if any of them ever like rolls like a really, really good roll, he'll yell Slambo, and they all yell it back, and it's so fucking loud. Like, you're sitting there.
Yeah, that would annoy me too.
Trying to focus, and you got like 30 guys screaming Slambo every like 10 minutes. It's horrible. Unseen Archives. Could you see Krell's a replacement for the hand? Yeah, I think that's a reasonable
I think that's exactly what he is. And I think in some regards, that also speaks to where he should be tiered, because he's another example of.
Hey, no influencing the vote.
I don't think I will influence the vote. Everyone knows what they think already.
Then we've got Dawi Zar. ###. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just out. I feel like I was just like a drive by someone shouting out their window. Wibblewolf, happy birthday! Always remember meeting you years ago in Glasgow. Keep up the great work, says Wibblewolf.
Did you? Wibblewolf, where on earth did you meet me in Glasgow? I don't go to Glasgow very often. My brother-in-law is over there with his family. So I occasionally go over for those reasons. But I very rarely, maybe it was in the Glasgow shop. I did work over there for a while. Popped in there every once in a while. Games Workshop shop.
Hey, Andy, when you have a second,
yes.
Could you look over at YouTube chat? There are some people you need to ban because they are goofing it up. Just spamming. Well, I thought I caught him, but maybe I'm not able to do it. Where'd he go? Oh, because I just take a peek at it and see if anyone jumps out.
There, I've found one.
Okay, just block them. You just left click on their name and hit block.
Yeah.
Wow. Now you know Lorebeards is going big time when we get spam.
Yeah. Let me just. Oh, it's caused my page to crash. So I'll let that worry in the background. Slambo, I believe we've got a result over here. How's the result looking over in Twitch?
Twitch went C.
Interesting. YouTube, which is crashing for me like mad, A. So we've got a bit of a bridge here. So let's have a look. I've got B, only 3% difference at 30. Oh, now 4% difference because I didn't close it. Let me just close that poll off just now. So I've got A with a very close B and C distant at 19%.
A?
So,
I was not expecting A.
So we've got a clear A over on YouTube. So if you've got a C, it sounds like we've probably got a B because it's almost equal between A and B.
Yeah, I'd say we split the difference.
Yeah, let's go B. I'm happy with B. Right, so do I think B is a good idea for Krell? Yes, actually. I think B is pretty good. And one of the reasons is because Krell is, as Sotek says, an exceedingly loyal hand of Nagash, so to speak.
I see what you did there.
Quite. And does what Nagash wants. And what Nagash wants from Krell is kicking ass. And Krell does that very, very well. Krell is terrifying. Krell, when he takes to the battlefield, is something to make anybody pause. And I think that in some respects, Krell is probably weaker than the Hand of Nagash. The Hand of Nagash should probably be A, but isn't because we don't have enough details. But
yeah,
Krell, I think, is perfectly placed as B, as in not quite as good as what the Hand of Nagash once was. So I think you've totally nailed it.
Yeah, I don't know whether I feel like based on written material that we have, he should go above Hellschnitt.
Oh, okay, because we've got to choose between them, don't you?
Yeah, we have to
I agree.
choose.
I agree completely. No, I agree completely. Dieter
yeah.
Hellschnitt shouldn't even be a bloody Dreadlord, let's be honest.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. All right.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So, again, if you don't know if this is your first tier list stream with us, whenever the chat places two characters on the same tier, Sotek and I decide which one gets priority. And I think, much like Sotek does, Krell is probably the better of the two in terms of being a good.
Oh boy, we got a
Mortarch.
controversial one next. Next
Who's
up,
next?
Luther Harkin.
Oh, freaking Luther Harkin.
The Mortarch of the Abyss. Which is a sick title for the most hilarious, random Mortarch that comes out of nowhere. So, okay.
Bloody hell.
Okay, so
glasses off.
That's a very quick primer. If you, in the case that you have not seen our now, if you haven't, at some point after the stream, go check out a Mortarch of Mental Wellness. That's fucking hilarious. That's great. Go check out our Lorebeards on the Vampire Coast, where we talk a lot about him. Can he be in every tier? That's also very funny. So Luther Harkin is the king of the Vampire Coast, the Pirate King, the Grand Admiral. He is, to put it very simply, he is it's heavily suggested he's a blood dragon, but never confirmed. Vampire that was supposedly ties all the way back to Nehekara. Once again, it's not confirmed. And wandered around the old world for a bit before he eventually left on a boat. He either intentionally or accidentally shipwrecks in the new world, right on that northeastern coast of Lustria, where he turns it into the Vampire Coast, which is a great undead kingdom that he terrorizes the lizardmen and a bunch of other nonsense for thousands of years. But here's the thing about the story that's a little notable. Is that Luther Harkin is fucking insane.
Yeah.
He has his mind is completely shattered. He has a bunch of different personalities that are constantly vying for dominance.
Fuck.
The other thing is that he is impossible to deal with magically because he basically sucks magic in like a miniaturized vortex. He can't use magic. Magic doesn't work on him. He's a nightmare to deal with. And in 8th edition, which remember, 8th edition was setting up for the end times, right? Keep that in mind. In 8th edition, Luther Harkin is canonically betrayed by Marathi and gets trapped in the lizardman city of Slanhapet, or in a ruin, and the lizardmen catch him. So he's captured by the lizardmen, and in the end times, with zero explanation, like, they don't say anything about it. He magically shows up at the head of a fleet of Vampire Coast along the river. So he shows up at Xandri and he sails the river to help the fight for Nehekara out of nowhere. Like, there's no setup. There's no like, oh, meanwhile in Lustria, like it could have been a cool story of like agents of Nagash busting him out of Lizardman jail, but they don't explain shit. He just shows up out of fucking nowhere. And it is the most bizarre, like, he shows up. Now, I will say, to his credit, he is just as incompetent as you want him to be, because he's arguing with himself and his right hand. So like his whatever you call it, first mate. His first mate, Captain Drekla, is literally the only reason that he's a good Mortarch, because Drekla is a great Mortarch. Drekla keeps him on task. But like, Nagash never interacts with Harkin. Nagash kind of like uses him. Nagash uses him for his navy, is what's kind of heavily implied. Is that he uses a Harkin for his navy, for the Vampire Coast, and he does some cool stuff in Nehekara. He saves Manfred at one point, and then later he gets very randomly killed by Isabella von Karstein because Manfred's getting rid of rivals. And you're like, okay.
Okay, right. So I'm calling it. This is bullshit. This is complete and utter bullshit. This is a perfect example of just screwing with your audience and taking a super cool, awesome character and going, we know this character's super cool and awesome, so we're just going to include him in this to try and make you like it. This feels like an inclusion that was included for one reason only, because he's fucking cool. He is, however, absolutely shit as a Mortarch. He is independent. He is crazy. He doesn't do anything that anyone tells him to. He is not even, in the greater scheme of things, that powerful or a representation of undeath in terms of necromancy.
Yeah, looks like Chris hits it right on the head. Count Noctilus would have been
fucking
an awesome
yes,
Mortarch.
Noctilus would have been amazing. Noctilus is a better choice than Luther Harkin. Luther Harkin's a freaking vampire, notorious for being rebellious. Vampires are the worst servants you can have because they're both exceedingly powerful, exceedingly self-determined, and also, in this case, exceedingly mad. The character is the best, but we're not here rating the characters. And it would be super easy to simply rate him for the character. We're here rating what is Nagash's representations in the Warhammer world. And basically, either Nagash is thick, no other way of putting it, properly stupid for choosing this individual,
really
or there is something that we don't understand going on here. Now,
Yeah, it's called the Riders.
I understand that this one is going to be a super easy meme-s because he's so awesome, and he is. We did a whole stream on him. I love this character. But I am quite happily calling, before we even vote, and I put the vote up, that you should probably have a bit of thought about this, because we're not rating the characters. We're rating them as...
So we are officially at the point, genuinely. This list actually kind of ended up really well for this, which is surprising to me. Remember that we are genuinely voting on how good they are as Mortarchs. We're not voting on how good the character is. Because the next 5-ish, that is very important to keep in mind. That we're not voting
really
character, we're voting them how they are as a Mortarch. Now, you may say, fuck it, I'm going to vote high anyway, in which case we can't stop you.
That's cool. Now, I'm not going to put on a D on this one because I feel that it is almost certainly pointless. So I am S-ing to C's. I'm not going to...
Fuck chat. They don't get the S. We can't stop them.
I think we can have given the S. I mean, if they want to choose S, that's their choice. It's my birthday. Fuck yeah.
I cannot believe you're using the birthday card.
Okay, so okay. Well, let's split the difference and go S-A-C-D.
That's hilarious. Okay, I'm down.
Okay,
I'm down
so
for that.
we don't get a B tier.
Yeah, there's Luther can't
yeah, because he bucks the trends. Because this is Luther Harkin we're dealing with. So I do have a couple of opinions beyond the try and think about this one. He is obviously the crazy pirate, undead vampire from hell. He is also, I think, without any real doubt, a terrible Mortarch. But he is a super impressive, powerful character. And that, in and of itself, might sway you. Now, you might just be swayed purely because he's the vampire pirate. I want him to be yes. That's okay. This is your vote. It's not my vote. You go where you want to go. I know where he should go, according to my preference, in terms of Mortarchs. But you might go, no, fuck it. He's the best. I'm S-ing him. And that's totally cool by me. You go with what you want. My only loose suggestion is, not only is he pretty much a hindrance to Nagash's overall plan, he's also a vampire who are notoriously bad at doing what they're told anyway. And if we were writing Nagash properly, he would never choose this character. Ever.
Yeah, no,
never. This is just way out.
I'll say this. The reason that I do D for him is because I very deeply, genuinely, and upsettingly feel that Games Workshop...
Put the poll up?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
that Games Workshop robbed us of Luther Harkin's story. Yeah. Luther Harkin's story in the end times...
How did he get there?
Well, no, not that. Not that. I just mean that Luther Harkin's story in the end times should have been about him fighting the Lizardmen, or about the forces in Lustria attempting to manipulate Harkin to their side. The Lizardmen trying to manipulate Harkin.
Absolutely.
Chaos trying to manipulate Harkin. He could have been a fantastic
the vote's
crazy
amazing.
Character in the end times. So the reason that I put him B is because Games Workshop robbed me of the story I should have had. The story
they absolutely did.
The Skaven attacking Lustria, and then the Vampire Coast shows up, and everyone going, wait, whose side is Harkin going to be on? And the Skaven thinking that they've manipulated them, but he has one of his, and he attacks the Skaven in, a glorious, heel turn. But I'll be frank, you should be voting D or S, and if you vote anything in between, you got no balls. You got no balls. I'll say it. It's S.
Again, to be clear, I adore the character. I absolutely hate what they did with him. This is an example of where, when it comes to end time lore, I just go bullshit. This is not a good use of the character. The character is so grounded into Lustria that our entire story should have been about that and Nagash siren calling him away and his independence and madness going, fuck you, to Nagash, because that's who he is.
Yeah, actually, it would have been funny for Nagash to reach out to him and Luther being like, nope.
Yeah, and it should have been these dread lords attempting to reach out, the Mortarchs trying to control him, and him being utterly uncontrollable because he is who he is. And not even the magic that they use to control the undead work on him, because he's pretty much immune to that
Honestly,
too.
that would have been so
Brilliant story.
Do you imagine
there.
a scene where like Nagash has his like head explode ability, and he's like, "Oh, this guy won't listen to me." Explode, and it just doesn't work.
And it doesn't work. Exactly.
What is wrong with this thing? Why is this vampire so fucked up?
when you get to the super chat from Christopher Clayton, let's just wait until we get there because it's a great one, but it does make me smile.
Let's get caught up on these.
Let's do our super chats as we're finishing off our vote.
Drinking depends on which personality is the Mortarch. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which Harkin is it? Luther to Andy, the worst Mortarch you've ever heard of, but you have heard of me.
Oh, that's brilliant, Alaflux, and totally agreed.
If there are any artists in chat, I would love that as a meme. Or as someone that's good at like messing with templates, I would love that meme with Andy being talked to by Luther Harkin. That would be great. Please make that.
Yeah, that would be brilliant.
Mr. Pig, would Nagash have been awake during the time when Harkin was sane? Yes. If you believe the heavily implied to be true story that Harkin is one of the first vampires turned by Abarash and was like one of his personal disciples, then yes, he would have met Nagash.
So yeah, I think on the flip side, we've got potentially a character who is so ancient that he would have been known to Nagash, but I think equally I like that as a story
of like Nagash trying to get him but failing.
But we never got that story. Instead, we got the story of Nagash reaching out to the absolute idiot pirate vampire, rather than Nagash reaching out and finding that pirate vampire is lost. If they had turned him into what he once was, and somehow brought him into sanity, and basically changed the character, then he would have absolutely made an absolutely brilliant Mortarch. But equally, they would have ruined the character. I would not have liked them to do that.
Yeah, to me, this is almost like a Dieter Hausschnitt situation. There was the potential for a great story with this character.
But we didn't get it.
Because like imagine like the Mortarch or like one of Nagash's agents is trying to put his mind back together to make him come back to Nagash. And the Lizardmen, for instance, are deliberately trying to stop this because they know that if he's insane, he's a much more useful force against like chaos.
The story absolutely should have been Nagash getting his perfect Mortarch out of him, and then the Lizardmen fucking with it, and Luther Harkon ruining everything. That's probably what it should have been, but we didn't get that, so it's a bit of a mess.
So Twitch chat is firmly D.
D, but not firmly. It's almost split evenly between D and S.
Over 38 to 36%. Wow, the D'ers won.
Yeah, but the D's won. So I 100% agree with this. I agree also that he could easily go almost anywhere, but only if they changed his story. With the story we have, he's a shit choice, and he was a shit Mortarch. He really didn't do all the things that he could have done. The promise of that character was not seen through. There are so many cool stories they could have told. They didn't. This is one of those many examples where I just put my hand up and go, I don't like the end times much, and this is why.
Now, chat. Because this is a Wednesday Lorebeard stream, which means it's not a real stream and stupid shit happens, I'm going to do an honored tradition. It's officially a tradition because I've done it more than once.
Dare.
Which is that because it's Andy's birthday, if we get, let's say, $100 at Super Chats, I will move Harkin to S tier. I will move him to S tier. At the very top, he will his greatest personality will come forth for lizard trinkets, right? Lizard trinkets will ascend him to S tier.
If you want him to stay in D, right? I want him in D, $100.
yeah. We will also allow someone to come in and snipe and keep him in D.
Oh, Sarmelian, thanks.
Though you have to specify it. You have to specify it in your super chat. I'm not going to count it if you don't specify.
Yeah, quite.
You have to specify it. Okay, so let me get caught up on super chats real quick.
Let's count the super chats as we go.
Let's see. Benjamin, we all know Luther's Slon personality. His Slon personality reasoned with Kremlo when he walked out the front door. Duh, easy escape. Oh, you guys are a thing. Christopher Clayton, as a pirate, Luther's first love is the sea.
Best comment ever.
That's amazing.
Happy birthday to me.
David, Luther, the problem is not the problem. The problem is your attitude about the problem. Honestly, there's so many good things you could like put in Luther's mouth, and they all work so well. Lord Sarthinius.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't say shit when you were saying stuff earlier. You fucking come in here. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Lord Sarthinius, happy birthday, Andy. Glad I made it. Traffic was terrible. Yeah, I didn't miss Vlad. Vlad will be interesting. Sarmelian, happy birthday, Andy. Just bought Dark Deeds.
Yes! I'm taking a drink. Big drink. Well done. Thank you very much. I'm hiding behind your comment. But thank you so much, Sarmelian. It makes an enormous difference from whenever for us. Thank you. You rock.
Also, is there a place to find the art that you used for it digitally that I can use for online things? Also, shamelessly shilling Songs of Conquest Undead together for her. I'm going to add that to my YouTube list.
So Dark Deeds art isn't really available online, although there's a whole bunch of images that have popped up on social media, both with Modiphius and occasionally with us.
Honestly, I don't know if the Rookery would be interested in doing that as like an online downloadable pack. That would be
maybe
just like a little $10 image file or something.
Yeah,
that could be nice.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where we pop that online, but yeah, we'll have a little think about that. I'll ping it over to Mark because we've got all the files sitting there, and we've even got a couple of unique images that are made for
see people loving to like buy the art and then use it for like a roleplay campaign or something for their like tokens.
Because some of the characters are just amazing.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Really well for Warhammer as well. And we got a couple of promotional ones. Like there's a Halloween one with a lovely little pumpkin. There's a Santa one with the seal with a Santa hat on.
Charmeleon, thank you for putting that into the ether for consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. We'll consider it. Captain Magwell putting $10 to D. Oh, we're at negative 10.
Okay,
great.
negative 10 already.
Hail the mighty S tier. Okay, negative 5.
0.
Man. Yeah, 0. So I'm too lazy to convert currencies unless it's like a really extreme currency. Craig C. Okay, so it's 10. Where will Crimlow be placed at and why? Detailed. Crimlow would go all the way down to the bottom of my ass crack is where he would fucking go. Because he's shit and he deserves to be there. I made that work better than I thought I would. Hobby Squire, hearken to S. Okay, we're at 15? Yes. What Mortarch would Kremlo be of? Shit, garbage, terrible. The how the bowels evacuate when a person dies and becomes undead is where Kremlo would be. Wintering, happy birthday, Andy. Shove this nerd in his glorious D tier. Okay, I'm going to count that as a 5. Based on the color, where he belongs. Incredibly stoked for a very relaxed. Nice. It's back down to 10. I love that I'm extorting more money out of y'all. No returns, by the way. More slung build. So back up to 20. Okay.
20.
What Mortarch would Gelt be of? Okay. I know you're being facetious, Hammond, but he does actually turn to necromancy during the end time story.
He does.
So that theoretically was a possible storyline, which I don't think we really have time to get into because we're already like hilariously over time. But
massively are.
Yeah, that is actually an interesting thing. Okay, I'm making a note of 20 is where we're at. So if y'all do more, if the S tier crowd wants to keep up the fight, I've got a note. Kremlo for SPs for $2, not on your fucking life. Not in this house. Let's see. Harkin needs to be below C. Oh, that puts $19
sea level.
Thanks, listener Chris. Now
that's a good one.
I had such a like nice division of 5s, and you come in here and kick it down. Buy Dark Deeds right now just to buy Andy a birthday drink. S tier for Harkin.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciated. And there was links up earlier that I dropped into chat if you would like to do the same. I don't think I have them here, but I can probably copy paste them out from over here. Which 24. I will do.
You're a fourth of the way, S tier guys.
They are not.
They are, even despite the negatives. But okay, we have to move on to the next character. But I will keep an eye on that. We have to move on to the next character. All right, next up is Manfred von Karstein, the Mortarch of Night. This one is very interesting, both in and out of context. So Manfred, for all of you probably know who Manfred is, but in the very rare case someone has walked in here and has no idea what's going on, I will summarize it. Manfred von Karstein is canonically, even though a lot of people don't like to admit it, one of, if not the greatest vampires of all time.
Yeah.
He is the descendant and a first generation descendant of Vlad von Karstein, and was known as Manfred the Acolyte, where he was one of the original vampires turned by Luther Harkin. He does have a very cool quote, which is that he may have loved Isabella the most, but he loved me the longest. He was with Vlad for an incredibly long time. And he's everybody's favorite bald duplicitor. He's incredibly powerful. He's one of the most powerful sorcerers in the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy. He's like up there. He went about killing and basically devouring vampires of all the other different bloodlines so he could cure any of his imperfections and make himself into basically an arch vampire. And to be frank, he succeeded. Manfred is one of the scariest motherfuckers in the setting. Until he was eventually, he was the final wave of the Vampire Wars and was super duper spooky, though he was eventually brought down by a great selection of heroes. Though whether or not he died is actually a bit of a canonical mess, because in the old version of lore, he flat out died in Hellfin, but in the later lore, he pretended to die and then basically ran around the world and did more research and kept buffing himself up and got super duper crazy powerful. Yeah. Manfred, to be very blunt, hates Nagash. He fucking hates him.
Yeah.
Nagash represents everything that Manfred dreads, which is someone controlling him, because that's frankly why he betrayed his dad, or his father figure, Vlad von Karstein. Even though Manfred genuinely loved Vlad, but he betrayed him nonetheless, which you may not like him, but Manfred is a fucking awesome character. But what about a Mortarch? Well, I'm going to summarize it very simply to say, without him, Nagash could not have come back. However, without him, the world would not have ended, because Manfred backstabs so hard at the end of the end times that he kills Balthazar Gelt, much I'm sure Andy's delight, and brings about the apocalypse. Like he is the final little push. Granted, I always get a little irritated that Games Workshop kind of shoved it onto him, because he kind of got memed into everybody hating him for ending fantasy, even though it wasn't really his fault. And what was left of fantasy wasn't savable anyway, because most of the planet had been destroyed, but people like to forget that. But at the end of the day, Manfred von Karstein is unspeakably powerful, like the biggest, baddest vampire there is, period. However, there is no other Mortarch that is more of a backstabbing, conniving, clever son of a bitch than Manfred von Karstein.
Yeah. Manfred von Karstein. He's a vampire. That's it. That's all you need to know. That means he's a shit. An absolutely shit Mortarch. If it's Nagash has learned anything, it's that you can't trust vampires. They are always going to stab you in the back. And it turns out that Manfred does exactly that. Manfred basically shows that Nagash is an idiot. Choosing Manfred von Karstein, the most powerful, arguably, necromancer that the world knows, at least in vampire kind. He is extraordinary, exceedingly intelligent, and I think one of the key characters who would realize that Nagash is manipulating everything and would free himself. I think he is a terrible choice for a Mortarch from the writer's perspective, and also a terrible choice from Nagash's perspective, because it shows that he doesn't have any ability to make good choices, and that makes Nagash look like an idiot. No other way of putting it. He is a terrible choice. He is, however, exceedingly powerful. But anyone could have brought back Nagash, particularly because if you go with one version of the lore, he's awake anyway. There is no need to have the big ritual to bring him back. The end times is terribly put together. And the whole Nagash needing to be brought back by him is not more than an excuse to wrap him up into this particular story. Manfred von Karstein is one of the best characters that Warhammer has in terms of the overall depth of lore that's been thrown at him. But he has been done not just dirty by the end times, he's been mischaracterized and misused. In terms of how he could be a good Mortarch, and he absolutely could be. He is exceedingly powerful, exceedingly intelligent, and in fact, if you're looking for someone who understands the old world and the world as a whole, you couldn't ask for a better example of someone who could be Nagash's right-hand man. But he needs to be controlled, which means that Nagash needs to have his equivalent of the Karstein ring. He needs to have some way of controlling that vampire, and just doesn't. The end time story is absolute nonsense. It makes no sense. No matter how you stack the bricks together, there is nothing about Manfred's use that says, oh, I'm really glad I wrote it that way, because it doesn't make sense. And they not only made him pretty much true to his character, he's never going to accept Nagash, but they literally turn him into an idiot who blows up the world. I hate everything about this. There is little that I'm going to say here that is positive beyond the fact that Manfred himself, a little bit like our previous vampire character, is a brilliant character that has been enormously done dirty.
Absolutely butchered.
Absolutely butchered. At least they made Luthor act to type. At least he kind of did what Luthor would do. Manfred, no, he acts like an idiot. He does things wrong. He is ultimately an enormously deep character who has been written with deep, incredibly shallow words. It is, for me, a proper mess up for what could have been done with Manfred. But that's a personal opinion. But let's pull up away from it. Let's say it was a good choice. We do have an exceedingly powerful character who has toured the world, who is a master of necromancy, unlike almost nobody else. Indeed, you could even argue that possibly Manfred, beside Nagash, is the most powerful necromancer in the world. That being the case, he definitely should be a Mortarch.
He should be a Mortarch.
He can be controlled.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that Age of Sigmar handles this beautifully. Age of Sigmar Manfred is awesome, and it explains why he's a Mortarch and how Nagash controls him, and it's great. End Times Fantasy, which is what we're rating today, does not do that.
Yeah.
And it works out exactly how you think it would.
Yeah, and basically everything that anyone who could have put two and two together would expect happens, and Manfred screws it all up. And in the most ridiculous, stupid way, in a way that Manfred probably wouldn't have, because he's clever. The whole thing just writes as something that was not particularly well considered or put together. But you might disagree. You might think that he's the best person for Nagash to have at his side.
Can we do SACD again for Manfred?
It kind of does make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of don't want to do it twice, but yeah, I think you're
right.
right.
Just in this case. Just in this. Well, actually, there's one other
vampires.
Character.
It's just a vampire thing.
Yeah, that I almost feel like that's just the vampire rating system.
Yeah.
The vampires are a bit of a thing.
I mean, vampires are they're just not good examples for Mortarchs. As they prove earlier, and the guy should have learned.
Yeah, he really should have.
Right. What started over on YouTube?
Yep, it started. Wolf years ago. Oh, when he met you in years ago when Alex was in the shop.
Oh, Alex, cripes, that was a while ago.
Also, side question for you: after Slaanesh DLC, Undivided Chips of Chaos. After the Slaanesh DLC, would you want a Champions of Chaos pack that has Arcan's lieutenants as characters?
I mean, I wouldn't be against that, largely because their detailing has never been that great anyway. So it would have been really nice to see. Admittedly, though, they kind of got rid of a lot of Arcan's lieutenants and just replaced them with core characters that were already in the setting.
I would respectfully say no, personally, just because we only have so much stuff we can fit in the game, and they feel very unnecessary to me.
Yeah, they're just more chaos people.
Yeah. Now, I could see them as maybe you could have on your tech tree, there's a little slot you can unlock, and if you do, you get kind of a specialized general that has the same name and has a unique trait for Archaon specifically, that could be fine. But yeah, I don't think they're from a very specific story. Any plans for a wider Dark Deeds universe?
So Dark Deeds is a setting that was built by Andy Chambers and Mark Gibbons, which means that it's owned by them and not by Recruit Publications. We had a second game lined up potentially afterwards, Dark Deities, which we were considering releasing, but Dark Deeds, as it currently stands, has not made enough money for us to retire on. So
but you can change that.
You absolutely can change that. So given that we have to split the funds between Modiphius, Andy Chambers, Mark Gibbons, ourselves, and everybody else, it's not made enormous amount of bank. It's made a pretty decent amount of money, but not an enormous amount. So we'll probably release something other than Dark Deities next. At the moment, we're working on our own roleplay game, which was originally just going to be a roleplay setting, but it's now going to be a complete game.
Another $20.
Another $20.
For the Arch Grand Commodore.
What's that up to now?
44.
Okay.
Man Kid Von Shitstein. Fair. I realize people feel that way. Understandable.
I love the character.
Now,
though.
the writing was Shitstein. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I just wish people wouldn't blame the character for the writing. Like, he's such a good character. Colbo, this tier list has no respect for the strategic military value of the Pirate King's naval fleet. Please help me. I'm being held hostage by a vampire.
No, fair.
I mean, to be fair, it is a vampire. Okay, I'm going to count that as a 20. All right.
I'm not sure how much that is.
If it's that color, it's around the 20 to 25 ballpark. My Heroes PB&J, Luther, S tier. Happy birthday, Andy. It's always fun to annoy the Scots.
Yeah, 20 is about close. Oh, I only caught the last bit of that. I'm shaking my fist at whatever happened there.
He did say happy birthday before he said he likes annoying you.
Then totally fine. I'm fine with that.
Unpopular opinion. Manfred was done dirty by the end times. It shouldn't be an unpopular opinion.
It shouldn't be an unpopular opinion. It's basic fact. Manfred was not frightfully well done.
Jack Ruby, Andy, will you make a headcanon list of already named Chaos characters that you believe could be ever chosen? The Chaos Harpy, I think, would be a fun one.
I hadn't actually considered the Chaos Harpy. I haven't built a list lately. I did about 20 years ago when I last established for my own game what the 13 Everchosen were. And it's a relatively controversial list because I start with Morcar all the way back with Archaon with an Aryan, right at the beginning of time. That was my first Everchosen, running through for more Everchosen after that. And the Morcar versus Sigmar story took a very different angle.
Yeah, see, that's funny. I think if I were to do that, I would have made Morcar the 10th, or I would have made Morcar like the 6th or the 7th, but kept him as Sigmar's opponent and made a new one as like the first one.
No, I went with the original story because it got detailed in more books than the Sigmar story.
That's fair. Hammond, if he backstabs everything he loves, was he in love with Gelt? Maybe he was. Maybe they had a secret romance going on in the background.
There you
go. No, funny. Actually, you joke, but there is a story thread at the end times of Manfred being jealous of Gelt kind of taking Vlad's like attention. Like kind of that fatherly figure, which is
I have a whole headcanon story for that, which we're not going into right here.
Aliflux, jokingly, you're forgetting one thing. Manfred and Nagash have one thing that makes them bonded stronger than any other character: bald solidarity.
Yeah, I'm getting closer and closer to that as each month goes by. Happy birthday to
fans, me. By the way, you are at 84. You are 16 away.
Ooh, gosh, that's very close.
Fans. Hagen, by the way, if there's any D tier fans, just a reminder that you could sabotage them using money. Okay, Twitch chat is done voting. Twitch chat went very heavily D.
Now, we got very heavily D here as well, and I completely agree. I think he is a brilliant character who, if he was under control by Nagash, would be an easy A, if not S tier character. But not what they made.
Rather amusingly, I'm having a really hard time between him and Harkin because Manfred is knowingly trying to kind of be a shitty Mortarch, but he's also very, very reliable if you can keep a good eye on him. Luther Harkin, though, is just batshit crazy, but is not intentionally a duplicitous shit. So,
yeah,
that's hard.
I can build a really good and obvious story for why Luther Harkin should be one of them. It's not brilliant because he's a vampire and Nagash, you should know better, but it's pretty good. Really good, in fact, because he's got the potential age for it. He's got what he used to be, and Nagash's arrogance that he can bring out that old vampire, and he wants it again. Perhaps he even took part in the original wars, and he was a core lieutenant in those early years. We can build a great story there. I can't build a great story for Manfred that accepts Manfred for who he is without directly controlling him using something like the Karstein ring, which is very potentially there. But that didn't occur at all. So my story there has to just accept that Manfred has been, just brought in because he does necromancy and stuff. It's weak ass. So I would say Luthor is unbelievably higher than Manfred.
Hey, again, Manfred is just a mini Nagash, and Nagash should know how dangerous that is.
Hey.
You know, what's interesting is that, you know what? I kind of hadn't thought of that. Manfred is much more like Nagash was when he was alive.
Yeah.
Which is fair. That's actually a really interesting point.
The biggest problem with Manfred is that the writers keep on forgetting that Manfred actually likes order.
Yeah, and also that he's like a genius.
Yeah.
Is like the whole fucking point.
And yeah, they just forget and they write him like an idiot.
The heartbreaking thing is that the first book starts off really promising because it reveals that the narrator, so like the narrator to the end times, the person that knows everything that's happening, he's aware of every single faction. He knows what the Lizardmen are up to. He knows, like, he builds the intro, and it's a really awesome set of quotes, is revealed to be Manfred. It's revealed that Manfred is literally the only character in the world who knows what's about to happen.
Yeah, and then
they just bunk it up.
Yeah.
David, a dishonest vampire you can always trust to be dishonest. That is true.
Actually, David, that's a very good point, but not quite by definition, then not a Mortarch. That's someone that you use, manipulate, and control, but it's not someone that you effectively pass on as a living embodiment of your will. Puff. Yep. No.
Inquisitor Thomas, Harkin is the king. He's at 94.
94. Holy crap. You're not going to bloody S tier Harkin, are you? No, come on. Where are you, you D tier fans?
I know. We're I know. The D tier fans really just letting us down right now.
Oh, no.
Andres Baronet, will you make vid commentary on the new Dwarf book lore? We could.
I mean, it's more likely that it'll pop up as we do various dwarf lores because dwarf videos. Because
I think I will. I can probably do a review of it. I think that's reasonable. But it'll definitely come up over random lore bear stuff. No, I've been meticulously keeping track of it. Because remember, if someone does a D tier super chat, it brings y'all down, right? It's a tug of war. I don't care if Harkin wins. I just need Manfred to lose. Good old Star Wars.
Okay, so who's next?
Next up, and I'm going to run to the restroom real quick while you introduce the character, because we've got Neferata, the Mortarch of Blood, and also
Neferata.
It happened. Unfortunately, it was unstoppable.
Hold
on, I gotta fix the tier list real quick.
So as we're
you did it. Harkin stands. You did it. There you go. Wait,
way.
Hold on. Wait. Wait, we got ringers coming in from the end.
Kick ass.
Well, okay, wait. So that hits us right at 100. This kicked us to 105, but then David comes in from left field, dragging you down to 90. And then Matthew comes from the top rope, bringing it down to 70. Hilarious.
Oh, freaking amazing.
I'm extorting your emotions, and I'm okay with it.
Okay, Luther, and okay, Manfred, but what about Neferata? Now, we've discussed Neferata in many other streams, but I think the core thing you need to take away from this is that Neferata is the great spy master of not just the old world, but many places beyond with the Lamian bloodline. She is one of the very first vampires, in fact, the first vampire, if you go with most versions of the lore, and she is special. unlike many of the other characters who've been just dropped in here, Neferata is legitimately special from the same era as Nagash himself, and also a great, let's say, antagonist to Nagash. So not necessarily the best choice in terms of personality, particularly when you look at what the vampires did when they betrayed Nagash during the great attempt to try and take over Nehekhara. So there's a few things to say about Neferata. We have many of the same issues here that we have with Manfred, in that we have a character who is a vampire. Vampires are, by their very nature, self-interested, exceedingly powerful, and exceedingly capable, and also, in her case, exceedingly manipulative. She is a perfect, absolutely spot-on Mortarch if she can be controlled. In fact, I'd say out of all of the ones that have come so far, she is the only one that could probably look at Nagash and literally go, yeah, no. Yeah, no, when Nagash said something wrong, which is a problem because she is self-determined, very capable, and as vampires go, stupendously powerful. She's not the necromancy queen that we have with Manfred. Oh, he's turned into a queen. She is not tip-top there, but she is still exceedingly powerful, exceedingly rich, with a spy network that, if you've watched our Lamian stream, you will know, extends across the world. So she's a good choice in terms of attempting to control the world. She is a terrible choice as an extension of Nagash's will, because she is not an extension of Nagash's will at this point. Which means that the story pretty much needs to build a very strong idea for why Nagash chooses her. Hello, you're back.
So I just want to say, Hammond, eat slugs, Matthew.
But Matthew saved us.
Back up to 95. Okay, so this one's interesting. What's interesting about this one is this is one of the only characters that the End Times directly addresses how they join Nagash, even though there is a noted hatred between the two of them. That Nagash, like Neferata has been, like Nagash has been stopped successfully because of Neferata on several occasions. Like the whole thing with Nagash's defeat at the Blood of the River Reich, Neferata played a very big role in that. It's not an obvious role, but it is a notable role, especially because she didn't answer the call. Much to Archon's annoyance. We actually get to see a scene between her and Archon the Black talking to each other about Sigmar.
Are you watching those just to bring it up?
Yeah, yeah, sure. I'll come give us. Why not?
Cool.
But
hope that answers your question, Lich Lord Chris. Curse.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Archon. I'll calculate the actual amount later, but fine. Okay. Back up he goes. Wait, Lich Lord Chris, whose team are you on, by the way? Let's see. So the big thing I would say about Neferata that's interesting, and we'll get back to super chat. So we really appreciate it. I thank y'all so much for letting me meme on top of y'all all day. I really appreciate it. I'll get caught up with those in a minute. But thank you for making sure Andy's birthday is special. We appreciate
it. Thank you.
Anyway,
massively appreciated.
Yeah, so the thing with Neferata is that Neferata plays a much more active role in the End Times, in that she very deliberately tries to stop Nagash's resurrection. Flat out. Like, her story arc is about her trying to prevent it. But what's interesting about Neferata is that once Nagash comes back, she looks at the situation and she goes, we have to go join up with Nagash. With the forces that are now being arrayed as the world is, chaos is coming. She knows the end times are at hand. Neferata is also revealed to be one of the characters like Manfred, because the two of them have been talking, who are aware of Archaon. They know what's coming. They know how bad it is. And they know how ill-prepared the Empire and the world is to deal with it. So Neferata looks at all the players on the board and she goes, I think us joining Nagash is the best play. I think Nagash has one of the best chances of stopping chaos, or at least holding them off long enough that someone else can stop them, and then we could deal with Nagash later. And she actually goes on a little adventure to get a gift for Nagash, which ends up being one of the ancestor gods to feed him because he devours Philea, which is a whole thing we don't have time for.
Fuck.
But Neferata actively goes to get him something she'll know he really wants because she knows he's going to be pissed because she knows that he knows that she betrayed him. So she goes really out of her way. She shows up with an army with a very kingly gift, and she manages to get her way back into his good graces. And it's revealed Nagash does not trust her. He doesn't trust her at all, but he needs her, and he knows it.
And that is why she's great. Because she is, as we say, a character that will go, yeah, no, to Nagash. And Nagash is taking her on in a role that she has inhabited in the past, because this is something that is easily missed inside the end times. She's marked as one of the original crew, one of the original back in the day, because she was once loyal, because she was trapped up underneath the vampire enthrallment along with all the rest of them. She broke free. She no longer is that, and she inveigles her way back in, which is a perfect example of how that character should be portrayed, because she is someone who is ultimately the manipulator, the spy mistress, the controller, and also very self-interested as a vampire. She sees the end of the world is coming and looks for a way out. And she goes back to someone that she knows, the god of undeath, and effectively takes the hit on the chin. So this is where I go. She is a shit choice from Nagash. She utterly is. But she's completely unlike Manfred, because she very much dealt her way into this place. Very much. And I think that unlike Manfred, she is a very different story, where we have someone who was once way back in the day, one of the old crew that he had as one of his OG Mortarchs. And then as we upgrade to the modern times and the end times, she reclaims that position, but not in the place that she was before, where she was a slave. She has spent the last so many thousand years building up this enormous network, possibly influenced by Nagash, possibly not, depending on which version of the lore you go with, and effectively comes to him not as an equal, because that's not the case, but very much as someone who is supplicating before the great god to be and going, I'm with you, we have to stop this. And that kind of works. Unlike the Manfred story, where everything about him says, you can't trust this guy, he's the freaking worst.
Yeah, and she ends up proving herself incredibly useful, because Neferata manipulates Khalida, knowing how much Khalida hates her. And I think also King Far, where Neferata attacks Lamia to draw away Cetra's allies, because she knows they'll come after her instead of doing what he tells them to, and she's 100% right. If it wasn't for Neferata, Nagash genuinely would have lost the war for Khemri.
Yeah, she's a good choice from an embattled position for Nagash. She's a terrible choice. She's a vampire, but she is a choice, pardon me, that an intelligent Nagash would make. Where I feel Manfred is a choice that he absolutely wouldn't, given everything that we know.
Yeah, because Manfred in the story, he forces to be a Mortarch, which doesn't work out well, obviously. Whereas Neferata came to him willingly, and it's a very interesting dichotomy. Now, you may look at that and go, well, she's not loyal, so she still sucks. Or you may look at that
I agree. As she is not a good Mortarch from the perspective of being an example of an extension of Nagash's will. But when she came on side, she was.
Yeah, so you may look at
that. A huge difference in comparison to the mess that is Manfred.
Okay, now this is going to be probably the only vampire that I think we should just do SABC.
Alrighty, I appear to have lost the ability to make.
You may have to refresh.
I'm going to have to refresh.
While you're doing that,
there we go.
I'm going to get caught up on Super Chats and stuff. I'm going to go ahead and start
Excellent.
the poll. So, thank you, Lishor Chris, for the 10 gift subs, which counts as a 50 towards he punted Luther back down to D. But a shitload of stuff came in just a minute ago, and y'all are starting to make the math genuinely difficult, which I don't appreciate.
Polls up on YouTube.
So we got, where did we leave off? We left off with so we did Matthew, then we did, here we go, Quizzer Thomas. Never underestimate how much money we're willing to burn to annoy you. Which goes up to 50. Yeah, you know. I feel like this is the YouTube equivalent of like when you go to the Ren Fair and you could pay money to throw tomatoes at the guy that just yells insult at you. Greg, Mortarchs S tier. Okay, so that goes up to 55. And then we've got Foolish Mystic Wonder. If Ulrich, if Ulrich from LAWhammer isn't on the level of Heinrich Himmler, Harkin is king. The drunken Mystic Iron Lung speak.
God damn it! Damned by my own words!
Super generous. $50 Thanks so much.
Thank you for that one.
Lord starts saying it's S tier Harkin because I want Andy's story here. Oh, that's a cute way of looking at it, like making Andy's version the canon that happens. T-Ball, happy birthday for Andy. Luther for S. He truly is the moot of Mortarchs. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Though we do have a character that some of y'all are going to be like, what? Coming up if you are paying attention to the title cards. Kobo, Pirate King, Luther Harkin, Rule of the Vampire Coast, Looter of Lizard Trinkets, rightfully belongs to S. So they're 5. Then we've got Lord Ison. Happy birthday, Andy. Played Dark Deeds with the family over Thanksgiving holiday. It was a big hit.
Yay!
May have a few more converts. Also, Luther goes down to D for all of his Dark Deeds. Okay, so it goes down by 20. And then King Far, is his brother King Close? Ha 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 ha. David Whitfield, D-tier Harkin. Neferata is the vampire Canaris. Like Vlad is 1944 Rommel. Archon is Title. And Manfred is Himmler. Lord, the references. Whoa, my God. Nagash can't trust any of them.
It's just a nice way of saying that his various Mortarchs are an absolute mess, and why did he choose them? And I agree.
Inquisitor, I feel like S tier for Harkin is safe, but I want to protect his lead. So, all of that totaled, Harkin is in S tier at 110. So he stays where he is, but if someone were to give 11, for D,
I mean, I'm using
he goes back down to D.
Oh, Harkin.
Let's start, Chris. Sotek will be able to go and get a next day flight to Scotland by the time this. No, this is Andy birthday money. This is all going into the pot for birthday stuff. Plus, I cannot travel anytime super soon. I got shit going on.
Life.
Yeah, I am busy. I'm afraid. Captain 11. Oh wow. Okay, 99 back down to D. All right, polls. Go ahead and polls over.
Yeah, polls over on this side as well. So on our side on YouTube, A got 39% and S got 36%. Super close.
Twitch chat is S
by an enormous amount, a little amount.
50% S, 29% A.
Oh wow, that's a big difference.
14% B.
14% B. Let's check the percentage here. 17% B in this side. That suggests that we're just tipping over into S tier. You got 50 there. Yeah, S. It seems to be an S. Wow.
Just barely.
Yeah, just barely, but yeah, S tier. Holy cremolians. That's a thing. So, what do I think? Because I do love to share my opinions. It's my birthday. I can say whatever I want. I agree completely. And I agree completely not for the reasons that the story gives, but for the reasons the story could have given. And that's that she was an absolute necessity for Nagash's plans. And without her, they would have failed. She was too independent, and it brings her in. Fuck off, Harkin. Why do you keep going back up there? Screw you. But that aside, Neferata, I think, absolutely played this game, and that is her character. That is who she is. She is the queen of the night, and taking control of this is very much something she would do. And whilst I don't necessarily think the story was that well told, I nevertheless think the story that they told was a good example of how that character could express herself.
Yeah, I think right on that cusp of A and S is correct.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, low S, high A, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think she's perfectly placed. I think she is great. She would be proper S tier, like without any doubt, right outside of A if she could be controlled by Nagash. But the very fact that she's too powerful to control also shows why she probably is slipping into S. She is just kind of great. Love it.
Hammond says, Harkin S.
Oh, well, that's pretty much nailing it then, isn't it?
Lord Sartanius S, you wouldn't believe us. And then, from the shadows with the steel chair. Hey, dude, fuck this. Deep here, Harkin. I see Nagash as the man with the MO and a lot of parallels with his Mortarchs and the German generals. That's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
The whole thing is a mess, and I think if they had written it more from the perspective of Nagash being in a desperate situation, having to make choices he didn't want to make, looking at a world that was broken and having to take on broken Mortarchs, advancing some far beyond their capability purely to get access what they had because they were too independent and out of control. That would have justified so many of the choices significantly better, but they kind of didn't do that. And Manfred was written terribly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a version they could have done that.
Yeah, there's all ways that I can justify all the choices that they make, I think, with relative ease. I just think that the stories they told didn't really justify them.
Yeah, and don't worry, Chad, I got conversion rates, but you're at 88 for Team S tier. So you're close. Christian Thomas, yep. Basil, thank you. By the way, I do feel compelled at this point to say, thank you very much. We really appreciate the generosity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Celebrating Andy's birthday is great, but please make sure you're taking care of yourself first and foremost.
Definitely.
Don't get caught up in the, fervor. Take care of yourself first.
Oh, Foolish Mystic Wonder, so much. Thank you. Can I just also say, Foolish Mystic Wonder, thank you for not saying, let's boost it up to S. Thank you. That's so generous. Deeply appreciated.
Foolish. Whose team were you on? Just to be clear, because it's not specified. But whoever's team you're on, because I think you may have.
You're right. It says no. I will make it happen. Make what happen? Which way is it going?
Yeah. Which way does the pendulum swing? Count Noctilus stole my darling Queen Bess. Oh, Harkin. S tier. Oh yeah, okay.
Well, it looks like it's gone S tier. Thank you so much for that one, Foolish. Wow.
I think with that coup de grace, that saga should probably come to an end.
Yeah, totally. That was totally fun.
Thank you all very much. Don't worry though. There's one more stupid thing coming up, and we won't make you bribe for this one.
Holy crap!
He has secured meme tier, but worry not. There's a free meme vote coming up right at the end, and it'll be the last one we do, so it'll be extra fun. But yes, awesome. I agree with Neferata. Let us carry on.
Yep, it's a good one.
Let's see. Here we go. Next is the Nameless.
This inclusion screams of someone who went, I like this thing in the old lore. I want to include it, but I'm not entirely sure how to do it. So I'm just going to kind of scrub off the barcode and hope. So, the Nameless. The Nameless is a fine example of, I would argue, not necessarily doing things well or right, but equally a character that absolutely should have been included in the end times, so a part of me was delighted to see it there. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Nameless has a name, but the core concept of the Nameless in the end times is that the Nameless no longer recalls his name, and thus that is the core of it being brought on side by Nagash. So what is the Nameless? The Nameless is Drachenfels, the Great enchanter. The Nameless is an entity that is significantly older than, and I do mean significantly older than Nagash, older than the elves. Drachenfels, the Great Enchanter, is not, as it's stated in the end times, a necromancer. Necromancer is merely one of his many tools, but they go with, actually, he's just a necromancer to justify Nagash taking him on side. To cut all of its long history down into a very short nubbin, because we're relatively late, what we have is one of the old guard characters of Warhammer, who was originally pitched in some of the very first Warhammer novels as a big bad guy. And as I've discussed in other streams, he was, rather amusingly, a retelling of Count Dracula. It's why the CD, Constant Drachenfels, is his name. CD, Count Dracula, he was a retelling of those tales in Warhammer, the big boogie guy that was used, who was both a demonologist and a necromancer and terrified everybody, in particular Bretonnia and the Empire. And he had lived in the Grey Mountains forever. He saw the old ones coming, if we go with his original tale. He's been there from the beginning, and if you go with the wider Games Workshop lore, he is also an eternal character across various lores. He, for example, was in the Dark Future setting, where he was called Nugan Seth. And that character pops up in pretty much all of Kim Newman's work, even as Count Dracula, if you go over to his other novels, all the same character. And he was killed. Not for the first time, might I say. Not for the last either.
He's done a couple times.
But in the novels, he dies. I won't go into the details there, but he dies. This in no way kills this individual character. And they take the death that happens in one of those books, which is not his first death by any stretch of the imagination, and they retwist it and they say he no longer remembers what it once was. He is called the Nameless. He is super powerful, and he is going to be brought inside by Nagash, who is going to tell him who he really is if he lends his power to Nagash. And to cut a long story short, he's not entirely trustworthy.
Yeah, okay, so there's a very other degree of weirdness that gets added to this, which is what the Nameless is, like physically. So when the story basically says that when the Nameless, so Drachenfels died, his like final death, his body gets like destroyed, and he loses his body.
It's worth noting he never had a body, and the novels, his body is created from the bodies of other people.
Oh, okay, well, there you go.
So that's already just a nonsense. His body doesn't matter because he is much, much more powerful than that alone, which is why the story in the end times...
Okay, I can kind of see why they went the angle with him then, because someone that didn't know that, it was wild. So the Nameless, he doesn't have a physical body. He's like an entity, like he's not even a spirit. He is an entity. He is an other. And it basically says that after he died again, for some reason with this death, he gets like lost in the depths of the Grey Mountains, and he goes crazy and he forgets his name. And he's just like completely forgets who he is, and it's just like a terrible force. Nagash sniffs him out, and lures him out, like Andy said, with promise of basically telling him who he is and giving him his memories back and everything. Which, granted, the end times does kind of reveal Nagash can't actually do that. Like, he can't give him his memories back. But he lies enough to convince him of this. And the Nameless never gets a body. He is in the end times, I will say, he is probably the most terrifying of the Mortarchs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He is an invisible thing that if he's near you, he can possess your body. It doesn't matter if you're alive. It doesn't matter if you're dead. He literally just takes over your body and you become a puppet. It's revealed the first time you actually get to see him is Chaos is invading a village, and it's revealed that the entire Imperial detachment, like an army defending this, are literally just puppets on strings. And they're alive, they're aware, but they cannot control their own bodies because he's just manipulating them like puppets. He cannot be killed because he doesn't have a body. There's no way to attack him. And he's fucking horrifying. He's basically unstoppable for the early parts of the end times. And what it's basically revealed is that later on, he figures out that Nagash can't actually do what he's promising, and the Chaos Gods are talking to him and whispering to him, and he ends up joining Chaos. And now this is where the story gets really weird because he basically, I can only describe this as the Nameless does the dumbest fucking thing in the universe, which is kind of hilarious, which is that the Nameless, remember I told you, is an invulnerable, immortal force that he's completely invisible. He cannot be physically detected, but he has to possess bodies in order to like affect things. And he invades Sylvania alongside a couple of other stuff I'm not going to worry about explaining because it's a whole thing, and to take on Nagash. And he's one of like the big aces that Chaos has against Nagash because he can manipulate thousands of bodies at once. So they use the undead against him, and basically a wizard has to go overtime to like control the bodies away from him. So anyway, what does he do? Well, he decides to take a host body for some reason, and he possesses Luther Huss, who is still alive.
Oh, wow.
So he takes over Luther Huss and is just like masquerading in Luther Huss's body, wielding his weapons and everything. And at the great final epic battle of Sylvania, I love how stupid this is. Vlad von Karstein sneaks up on him and goes, "Hey, Luther Huss, why are you being a little bitch? Like, just do something." And Huss goes, "Oh, right." And Huss just starts praying to Sigmar and basically goes Super Saiyan. And the Nameless, who gets cut off from all of his other bodies by Vlad and the other wizards basically like taking control, gets trapped in Luther Huss's body, and Luther Huss kills him with the divine might of Sigmar because he's trapped and he can't escape.
It's bullshit. Particularly because it's a nice end for Drachenfels, because Drachenfels has a weakness with Sigmar because Sigmar once defeated him, yada yada yada. Nagash copy-pasted this over when they wrote the Nagash story. And that's fine. But the whole writing of this is just weak sauce in terms of understanding the character, where it gets its power from, falling to chaos. Just nonsense. The whole thing is just weak. It would use everything around it as its core character. And then it somehow just dies because, hey, we're done with this thing now. The entire setup is a bit bobbins, but that's not what we're here to discuss. What we're here to discuss is it a good example of a Mortarch? So what we have is an indestructible, undead spirit that can control anything that's mortal around it. I think the answer starts speaking for itself. But on the flip side of that, it is exceedingly powerful to the point that Nagash can't control it. Literally can't.
This one's kind of tricky.
So why does he make an offer to it? Because it's so powerful. It is so extraordinarily powerful. And that is true to what Constant Drachenfels is. But what isn't true is everything else. So if we push aside that we have ruined the character, much like Manfred von Karstein, kind of ruined the character, and we just take it for what it is, Manfred was exactly what Nagash should have expected. A traitorous, duplicitous son of a bitch who couldn't be controlled. We have, again, exactly the same problem. An enormously powerful entity that can't be controlled. So what do we think? How does that balance out? Where does it sit? What do you think? Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is certainly a question. We'll let that sit for a minute. But the curious thing is, this is kind of another. Many of these Mortarchs
to me.
The funny thing about Drachenfels is that Drachenfels is another one of those characters that, like, I could see a potential avenue where he could have realistically been one of the most powerful allies of Nagash. Like, I could see a potential where him and Nagash might have had some mutual alignments, so to speak. But the version that they went with is just bizarre. This one's really hard to rate because there's such a cosmic difference between what I wish it was and what it actually was.
Yeah. They both made it way too powerful and just not true to its character, because the amount that it can do is silly and quite beyond how constant Drachenfels have been used in a far more grounded way inside the novels previously. They dialed it up to not 11, but approximately 54. They really made him exceedingly powerful, but in some respects that made him, if anything, more of a problem. And indeed, that is what turns out to be the case at the end, though. But he is enormously powerful. Nagash would definitely want to bring it on side. But does it matter if it's a Mortarch or not? Does it need to be a Mortarch? Can it just be this force that it brings on side? I mean, Mortarch is meant to be the extensions of Nagash as well, and it in no way has any interest in what Nagash wants or Nagash needs. So it's a really interesting place, because I just don't know how to rate this one. Because it is both the most powerful and also the biggest mess of the character. It's kind of like Manfred all over again, but in a very different way. How are we going to rate this one? What letters do you think we should drop it under?
Honestly, I think because of that, all that information, I honest to God thinks that it should be ABCD.
ABCD? Good.
Yeah. Like, I could understand someone coming at being like, I think he should be S because he's undeniably, literally the most powerful character of this cast. Like, he just is. He's fucking insane. But I think that there's just too much weird about it. There's just too much weird.
And the whole thing is a bit broken.
And we're rating them, once again, as a Mortarch. Like, I just don't think he fits the bill. Now, I can see someone being like, well, I'm going to rate him A because he's strong as fuck, and I think that's super fair. That is super duper fair. And you can go ahead and start the poll. I already started mine.
Okay, I shall go ahead and start the poll. The nameless.
Oh, Sage made that meme? That's hilarious.
You're kidding me.
That's great.
Wow, thanks, Sage.
Let's see. Wibblewolf. Well, this is a veil of excess. Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Slanesh was chortling in the background of that whole experience. NPC Foolish Mystic Wonder and LAWhammer. What, just a man who like shows up and starts throwing money at people aggressively? Gaston, do you guys have a site for Warhammer Fantasy RPG rulebooks? Maybe one where you get a cut. I wish.
Yeah, I wish too. I don't get a cut from any of the books, even though I made or was involved with frickin' tons of them. I got paid once, and that was it. Would I like to get some form of royalty? Damn straight.
Yeah,
that's not the case.
Yeah, a part of me wonders if I should reach out to some places, because, like, you know, it's a weird thing. Like, video games love doing that, where like they encourage you to sell, like hey, use my link and you save X amount and whatever. Roleplay games are not as well known.
I mean,
for
I
that.
can get a link up for Drive-Through RPG which sells, and that'd give a percentage over. I didn't even think of doing that. I've got a Rookery.
Oh, really? Well then, yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, so I'll get one of those up and I'll start slapping it into the descriptions for the YouTube videos, so that you can use a link and then go through to Drive-Through RPG and pick up the digital versions of them. And if you buy through that, I'll get like 5%, and we'll pop that over to the Rookery.
Hey, that's something great. Yeah, so you can use. Yeah, that'll work great. You can use Loremaster of Sotek links for games.
So that was a really good idea. Thank you very much. We will get that sorted out for you. See that probably on the next Lore Beards. I shall sort the link out for that.
It will be there because I will make absolutely goddamn sure it's there.
Thank you.
Krimgelto, ranked me as or I will searing doom you. I'll take it. I can take it.
Let's have a little check where Drachenfels. Drachenfels.
If you're gonna vote, make sure you guys vote. There's a lot less votes on this poll right now. It is up right now, so if you're gonna vote, go vote. Do it now, please.
Oh yeah, we've got not that many votes. So if you're watching over on YouTube right now, do get your votes in.
Yeah, because we'd like to at least see triple digits on that. Yeah, it's the name list is so weird.
Sarmelian, just to bring this point up, you're right. Drive-Through RPG also does art stuff, so we could easily just build a package of art.
Oh, yeah.
Again, that's assuming that Mark would like to do that, because ultimately, I mean, admittedly, it's our shared stuff, but the IP is owned by Mark and Andy, so it'll be up to them whether they think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you get a good cut of if you're going to use that for that.
Right, I'm going to be closing the poll very soon, but it looks like we've got a pretty clear answer over on YouTube, unless you vote in a different way very soon. But the votes are going up. They've just gone up 20 in the last 30 seconds.
Magladroth says, was Zoran a Mortarch? If so, he should have been added. So this is, you're right. He should have been a Mortarch, though Zoran possesses the body of
vampires. Fuck off.
Well, okay, so I'll say, compared to the cast that we have, Zoran was at least a fanatically loyal vampire.
Yeah, he makes sense. In fact, I would choose him over any other vampire. Any of them. I totally accept why Neferat is there. I wouldn't have done that, though, if I was in that place, but you can build that as a good story. But with Zoran, right in there in comparison.
Yeah. That being said, he would have been in the body of Melchior, because Zoran possesses Melchior after Melchior tries to kill him.
Yeah.
But yes, because the sad thing is Melchior is alive. He's relevant, where Zoran is relevant, but he just doesn't show up because Games Workshop just didn't consider him worth bringing up, I guess.
Bloody annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. Both Twitch and YouTube have gone C.
I think that's fair. He is C, not B.
Oh.
C.
I'm silly. I think he goes right there.
Yeah, he's if they had used the character well, he wouldn't be anywhere near this list. He just wouldn't be. But he is. Having a character that is more than happy to cackle as the world burns, absolutely spot on for Constant Drakenfels, because it literally doesn't matter. It doesn't need a world. It doesn't need a body. Its end, trapped inside the body of a priest that's somehow been persuaded to be all priestly, is just rubbish. It's just not a good way to end the character. It's goofy. It's exactly that. It's just a goofy end for what could have been a really disturbing character. So sadly, I think that this is accurate.
Yeah, Drakenfels would have been a really good example, or if he had been used well, would have been a really fun little C chaos character. A character that just causes
almost certainly would have betrayed everybody, because that's the nature of the character. This is the character that they should have had be relied upon by something, and then just he pulls the unexpected rug and the demons flood through the world. He is, after all, responsible at one point for flooding the south of the Empire with thousands and thousands of demons.
Yeah,
he's more famous for all of the demons that he summons than the undead that he summons. Calling him a necromancer would be like calling, I don't know, that'd be like calling Teclis a master of the wind of death.
Yeah.
I mean, he is, but that's not how you would define Teclis's magic use.
Yeah, and what I'll say here, Swagian, is that I think if they had done him correctly, Luther Huss could have been a really fun character to bring him down. It's just the way they did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a character to bring him down, definitely. But the way they did it, oh, please.
Yep. All right, next up. Oh, okay, next up is a character that a lot of y'all don't know, but I'm very excited to introduce to many of you. Varian the Grim. So
I'm going to start my poll early while you're doing your little intro.
Go ahead. So Varian the Grim is one of the OG Lords of Nagash. He originates from a Citadel journal, issue 3, so like way back in the day. This is a genuinely fascinating character. So Varian the Grim is a wraith, even though the artwork kind of shows him having a face. In the modern world, he's a wraith. So he's a ghost-like entity. The artwork's a little misleading here. But Varian the Grim...
use Mark Gibbons' old wraith artwork.
Yeah, well,
they literally use Mark's old wraith artwork from the Undead Army list.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Hawk got the art for, because the version of the art I see on, I don't know, because Hawk made it, but this is the one that's on the website by Mark Gibbons that looks perfect. I think there may have been just a little mix-up on the art. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to click. Hold on one second.
Look at all the stars.
Un momento, I clicked on the wrong thing. Here he is. If it'll, oh, there we go. So this is Varian the Grim. As a wraith, which he looks fantastic.
Just note, this is a fine example of old school 1993 Mark Gibbons artwork. Mark Gibbons, of course, did all the art for Dark Deeds.
Dark Deeds, yeah. So, who is Varian? Well, Varian the Grim was one of the very loyal followers of Nagash. It is believed that he was either a priest king or a lich priest that fell to that joined with Nagash. And what's interesting about him is that he was considered one of the most dangerous of Nagash's followers because he specialized in death plagues. And it said that Varian the Grim was responsible for engineering and unleashing the plague that Nagash unleashed on Nehekara to kill all of them. And
yeah, I love this.
Yeah, and then afterwards, many, many thousands of years after Nagash was destroyed, Varian vanished from history, but one day reappeared driving a plague cart, which is the ancestor to the corpse cart as we know them nowadays.
Yep.
And the plague cart became a symbol of him, and it is said that no one can track Lord Varian the Grim. No one knows where he comes from, where he goes, but he just shows up at cemetery gates with his plague cart, here to collect the living and to unleash a plague that no man can stand. And sometimes he randomly joins up with undead armies, but he is more of a force of nature, and he is really fucking cool.
Yeah. So this is a classic example of old Citadel journal material where they take an old model, in this case the Undead Plague Cart, and they go, how are we going to reinterpret this for the current version of the rules? And they went, well, hey, we've got Nagash and we've got his super cool looking Lords of Naughtiness that we could attach to it. Let's do that because he is clearly some sort of mythical creature, our Plague Cart model. Let's turn him into a mythical creature tied to the root of necromancy, in this case, Nagash. So they created a Citadel Journal article that very much said, hey, he's very much attached to Nagash, and he was one of the old Black Lords of Nagash. I think it's Black Lords that they called him back then, or is it Dark Lords? It's Dark Lords of Nagash. Yeah, Dark Lords of Nagash. And this is what he has become long after he was an important figure. And this is something that I think is completely missing with the current versions of the Mortarchs, and that's the idea of these mythical, ancient, exceedingly powerful entities. Instead, they've just gone for a bunch of characters that everybody already knows. And this one, Varian the Grim, in many respects just feels more scary, feels more unknowable, feels
and
more undead.
I also
feels
love that
like
he's
something that Nagash would control.
Yeah, I also love he's a full-on ghost. Like, he had the full ethereal rules, the plague cart. Like, in his story, it talks about his plague cart just walks through people and nothing can stop it, which is awesome because that also it invokes that idea, like the red mask, that old thing where like nothing can stop him from getting to you. He just keeps coming through walls, units, whatever. Like, he's a plague. He will get you in the end. Like, the thing that I like about him and that I think Mortarchs should do when they can is he feels like a personification of a form of death.
Yeah. So they tried to give the later Mortarchs this sort of mythic feel by going, this is the Mortarch of blood, the Mortarch of despair. Yet somehow Varian the Grim does more in his tiny little article than a whole slew of descriptions inside the Nagash book for how Nagash picks up all these characters that we know and love and turns them into extensions of his will, but as it turns out they're not, and they turn against him and it all goes wrong. So broadly speaking, this is really arguably one of the only clean examples of something that feels very much like an aspect of a big god of undeath, and it feels like a Mortarch. It feels like almost where they decided to take the Mortarchs later when we move into Age of Sigmar. We have a very different tone here. And whilst, yes, it's Citadel Journal, so it's on the very periphery of what anyone might consider to be canon, it is nevertheless, I think, a really fine example of how things could have been done differently. And I would argue this little article over here, hidden away in a tiny little Citadel Journal released off the edge of mail order, did a better job of trying to figure out how Mortarchs could appear than the actual Mortarchs themselves, who were, if anything, very mundane, very human,
it took
very alive in how they think.
It took until Age of Sigmar for them to figure out how to do Mortarchs. All right, so polls up.
What did you give us the options?
SABC.
Okay, cool. Let's do SABC. Very in the grim.
The other thing that I find interesting about him is that they do for the idea of like, oh, we need like a terrifying, powerful Mortarch. This is such a good example of doing so much with so little text.
Yeah.
Like it's not a lot of text. It's brief when you read and you go, oh, damn. All right. I can see that. That works great. And
I had the old play cart model. So that amused me when it got released. I remember when it got released because I was working for Workshop at the time. So yeah, that was the times. And it's always good to see Mark Gibbons' art.
I love how silly the model is where like they just made it all out of bone for no reason. Like, why are the wheels made out of bones?
Because that's awesome. Obviously.
Yeah, what's interesting is the fact that it's all ethereal. It almost to me feels almost more like an ancestor to the Black Coach as opposed to the corpse cart. But
these ideas of there was actually several models of this ilk where it was basically an undead thing that was ethereal and wandered about and continues through to later days. It was nice to see those ideas getting repeated over from what was originally just the play card.
Yeah, I will say what's interesting about looking at him as a Mortarch is that he kind of almost has, in like not a bad way, but he kind of has that Hand of Nagash Krell syndrome, where he feels he's a very straightforward, specific threat. Like he's not like the grand schemer, the grand duplicitor. He's a disease.
He feels like an extension of Nagash's will.
Yeah.
And when it arrives, you know that something terrible is going to occur and the very land itself will sicken and die. And that I quite like. That feels far better for our despair-leaning Nurgle-esque version than what they had before. So yeah, really quite like that.
How dare you close? There we go. Let's see.
Oh, it's a very clear vote over on YouTube just now, but we haven't had that many votes. So if you're sitting watching YouTube just now and you haven't voted yet, do make sure you go pop over to the poll and click that button.
Yeah, you can vote on mobile as well. It does pop up on your screen if you're listening and not looking at your phone. For those that want to. David Whitfield says White Dwarf 94. That picture was attached to the rules of the play card. I bought the model just because of that art. Mark Gibbons
was Mark Gibbons' art in White Dwarf 94. Was it really that long ago?
I mean,
93. I don't think 93 matches to White Dwarf 94. Does it?
Don't ask me. 94? I don't know. That's before my time.
94 release date.
Sorry, Andy. I'm new age.
I got to check this because I'm not sure. Why on earth did it give me Citadel Journal 3? What the heck? I literally just... What the? It's like it was reading my mind. Let's try that again.
Spooky.
Let me get the tap of my keys there while I go check it up. That was 1987 for that. So that was a full 5 years. No, more. That was 7 years before that picture was drawn by Mark. So that art, the one that we had up on screen, couldn't have been it. Did I get something wrong with your comment there, David? I'm a little bit confused. Or was it the image of the plague cart that got you to buy the model?
Oh, maybe it was the image of the plague cart.
Yeah, because the plague cart was cool as mints, and I also bought the
Sorry,
plague cart.
I may have misunderstood. I may have misunderstood. That's my bad.
Yeah, totally. I also bought it because it's way cool. I loved the plague cart back in the day.
It's interesting. The black. I had an interesting experience. I went to the big Renaissance festival down in near Houston, and I saw what was literally a black coach. Like it wasn't Warhammer themed at all. It was just outside like the medieval torture museum exhibit, but it was just like a skeletal horse pulling a carriage that had like a baby's coffin in it. And I was like, oh, this is based on an actual thing. Okay. I don't know what this is, but it's fucking spooky.
Alrighty, I'm willing to call it over on YouTube. We've got a very clean vote.
Call it.
How's it over on Twitch?
Twitch is slightly S with a little bit of A and then some B and C.
Deep A over on
Deep
YouTube.
A. I think that fits.
Yep, me too. Yeah, I think this is a perfect example, assuming that it is the extension of Nagash's will. and it represents something that Nagash has done in the past as well. Effectively, it's almost like an avatar of the god that's going to be. I think it's perfect. It works really well. Oh, wait a minute. Varian, is that the piece of art they used for Varian the Grim? That was a much later piece of art.
I don't know where Hawk got that art.
That piece of art was it Des Hanley did? No, it wasn't. I can't remember who did that one. But that came, it was for the Necromancer. I'm trying to remember which edition that would have been in.
Oh, interesting. So no, that is art of him from a later thing where he's Varian the Grim. Wait, hold on. Let me look at this before I actually say this out loud. Oh, well, no, both pieces are associated with him. Interesting.
I've never seen that one associated. That was just the Necromancer piece from.
Yeah. Granted. So the Varian the Grim art of the Wraith thing, I believe, is actually sourced back to Varian the Grim. Whereas I think the Necromancer art is just a Necromancer.
The Necromancer art, it's the one I think it is. That's Mark Gibbons as well. I'm going to go check it out.
Yeah, they both are. They're both Mark Gibbons. I see his signature.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's just the Necromancer. It's not Varian the Grim. That was just the Necromancer in the same way that the Wraith was just a Wraith, not Varian the Grim either.
Because the Wraith is Mark Gibbons 93.
Yeah, totally. They were both made for the Undead Army List.
Whatever. Someone's just slapping art places, but it works fine.
Yeah, they totally are. Yeah.
I will say, I believe the one of the Spirit is more accurate to the model because the model has a Wraith riding the plate card.
Absolutely.
All right. Anyway, so A tier. I think he should go below the Dread King.
Dread King, yes, I do also.
Because the Dread King felt more like he's kind of the boss of some of the stuff below. I feel like Varian is more like one of the lower guys you send to get shit done, whereas the Dread King is a general.
I'm going to go further. I'm going to say Varian is no longer a character who gets shit done. Varian's almost a force of nature. Varian is an extension of the divine truth that necromancy will one day become. So definitely below, because it lacks that certain amount of character. That's gone. It's a ghost of what came before, rather than being something a little bit bigger.
I love that, though.
But it's also a force of nature in many respects. So yeah, I love that too. I think it's great.
I love this. Obviously, we're adding here. This is typical Lorebeard's bullshit. But I love the idea that where most of the other Mortarchs died and were sealed away, Varian just sort of devolved into a genuine force that can't be contained, which makes him more terrifying, but also in a way less, because he's not like an organized thinking force. He just sort of appears places.
Yeah, agreed.
Which is great. I love that. That's great story.
I think it's great. And I also think it's quite nice to have different undead types being represented, which is something that I think is very badly handled by the later Mortarchs, where they basically went, the only characters we have are vampires, because we did a vampire army list.
I hated that about the End Times one. I love the AOS ones because they're very specifically all different species. Mm-hmm. Except for Neferat and Manfred, but they represent a different thing. Okay, so next up is controversial. I have very strong opinions on this, and it's going to be controversial. Vlad von Karstein.
Fucking Vlad.
I'm going to be blunt, especially because we're 4 hours in. Vlad's the shittiest shit choice for a Mortarch ever. Nagash would rather have killed himself than pick Vlad for a Mortarch.
Yeah. Vlad, I think, almost certainly may have once been, to the point that I think Vlad was and Neferata wasn't. Because Vashanesh certainly was. Vashanesh was chosen over Neferata. That's a core component of their characters and the disagreements that they had. And then claiming Neferata in the End Times was once one of these great, dread, dark lords that represented Nagash is very much a bullshit. Oh, bullshit. You not really thought this through, have you? And looked at the story. And then bringing frickin' Vlad in. Yeah, no. Vlad is either one of two characters. The deeply broken, deeply fucked up, just Vladimir von Karstein, who is a mess, who is massively in love with another character who's probably a bigger mess. And the pair of them are the worst. Or, and I think this is the case if you've watched our Vlad stream, It's Vashanesh. And Vashanesh is the last person Nagash would ever choose, because Vashanesh completely screwed with his shit.
Yeah, literally the most impactful betrayal that ever happened to Nagash in his entire life was Vashanesh.
Yep. It's just such a broken choice. This feels like someone who was reading through the Undead Army list and went, "Who's the most important characters?" Vlad. He's the Karstein line, so we'll have him. Oh, Neferatis, he's around, we'll have her. Oh, but Manfred's really important as well. Oh, we'll just include him as well. 2 freaking Karsteins? What about the rest of the vampires if you're going down a vampire love me chart? It's just a nonsense. And wipes out the wider undead lore as well by just concentrating on what was ultimately the only things Games Workshop released for their undead: their vampire counts and our Tomb Kings. And they just basically went, we'll take the top characters from each, slam them together, and there we go, that's our Mortarchs, forgetting all the rest of them. Oh, we better put Krell in too. It's a mess. And this character in particular, I feel, is one of the worst choices they could have made. Almost any vampire is better, including Luther Harkin.
Yeah,
he's
especially
S-tier.
Yeah, he is. You are correct.
God damn it.
Yeah, Vlad is an incredibly powerful character. He's super awesome, amazing story. We've already had a full dedicated episode here on Lorebeards, and it was super fun, even though there was some controversy in the comment section about some of our takes, but that's the fun of Lorebeards. But he is the biggest threat to Nagash. Like the fact that he outsmarted Nagash's curses and ring would have left Nagash so bitter towards it.
Why would he give him a top tier place in his great
tierage? And the end times, it's like he brings back Nagash and he puts Vlad, and Nagash puts Vlad in charge of defending the Empire. Not, the characters who have been around for the last several hundred years and know what's actually going on in the Empire. He puts Vlad in charge, who's been dead for a fucking while.
I wouldn't understand the Empire in its modern state at all, unlike, say, Manfred. Who can't be trusted. It's just the whole thing. Why so much concentration on the bloody Empire? The Empire means nothing to Nagash. If anything, he hates the place. Oh man, do I
because Games Workshop says it's all that matters.
Yeah, quite. Oh, I hate the choices made around this one. I'm very much in Sotek's camp here, where I dislike almost everything about this. But it's not just about what I think. It's about looking at the character and saying, does this character make a good Mortarch? And bluntly, it's one of the most powerful vampires in the world. So let's start off with...
and he did get his ring back. And to be fair, in the end times, he goes on to be hysterically powerful. Because he's got his fucking ring. So the amount of times he dies and then comes back and kills the person that killed him is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great character. This is another example, much like it's in fact the number of connections between this character on one side and then popping over and looking at the Luther Harkin on the other is significant. They are both absolutely awful choices. Terrible choices to be Mortarchs because of, in one case, insane lunatic that can't be trusted, is immune to magic, can't be controlled, and is a mess. And on the other side, either the same or worse. The most hated person that Nagash has. I can't express how badly he hates this man. It would be like, I don't know, one of the allies during World War II saying, let's take Hitler. He'd make a good ally. He was a good general, right? Let's bring him in. That makes no sense at all because he's the enemy. And in many respects, that's what Nagash apparently did. He went, let's bring in the enemy and crown him as a living, an unliving example of my will. Holy crap sticks.
Yeah, you know what's funny is everyone gives so much shit for Manfred betraying Vlad, but if you really pay attention, he's literally just doing what his dad did.
Yeah.
Because Vlad did the exact same thing to Nagash that Manfred did to Vlad.
Yep.
Like, he did the exact same thing.
Yeah, but everybody focuses on one over the other. So this is, for me, it's a very easy choice where this character should be if we're looking at the decision that was made for the end times. But if we're just looking at the overall power of capability, utility, if we're assuming that the Karstein ring can be used to help control him, then suddenly, and much as he was back in the day, he becomes a great example. But really, why wouldn't you just cut his finger off and give the ring to someone better?
Yeah. Yep.
You know how the ring works, Nagash. You freaking made it. Bloody hell.
He forgot. All right, polls up. This one I would say
I haven't got my pull up.
We should do SACD like we've done with most of the other vampires.
Yeah, I think I agree. Okay, so let me just get Vlad there. No, I'm not.
Whose Mortarch title does not make sense for him. He's the Mortarch of Shadows, which, like, what?
What the freaking? What were the? I mean,
you know, Vlad, the shadowy character, very shadowy.
Why? I mean, it just feels like somebody was looking at what they wanted to do with the Winds of Magic and going, well, let's make him the Ulgu one. Why?
Except for he doesn't use, like, shadow stuff. Like, I don't think he has Lore Shadow rules. Hold on, I'm gonna actually look at his updated profile for the end times, because he got a profile.
Wow.
Where is he? Where's Vlad?
I mean, it's just really bad. So you end up having to create your own stories to even make a little bit of sense of it. Unlike the other ones, which make, I mean, no, it's the same. Oh, okay. None of them make sense. You have to. The Lore Shadows there.
Yeah, they actually did something fun with them. They let him generate all of his spells from a combination of lores. So you could pick all the different lores you wanted to generate from, and he got death, shadows, vampires, and undeath. So he actually had a cool. Could mix and match rule, which is interesting.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Why not?
Why not?
Funny enough, I think in Total War Warhammer, he actually has a mixture from. He has a mixture of vampire, beasts, and shadow. I think.
Sure.
But whatever, it's fun. Anywho, so please vote.
Let me just bring up this comment here because that is exactly as it should be. Castrated, absolutely should be. Every stream is shit on the end time stream.
Listen, castrated. I feel like that's the equivalent of going into like a historical warfare stream and being like, man, these guys bring up World War II a lot.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we are discussing Warhammer here, and what is effectively a bunch of end time characters that were created to justify their end. And given what you know is our opinions of the end times already, it's no great surprise that we're going to have a couple of real whale on it, shit on it examples.
Yeah, Christopher Clayton says Ushorn is also a vampire Mortarch in AOS. Yes, trust me, I'm up to it. But and you know what? It's great in AOS because he's an unreliable as fuck Mortarch, but that's a big part of his story because he's the Mortarch of Delusion. But
happy birthday to me.
The thing is, you know what he is? He's a big ghoul monster Mortarch, which is
amazing miniature.
Great. Like he looks awesome, and it's like, you know what? In fantasy, where was Nagash's like big ghoul thing?
Yeah.
Like, you know, because the Strigoi are not
Ghoul King.
Like they would have been a Ghoul King would have made an excellent Mortarch in the end times, but they didn't do that because they didn't want to make a model for it. Speaking of ghouls, this Sunday we're talking ghouls. Make sure you join us for that.
We are. So the Sunday Lorebeard stream is also my birthday stream because it's my birthday week. God damn it! And we are going to be covering ghouls, the old fathers, which are going to be, I think, super fun and possibly not what you expect. I have a lot of love for ghouls, as you will find out this Sunday, for reasons that, again, might surprise you. So do make
ghouls
sure you
are
tune
also in. I cannot encourage enough to make it to the stream. I think this is going to be up there with like the Dragon Ogre stream as far as like ghouls. There are some things about ghouls that are not readily apparent on the surface, but they open a giant can of worms.
Certainly bloody do. A massive can of worms, and I think possibly we're both talking about the same thing.
Probably.
So it's going to be super fun. Yeah. I'm quite excited about this one. Might I just say that every time that your avatar comes up, all I think is, that's Lord Sarthinius, all I think is Dragon Age, because it looks like a Dragon Age character from the very
Survivor
first Dragon Age Origins.
That's cute. Good old survive Smog's character. I've self-explained Vlad is Nagash's hubris.
Sure.
Here's my counter. Here's my counter to that. Which, if you want to justify it, that's totally fine. That's your opinion. That's valid. If he had brought back Vlad, the only reason Nagash would have done it would have been to torture him.
Yeah.
It would not have been to have him as a Mortarch. It would have been. I could have seen that as a storyline of how Vlad could have returned to the end times. Is because Nagash did that with with Alcatazar, where he should have just fucking killed him, but he didn't. He kept him alive to torture him because he's an arrogant dick. And I could have seen him doing the same thing to Vlad. And then it like blows up in his face because like Manfred could have like freed his dad and we could have an interesting storyline there. But
okay, you got a couple of seconds left to vote because we don't have a huge number of votes over on YouTube. Got a decent number, but if
Twitch is done.
I'm going to switch you off in like about 10 seconds. So if you want to get votes in, get it now. You could make a difference because we're surprisingly spread on the top end. That surprised me more than I expected. It's a clear winner, though.
David Whitfield says, the best general / warrior, immortal, and a good wizard, but he's only with Nagash because of Isabella. Once he realizes that Isabella's possessed, Vlad has no ties to Nagash. We're almost Staffenberg view of Nagash. Yeah, so storyline is a fucking mess, first of all. Second of all, like I'm not even gonna bother explaining it because it was such a fucking mess. I don't have the energy to talk about demons possessing undead resurrected out of nothingness by Nurgle of all gods. If Nagash had actually resurrected Isabella or genuinely is shown to have had her soul and was using that against Vlad, once again, I think that could have been an interesting storyline and would have played better for like a Manfred helping Vlad to deal with Nagash.
And it breaks the lore of vampires with souls.
Yeah, that's also the thing.
Vampires don't have freaking are. Oh God, when I read the end times, I just sat there shouting at the book at points. Because
the next character we're going to get into, you thought we were shouting about the end times before. Get ready for another one for a different reason.
Man, I hated how Isabella and Vlad were handled.
In the interest of time, D. Everyone's voting D.
We got a clear D over here.
Dead fucking last. He is dead last. Manfred makes some sense.
Yeah, Manfred makes some sense. Vlad makes none. There is nothing there that I think is good from the perspective of building your core team of Mortarchs. Yeah, he's right out.
Our last technical one, and then we've got a bit of a goof for y'all right at the end. So the last actual Mortarch we talk about, Wallach Harkin. Now,
bloody Wallach.
On the surface, Wallach Harkin makes some sense. You know, he's the most powerful living blood dragon outside of Aberash, which you may go, wait, but what about Aberash? To which I say, Aberash doesn't show up in the end times. To which you go, well, that's stupid. And I go, yes, it is. And you go, I thought Nagash could just explode the heads of vampires that disagreed with him. Which I would say, isn't that weird that he didn't explode Aberash's head? And which you would say, that's dumb. And I go, welcome to the end times. Anyway, all that aside, Wallach Harkin, a relevant force in the old world who's active and often allies with the vampires and stuff, makes sense to call upon. Like, he's a great general, a great warrior. He's got an interesting storyline. Yeah. So, sure. On the surface, makes sense. But then they did what they did with him. So it's revealed. So for those that don't know, Wallach Harkin is...
Oh, don't remind me.
So very quick... Very, very quick, because we've been here forever.
It's my birthday.
So the cool thing about Wallach Harkin in the lore before the end times is Wallach Harkin is a very powerful, badass vampire who is one of Aberash's original acolytes from way back in the Hekara. After Aberash kind of did his whole I've drank dragon blood, I've ascended, yada yada thing, I'm going to go be a monk on a mountaintop somewhere. Aberash decides to, while Aberash emulates Wallach emulates Aberash's creed, he takes a more brutal view to it. And he goes around basically challenging people and kicking shit. And he eventually shows up at a keep. The order blood. It becomes known as Bloodkeep. It might have been Bloodkeep before he showed up. I don't remember what the original name was. But it's ruled over by a cool group of guys. A very nice knightly order, which is the Ordo Draconis. And he basically walks up in a very stereotypical 90s anime thing outside their gate. Says, "I challenge all of you assholes." And they open the door, and he comes in and he fights all of them by himself, and he kills the weak ones and turns the better ones into blood dragons. And it's a genuinely fun, kind of horrifying story. Yeah. And this is like the blood dragons kind of as we know them. So like when you play with like Blood Knights and tabletop, they are descended from this incident. And this spreads blood dragons all over the world, or all over the old world. But the important thing about Wallach, he has a genuinely fascinating story. Like he falls in love with someone, the person he falls in love with dies, and he does not take it well. He does not take it well at all. He like Bloodkeep is destroyed, and then he comes back, and then it gets taken out again, this time by Karl Franz, in a team up with the Wood Elves, which was a thing. Or wait, no, I think I conflated two stories there. But no, because that's the Deathclaw story. Sorry. Deathclaw protects Karl Franz during that whole thing. But Karl Franz brings down Bloodkeep in modern times, and he runs away again. And so in the end times, he shows up, and you go, oh, Wallach, that makes sense. That's okay, cool. I can see that. And then the end times happens. So Wallach Harkin is in charge of the Blood Knights, and he is part of the trio that's defending the Empire's northern border from chaos coming any further south, because Nagash doesn't want chaos coming down yet. So Wallach, Vlad von Karstein, and the Nameless are up there supposed to be doing shit. Well, Wallach, because of his terrible, uncontrollable bloodlust, leads the Blood Knights on the other side of the Auric Bastion, which is the impenetrable wall that gets penetrated several times. Do with that what you will. And when one of the times that it gets ripped open, the Blood Knights, led by Wallach on a zombie dragon, charge through the wall, and the wall closes behind them. And you go, well, that was stupid of him, but whatever. I guess he's dead now because he's fighting endless legions of chaos. So later on, the wall opens back up, and a big chaos army, or the wall is actually destroyed. Sorry, the wall's destroyed flat out, and the hordes of chaos come through. And here comes Wallach on his big old zombie dragon. And Vlad sees him and go, oh, good, Wallach's here to help out against the forces of chaos. Nope. Wallach has joined the forces of chaos.
Because obviously,
Wallach Harkin has officially become a follower of Khorne, the blood god. Because vampires like blood, right? Blood dragons like blood, right? Just, they fight. Blood dragons fight. So he joins Team Khorne. He kills, but he heavily wounds Karl Franz. And then Vlad von Karstein immediately kills him in a genuinely hilarious scene. Because Vlad just takes control of his zombie dragon.
Undermining the core concept of Wallach in the first fucking place as well. Yeah. He's kick-ass.
Yeah, Wallach is a super awesome character, and the thing was, it wasn't hard. Using his personality, all they had to do was Nagash go, hey, I can bring back the love of your life and give her back to you as an immortal partner. Just come work for me. And Wallach would have been like,
done that.
Oh, they had?
Yeah,
whatever, fine. True. But Wallach would have fallen for it at least.
Yeah. All right, so what we have here is arguably one of the most interesting characters that they created for vampires, where they didn't completely copy-paste all of the details of the story. The name is so obviously inspired by Dracula, it's ridiculous, and all the various stories around that. But the actual character itself is super fascinating. The blood dragons are super fascinating. But what they did with this character is basically, one, make Nagash look like an idiot for choosing someone who apparently falls to Khorne. Two, completely undermine all of the lore they've been building up about vampires and chaos by making him fall to Khorne. But they also do this with Isabella, and I'm actually tempted just to throw shit at the screen.
Hold on. I gotta defend Isabella's honor here. Isabella got possessed. It was not her fault. It's still stupid. Of course. It's still stupid, but Wallach they made Wallach so impossibly dumb. Like, he joined
beyond
Khorne
dumb
willingly. Like, what?
After all the time he's been pursuing what he's been pursuing, and he does that, get out of it. But we're not discussing that. What we're discussing is he a good Mortarchs. So he's an ancient vampire, yet another bloody vampire that's been attached to Nagash. Nagash, who has been utterly betrayed by vampires, of course chooses half of his Mortarchs to be vampires. He chooses this one because he is literally a kick-ass mother who's super ancient and capable of doing extraordinary things on the battlefield. I have no doubt that he has the physical capabilities, but it's a little bit like this. Oh, okay, I'm about to decide who's going to be my generals at war. I am preparing for a big war. I'm going to choose generals in the real world. So I am going to choose a pacifist. Now you might go, what the fuck? He's not a pacifist. No, he's not. But he is absolutely antithetical to almost everything that Nagash stands for. He's got his own honor, his own creed, his own way of doing things. And it's not this. Oh!
Like, if he had been written well, which he wasn't, and he had been written consistent with his character, which he wasn't, Wallach should have been one of Nagash's, I need to use him against very specific things, because if I can get it to align with his interests, which Nagash should have been intellectually capable of, he will be an incredibly useful tool. But he's not going to do everything I tell him to.
Yeah. So basically, he's like a shit version of Abarash. And which is saying something because he's not shit at all. But he's a shit version of Abarash. But Abarash got forgotten, and we've gone with this one instead. And he is entirely mischaracterized, using a weird way, and then falls to Khorne, which is the most ridiculous thing I think I have ever read in all the end time stuff. And I will admit to disliking parts of the end times and finding parts of it ridiculous. But this was daft. It's such a misunderstanding of vampires, such a misunderstanding of what Khorne offers. In no way insidious. It's really dumb. Yeah. And I can't see how Nagash comes out of this looking like anything other than an idiot.
Yeah, and the heartbreaking thing for me is, like, unlike some of the other characters where we were like, if they had done this other thing, it would have worked really well. I think with Wallach, you don't have to do that big of a pivot. Like, you don't have to do that big of a degree change to make something sensible out of it.
Yeah, agreed. I want to bring up this comment because, Ayrton, I agree entirely. Making a vampire filled Khorne is such a surface level reading of Warhammer Vampires and Khorne.
Yeah, and Khorne. Yeah, both of them.
Yeah,
it's a huge thing. But anyway, let's get the poll up. I think for this one,
I haven't done this one because I've been too busy complaining.
Well, it is your birthday. I think for this one, we could safely do ABCD.
I think so. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, like he gets so brutally mishandled. I just don't think he could be asked. But I could see justifications for him being A or B based on like the potential that was there.
I mean, he's amazing. He's a really good character. It's just, why would Nagash choose him? He's a bloody vampire. A, B, C, D. That's what we're going for, isn't it? There we go. Yeah. That's it up on YouTube. So do get voting. I'll be interested to see where you put him. It'd be very easy to just drop another vampire down at D, but perhaps some of you think that he's a better choice than, say, for example, Manfred the Betrayer or Vlad von Karstein, his greatest enemy. And you know what? You'd be right. He is a better choice than them, but that doesn't make him a good choice.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's interesting because it's like there is a wait. Did my poll not fire on here? I don't see it on Twitch. Whoops. I thought I fired it. Never mind. I have to redo that, and then.
I really love this character as well. And in fact, I love most of these characters. It just feels like, why would you create a bunch of Mortarchs out of the Vampire Count's armies? Because not Nagash. They were the ones that betrayed him. God damn it.
God. Yep. Well, it's like, in a perfect universe, like the 9 Mortarchs of Nagash, outside of like Archon, probably should have been characters of like, oh look, it's the original 9 because it's Nagash, and he can just bring them back.
Nobody can escape Nagash because he's the Lord of Undeath. They don't die because they're dead already, and he's the Lord of Undeath. The idea that the original 9 Mortarchs, or the original 9 I keep forgetting. It's not black, it's dark, isn't it?
Dark Lords.
Yeah, the original 9 Dark Lords aren't there is, for me, a complete nonsense.
Lord Sarthenius, missing out on Aberash and Gilles Le Breton when he returned, charging their knights a doomed final rise to honor forgive. Yeah,
I will agree.
An off-credit scene of the 2 greatest knights in the history of the Warhammer world fighting side by side against something. And they're like, what happens off screen? It's like, what? It's the end of the world. Why is this off screen?
Yeah, agreed. Completely agreed. There are so many opportunities in the end times, and because obviously of the difficult development that it had and the constrained time period.
Maybe the true headcanon is that the reason they didn't show us the scene is because they lied to everyone.
It happened.
They weren't actually fighting off screen. Turns out what it was is they were having a Brokeback Mountain adventure to enjoy the last few days of the world.
Except sadly, the end times didn't die in the end times wasn't just a month or two, it's freaking years.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, might as well enjoy what time you got left. Jill's back, and Average is like, "Oh, my lover has returned."
This one is super obvious over on YouTube. We don't have that many votes though, so you could change it if you think it's a C or a B, but you're gonna have to vote now. If you don't think it's a C or a B, do drop in the vote in the D, just so that we can confirm that D is your perspective. But as it currently stands, D is looking very strong.
Interesting. Twitch chat, y'all might have to refresh your page, but currently it's 100% B on Twitch chat.
Hell? How many people have voted? Like 1?
Like 5.
2? Wow! Hardly any. Get over on the Twitch, everyone. LAWhammering over on Twitch. Get some votes in over on that side. Let's leave it up for an extra minute so you can go all find that page and put a couple of extra votes in there and get them the hell off B. And if you vote S over there, I'm freaking shaking my fist.
Okay, now he's C.
I love it.
Yeah, I couldn't see the poll either. I had to refresh.
Yeah,
something's going on with stuff.
Yeah, my connection over on YouTube is equally bonkers.
Yeah,
it keeps on falling out.
Shit today. It's been happening all day.
It's just a bit dodge. It just keeps on collapsing in, and it's currently streaming quite behind the version that we see on our side.
Time is up.
Oh, we almost doubled the votes, but it didn't change the overall poll on YouTube very much. Our final result is 41% on D.
Yep. Twitch went C, but not enough C to, I think, split the difference.
So that brings I think it's quite clear where this one goes. I think neither of us are going to complain about that one.
Yeah,
that's 100% on board.
Now, chat. It's time. It's time for the most important Mortarch. Sorry, the Mortarch.
Let's move over to the other side so you can actually see the orky option that's sitting there.
Truly, the only one who knows Nagash better than anyone because he wore the crown.
What, Sigma?
He chatted with Nagash for months. Nagash desperately tried to convince him to keep going south. The Mortarch of the Wa. Azhag the Slaughterer.
Azhag the Slaughterer. Azhag the Slaughterer is a delightfully dark figure. An orc who is quite unorky. An orc who would come to do terrible things over in the eastern side of the empire with a Wa that was not, in the greater scheme ofWas, that impactful. But he himself is a terrible figure, and indeed one that is strongly influenced by Nagash. Now, is he a Mortarch? Clearly not. Don't be daft. He's an orc. He's an orc who's wearing the crown of sorcery, which effectively makes him one of the most powerful necromancers that you're likely to see. And indeed, he used necromancy all over the place, which is not something we often think about when we discuss your average orky horde. But he had the ability to use necromancy. That was one of the fun things about using that character back when he was first added to the setting.
Yeah, Azhag is genuinely terrifying because, funny enough, it's not really the magic that makes him that level of terrifying, though that is spooky. It's the fact that he had someone as smart as Nagash in his head giving orders to greenskins, and they were vaguely following them, which made him borderline unstoppable for a while.
Yeah. See, Azag's a character I've always loved and was intended to be part of our, third phase, or was it fourth phase? I forget, of campaigns for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition.
Yeah, because he comes down in like 25-15?
It's closer to 17, as I recall.
Yeah, somewhere in the ballpark, yeah.
But yeah, it's, and eventually we go with the canon version events, gets taken out by Knights Panther? No.
Yeah, the Grandmaster of the Knights Panther.
Grandmaster Knights Panther, yeah, totally.
Though, what's crazy about that is that it wasn't really the Knights Panther like god tier skills that got him killed. It was Aztag being so willful, he was arguing with Nagash's influence that distracted him.
Which I think is great. But it also tied in really nicely with the Enemy Within campaign 1, which had Knights Panther as a core component into Middenheim, and it also gave PC options to potentially become one of them. So it was an obvious place to go for the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay campaign. And Azhag is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. A brooding, insane orc who's clever, a spellcaster, chanting the words of the lingua praestantia in a way that no living wizard does in the Empire. Absolutely shocking as he comes slamming into Ostermark and Ostland over in the far east of the Empire and literally wipes out everything in his path. He is working according to different versions of the lore, Nagash's whim or his own whim or something else in between. And of course, he's a bit of a stunt placement here. We could easily put a stunt placement here for Sigmar as well. It would not be difficult because Sigmar wore that crown as well, but he's not the only one. Moranth, he wore it too. There's others that pop, but he absolutely was manifesting Nagash's will, which doesn't make any sense at all, given that Nagash was dead.
Yeah, totally.
But the End Times just rewrote the lore to make that happen. In the lore before the End Times, Nagash is not dead. Nagash is down in Nagashazar doing Nagashazar things, and he is influencing the world basically as an undead material god.
Yeah, remember,
sitting
guys,
down there.
He's basically Sauron. It's like saying because Sauron got his hand cut off that he's just gone and there's no more Sauron.
Yeah, and the End Times came along and went, actually, Sauron's gone and he's dead and he's gone and he's dead and he's gone. Which left everybody that knew Nagash was just left going, what? Nagash doesn't need anyone to resurrect him. He just resurrects himself. That's the whole point of being Nagash. What on earth is going on here? So we've got two different versions that you could vote on. The version where Nagash is dead, which means that the crown is influencing him. Or alternatively, Nagash is alive down in Nagashazar, pulling strings and using the orcs to weaken the Empire over in the east. As to why that's the case, you can come up with your own decisions as to why that might be the case.
I will say,
yeah, we're going to vote him because it's quite fun.
I will eternally love the mental image of Nagash desperately trying to influence Azhag to bring the crown like south to Nagashazar and having to argue with an orc and just being so frustrated. It's like if anyone else had put the crown on, it'd be very easy to corrupt them, but corrupting an orc is really fucking difficult. And Azhag was very willful even by orc standards. Because his quest battles always make me laugh until the war because he argues with himself. Because like they added the effect if you hear the like Nagash whispering to him, and he's like, "Oh, shut up, hat," which is just great.
I'm SECDing this one. What do you think?
I think that's great.
Because
it's
screw
the
B.
Final one.
Yeah, it totally is. It's better than putting ORC as the options.
B's for bitches. Yeah,
I was tempted. ORCS.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, we all ready? Let's pop up the poll.
Launch the finale. This is the final poll, so get it all out of your system.
I'm interested to see what you all decide to put him in. Are you meme stunting him as a clear S, 100% S, it's only S, or do we think that no, this is just silly?
Remember, the only one of these letters that is an orc is C. Just saying.
Well, orcs.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's true. That's true. But he's only a singular orc. Or but A for Wa. I mean, you got options. You got options. Mystic Wonder, Azhag forever, S tier. Well, there you go. Can't argue with that. Maglatroth, seeing him brought back as an undead for Nagash DLC.
So if they did a Nagash DLC, I would really like to see Azag be wrapped into that, because that'd be fun.
Yeah, they could do something really cool with the Nagash DLC. The only thing I worry about is like I know the wider community wants Nagash as a legendary lord, that you just start the campaign as him, but I feel like that would be such a missed opportunity. Of like, he would be so much more interesting as a legendary hero, where you have to go through a process to get him that revolves around his artifacts, because like all of his artifacts are in the game, like they're all around. But I don't know if they're going to do the cool thing, or if they're going to kind of give in to the mass appeal.
Oh, there's so many different ways you could include him, because you could very easily build a campaign where you start as one character and you end up as Nagash.
True,
because you do the summoning Nagash ritual, so to speak.
For me, the big thing would be like, you get to start as an undead character, and if you jump through all the right hoops, you get him as either like a big legendary lord or a big legendary hero like Ariel. That is my hope. But a lot of people, in my opinion, there are way too many people in the community that think that every single character in the fucking game should be a legendary lord, and no one should be a legendary hero. That drives me crazy.
Yeah, that kind of defeats the point.
Yeah. It's like, no, heroes are great because they can join any army they want, and you can have multiple characters in a single army, and it's like, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to get off my pulpit now before I get going.
Okay, let me have a look at the vote. Oh, well, the vote's shocked me.
Did it.
The vote is shocking me. I'm going to give you a little bit of extra time just in case all those S's haven't convinced you. And if that's the case, do get your vote. Indeed, it's just popping up as I go a little bit higher, but nevertheless, one's gone down. Oh, it's gone back up again. So, yeah, do drop in your votes now. It looks like we're going to have a clear... Yeah, or success.
David, thank you. Man, you've been very generous today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David.
Nagash, love those Mortarchs. I like to wave with them as they pass by. They always lied to me by telling me the truth. That's so good. May I use that?
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm closing this poll off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that gives us a grand total of S at 70% over on YouTube.
Now there. That's I'll
Well, you're not putting him right at the top.
Well, I mean,
right, he is the only one who literally is the will of Nagash.
We'll
because Nagash works through him directly.
They paid like $300, $400 to put Luther Harkin at the top.
I think that's fair. Luther Harkin, for all he shouldn't be there at all, is definitely there. So I've got a couple of beyond It's My Birthday comments to close off where we've listed everything. I actually quite like this list. We, through the course of this stream, have clearly shown that the Mortarchs of Nagash are crap. Because they are not good examples of individuals that Nagash would use. They don't show the great depth of the myth and the legend of Nagash. They're all a bit mundane. They're all a bit caught up in the worlds and where they come from. They are all a bit vampire for a good chunk of them. So many vampires here. Now, there are a few here that stand out as different, as unique, as interesting, and possibly very interesting. Let's name the obvious ones. Varian the Grim or the Nameless. But they're also old. What I find particularly fascinating about this list is that all of the characters that they added as new examples of what it would be to be a Mortarch are kind of dull as Mortarchs, but really brilliant characters. And that they have to twist these characters up in knots to make sense of the choices that the narrative makes them take, leaving us as readers going, why would you choose your greatest enemy? Why would you choose someone you can't trust? Why would you choose these very mundane, very material, very, very untrustworthy characters when there are vast swaths of undead across the entirety of the Warhammer world that you have almost complete control over because they are nothing more than extensions of your will. Why are you using all of these new folks when all of those old folks still exist out there? Because you are, after all, pretty much a god of undeath, which means nothing is beyond your grasp. You are being written like you are an idiot. You are being written like you don't really have any great plan. All you're doing is reacting to the world that you finally find yourself summoned into because nowadays you're dead and you've been resurrected by these idiots. And you've taken on all of these idiots and you've made them yours because... And that's the big unanswered part. There is no because. None of it, if you know the wider lore, actually makes sense.
And what I'll say is this. Here's my ultimate argument for why the Mortarchs of the End Times were mostly Garbo. And it's very simple. And Andy kind of said this earlier, but I just want to reiterate it very clearly. Nagash represents all of the undead as we kind of understand them in the old world. And yet, 8 of the 9 Mortarchs are from the Vampire Count's army book. The only one that isn't is Archon the Black.
Well, the Nameless.
Oh, yeah, or the name. Well, yeah, but like the way they portray him, he's basically a Vampire Count character.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Which he should not have been, but that's how they portrayed him.
They could have built horrors from the past. They could have even reused old miniatures to be these horrors from the past. Well, they could have made Nagash so terrifying, represented by mythical entities that have risen out of the dark mists of time, and they threaten the existing characters that we love, like Luther Harkin, and they are being subsumed by these ancient terrors. Manfred, for example, swore to one of the older versions because he was terrified by it. Nowadays, Manfred is the one that wanders around doing stuff, being an idiot, and Nagash goes, that's all right. I don't care if you're an idiot who's going to betray me, you can come on side. It's lost all of the majesty. Nagash comes across as mundane, as really poorly considered in his judgment, and if I'm being straight, stupid. And that goes against everything he's supposed to be.
Yeah, and once again, it also kind of dials into the whole like Age of Sigmar thing, because the only 3 Mortarchs that got minis were the Mortarchs that were made for AOS, being Archon, Manfred, and Neferata, which in Age of Sigmar, they actually go to an extreme length to explain why the 3 of them are Mortarchs, and it's very well written. And it's like, oh, this makes sense. And it's over the course, I shit you not, it's over the course of about 12 novels of them explaining why are these 3 Mortarchs? What is their strengths? Why did Nagash pick them? And the Mortarchs we've gotten since also have a shitload of lore explaining why. And they all represent different aspects of Nagash. And you go, oh, that makes sense.
And of Shyish, the Wind of Death.
Yeah,
and that's great because they're justifying it. Now, obviously, we had a compressed development time. We had a very short amount of resources provided to effectively go build your story about Nagash, and they made some fast, dirty choices. But I think by the end of the stream, all of you will recognize that neither Sotek nor I think that they made good choices. There are some who definitely should be there. Archon the Black. There is no doubt Archon should be there. I think Neferata makes a wise and possibly the only vampire choice that we should have. Strictly speaking, she's not even a vampire. She's the very first one who used her own ritual to create herself. And she is in many respects an equal power to Nagash, but equally he's like god tier by the time he's doing this shit. And I think she's fine, but she should be the only one. Or something else. I would be happy with 0 vampires in this list completely, and instead having a variety of ancient terrors that had risen out of the land of the dead. Things that the vampires look at and shudder that they've somehow broken free from where they trapped them. And the vampires look on with horror. Neferata retreats because she's like, holy shit, it's out. That would have been something that the End Times could have really chewed on and made Neferata be the character we know and love and not somehow subsumed her into Nagash.
Yeah, the two things I'll add that reinforce this point, and the sucky part is they show what could have been, is that there are two instances where they do this, which is that the three big Mortarchs get new mounts, which are the Dread Abyssals, which the Dread Abyssals are horrifying, monstrous dog creatures that were literally created to punish people in hell. And Nagash drags them into the material plane, and they're terrifying and awesome. And then you have the what the fuck are they called? The hold on, I got my book right here. I'm having a brain fart. I've been talking for too long. The Morghast. The Morghast are horrifying. They like nightmarish, angelic, undead abominations.
Yeah, the Morghast are cool.
And it's revealed in their story. It goes, yeah, these are horrible undead abominations from the first Great War of Nehekara versus Nagash that were lost to time because there's not enough magic to sustain them in modern ages, and there's somebody was lost to time, but Nagash is back, so they're back, and they're horrifying.
And that is awesome.
But
and it makes the vampires differently awesome, and that's cool.
But the Mortarchs get all the story. Like, you wouldn't know that reading the big book, because the big book barely explains them. It's only in this little side book that like has the rules where it's like, oh yeah, you know those like flying angelic things? Here's their lore, and it's bonkers.
Bonkers. Yeah.
Like
I like that. Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, Nagash takes on a god and gets like a horrifying monstrosity unit out of it. You go, oh well, that's sick.
Yeah, totally.
Anyway, we are 5 hours. We gotta stop.
Yeah, we are. We have 5. Holy shitballs. So I would like to do a small conclusion because it is my birthday and I'm allowed to. So my small conclusion, as we draw now to a happy close, is that you all rock. End. Yeah, it's a happy end. Yeah, quite. Our own little happy ending for our happy birthday. So with our happy ending, take that as you will. I'd like to say first, you all rock. It's been a super fun stream, and your inclusions are what makes the streams worthwhile. The list that you created, beyond moving that stupid vampire to the top of the list, beyond that, I think spot on in general, as Hag obviously doesn't count, because you get a good grasp of what the lore is, and you listen and you point in the directions they largely fit in. And I really like this list. I think it's really good. I'd just like to say thanks all for your super kind super chats for the birthday stream. That's always nice. And do please pop over and see us on the Sunday, because Ghouls is going to be fun. The Sunday after that will be over on Sotek's channels, and we are doing the legendary Joseph Bugman, who is going to be super fun. So don't miss out on that one as well. So this Sunday will be on LAWhammer. The Sunday after will be over on Sotek's channels for Joseph Bugman, which is going to be awesome.
Yep. And this upcoming Sunday will reveal whatever the Wednesday stream is going to be.
Yeah, totally. Because we don't know yet.
We have no idea. Yeah.
Beyond that, for my birthday streams, we also have on Friday our LAWhammer stream, which is connected to this stream, as ridiculous as that may sound for those of you who follow LAWhammer. And it's going to be proper crazy. I'm looking forward to this one because it's going to be a birthday stream, which means it's not going to be a normal one. Not that last week was normal for any of you who watched LAWhammer. It was proper crazy. Also on the Saturday, I'm going to be doing an Inside the Rookery, which is going to be Andy's birthday wishes for the gaming industry. Because I was just chatting to the rest of the Rooks, and they were like, yeah, let's do that because it's going to be proper silly. So it's going to be a birthday stream on the Saturday as well over on Inside the Rookery, which is going to be super, super fun. That will be at 7 p.m. UK time on this Saturday. Also, buy Dark Deeds.
Yes. So thank you all again so much for watching. I am going to save and download this image. I forgot to post the last one, but I will post the 2 most recent tier lists up. I'll do that after the stream. I forgot to do last week's. But thank you all again very much. Yeah,
it's super cool.
Cannot express our deep thanks for A, just spending time to hang out with us, and B, all of your super, super fucking generous support. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, happy birthday to me.
All right, it's time for us to go. I'm shutting us off, and we will see y'all on Sunday.
See you then.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.